This is Hidden Killers Live with Tony Bruschi, Stacey Cole, and Todd Michaels.
Here we go. It's Donna Doomsday, everyone. At least we'll see. I mean, anything can happen. It is a court. She is innocent until proven guilty. Closing arguments are about what we are going to start watching in just a few moments here on the program from the prosecution. Georgia's going to do her thing, and then Donna Doppelganger is going to do her thing, and then we'll see if Georgia comes back for another finish him moment or finish her a la Mortal Kombat. Before we go into it, anybody change their verdict yet of what they think how this is going to end at the end of the day once this goes to a jury later this afternoon?
No, but I do want to point something out. So I try not to look at YouTube comments because sometimes people are brutal, but there's a lot of really smart people who are in our comments. And big shout out to them. A lot of people are saying, well, first of all, somebody was not so nice about it and said, hey, you guys are missing the mark. Wendy is the mastermind here.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
I don't know. But she certainly was involved, though, right?
I think so a bit, but I mean, obviously, again, no charges ever against Wendy. She's innocent. But let me say this: this is a little interesting. Read the tea leaves, and what do they mean? Court transcripts. They typically, after a trial, they can take like weeks or months to reach the public ether where you can access them or request them or just get them, period. In a lot of trials, like the next day, you're like, I'd like that transcript. Well, put your name on the list and then we'll let you know in a couple months around Christmas when they're ready. Wendy's testimony in this trial from earlier this week, was it this week or last week when she testified? Last week. And the detective, I forget which one, but one of the detectives who also testified, those transcripts are available now. And just those two. Now, what would the reason be for such a release of this that early? Might it? I'm sure it's not for the public consumption. It's not for us to go, well, let's read about Wendy. We already have our transcript. We can just grab it. But you need to put those in legal-esque settings, in legal-esque document form, should they be need to have use in another legal scape, if you will. Like, oh, I don't know, a grand jury.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I smell a grand jury, don't you?
Which, if they convene a grand jury, they will need that, and they're going to look at some of that testimony. And grand juries are very different than a normal trial. It's more like, what do you think? Do you kind of feel like she might be icky and she might have something to do with it? Yeah, okay. Guess what? Here comes charges. So, could be nothing. Or it could be somebody's about to be indicted.
You know, they don't have that kind of time in that process to get her transcripts ready. They just don't. So there would have to be a reason.
There's a purpose. Yeah. There's a reason, and I don't know what it is. This is just speculation, but there's not a lot of other reasons. I mean, Harvey, maybe both, maybe one, maybe the other. I don't know. If I were Donna, I'd be taking that one-way ticket on that westbound train to see how far life can go.
We're getting a group on here is what we're getting. We're going to get a 2-for-1. A family affair, if you will.
I'd be going for that non-extradition country as quickly as I can.
What countries are those? I mean, we should
see what life is like in Vietnam. Wendy, just go a little vacation. It's fall break. Go enjoy your time. That's all you're doing, right? I would imagine if Wendy tries to do that right now, and there are no restrictions or rules against anything because there's no charges against Wendy as of this moment, I would think that might be the fast track to get arrested.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think they're keeping an eye on Wendy. That's my gut. I don't know. Again, never been charged with anything. This is just my conjecture. If I were her, I'd be a bit concerned.
Yeah,
because the signs are showing that somebody is setting up the dominoes to be pushed over again.
So, Tony, you had asked me what my thoughts were, and I kind of skirted the question. I didn't mean to, but I wanted to point out about our wonderful viewers and listeners. I think she's guilty. I think Mom Donna is guilty, but I think this is the first of. It's like we're being invited to Thanksgiving to the Adelson family. We are going to be back. This isn't our only meal with the Adelsons.
No, it's our second. It's our fourth time. This is the fourth trial.
Yeah, it's like we're really getting to know this family. It feels comforting to me. It's like it's my family, by extension.
We met the friends. We met McBonna and Sigfrido, and then meet Charlie over here, and now here's Mom, and you got Donna, and you got Wendy, and you got Harvey left.
I wonder if Donna's finally getting the sense that she no longer has the control she always thought. And that's one of the reasons why she did not testify. Because when that notebook came out in the last couple of days, when Drina said, here's what she was telling me to say on the stand. I mean, to me, the prosecution just kind of pretty much blew that out of the water. I mean, they really did a good job of setting that up. And I just wonder if she went, maybe I don't have the touch anymore.
It's all about control with her. And at the end of the day, how is she going to retain the most control? And if she realizes the writing's on the wall for her, that she's going to be indicted, or that more than indicted, she'll be charged here or indicted on these charges and found guilty. It's not about winning or losing. It's still about control at the end. So she may have lost control of her freedoms, but what does she have control of? Where will she still have the most control of the kids? If she went on that stand and blew Wendy out of the water and Harvey out of the water, she'd have nobody on the outside that would be giving a shit about her. There's the one son, but you can bet he may be like, bye-bye. She needs Wendy on the outside. She needs somebody on the outside to help her because she knows she's going to be on the inside. So she can't get them all arrested right now. I mean, they'll do that themselves. They don't need her to help sink the boat. So
interesting.
I think it's a strategic move process on hers of, I could go up there, I could say this, I could sink them. Or she could accidentally sink them, which I think would be more likely to happen, is she's going to say something stupid that will then be incriminating unintentionally. But I think she knows her best bet is having a free Wendy on the outside. And at any given point in time, she can flip. She can say something for her own benefit. Once behind bars, she could make a deal. She could go, I'll give you Wendy for a reduced sentence, for a transfer to a better facility, all sorts of things. She's better to play that card then than now.
I got to start making popcorn now so I have enough for this whole thing,
This shit ain't over. I mean, we're just at intermission, I think, right now of about what's going to be going down. So there's a lot of interesting tea leaves in this case. Tell us what you guys think in the comments on social media, YouTube, X, Facebook, wherever you may be watching us live. We do this every single Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to noon Central on YouTube, our Facebook channel, and on X, formerly known as Twitter, formerly known as the man known as Prince. So let's dive into this. This is the closing arguments today. We're going to let this play through. We may pause here and there. If anybody here wants to, you guys have anything you want to pause and make a comment on, just raise your hand, say something, and Todd will stop it, and we'll work through this. This is the beginning. We got a lot to get through. Let's start. Here's Georgia taking her place, closing out the trial of Donna Adelson.
Well, this is Dan Markell. He's the victim in this case. A son, a brother, a colleague, a mentor, a professor, a friend, but most of all, a father, an Abba, a dad, a dedicated and loving father whose downfall was brought about by the fact that his number one priority was maximizing his time with those little boys in the wake of a bitter divorce from their mother. Defense called witnesses to come in here and give you an expert opinion that his divorce and the subsequent litigation was not contentious. Not contentious to whom? It was contentious to Dan Markell. It was contentious to Wendy Adelson. And it was contentious to this defendant. And then after telling you what a great guy Dan Markell was in opening statements, they called witnesses to tell you what a pain in the butt he was. And he was a pain in the butt to those people, those awful lawyers that can't even admit that divorces are emotionally charged. He was a pain in their butts. He was a pain in Wendy's butt, and he was a pain in Donna's butt. Why? Because this was his life we were talking about. Dan Markell was not a file on some lawyer's desk. He was a real person who cared passionately about every scrap of paper in that divorce file. He wasn't some bumbling idiot. He was a Harvard-educated law professor. And yeah, he was making it as difficult as possible for this defendant to get her non-negotiable, which just also happened to be Dan Markell's non-negotiable. Those two little boys. You have learned about this conspiracy and how it has unraveled over the last 11 years since Dan Markell's death. The defendants in this case have all attempted to point fingers at each other. They have argued that the state's theory is right. It's right. You got it right.
Spider-Man
Everybody
graphic.
except for me. I didn't do it. Garcia's defense was that Charlie went directly to Rivera to arrange the hit on Dan Markell. Catherine Magbanua testified in her trial and said she had no knowledge of this murder. Charlie must have gone around her directly to Garcia. In Charlie's trial, he said Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera all got together to kill Dan Markell without any direction from any Adelson family member. Each defendant characterized himself or herself as another victim in this case. A victim in this situation, a victim of their co-defendants, setting them up, or the appearance of evidence that seemed to implicate them but wasn't what it appeared to be. But despite their efforts to insulate themselves and to distance themselves from their co-conspirators, they made enough mistakes to get themselves caught and held accountable for their respective roles in this conspiracy. And today is Donna Adelson's turn. Despite their efforts to play victims, Dan Markell is still the only victim in this case. And the only thing he was guilty of was fighting like hell for those little boys. And he lost. He lost everything. This is what he looked like before. This defendant conspired to hire a hitman to have him killed. And this is what he looked like after. The evidence has shown that on July 18th, 2014, this brilliant, accomplished, beloved man was gunned down in cold blood in his own garage. This horrific death ultimately set the police down two separate paths, following the two most promising leads that they had. The first lead was to chase down that Prius that, thank God, Mr. Geiger caught a glimpse of pulling out of the driveway that morning. And the second path was to ask, as we would with any murder investigation, who had a motive to want him dead? And within 1 hour of the shooting, well before Professor Markel had even been pronounced dead, this path was already pointing to the defendant when Wendy Adelson revealed to officers that her parents had more reason to dislike her ex than anyone else. And what offense had Mr. Markel committed against Donna Adelson and her family, refusing to let his children be taken away from him? Objecting to her telling his kids that he's stupid? The evidence has shown that Donna Adelson was all about psychological warfare, and when all else failed, she was willing to do whatever it took to accomplish her non-negotiable, to get a win. In order for you to render a verdict of guilty, the state must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that these crimes were committed and that this defendant is the person who committed the crimes, or in this case, one of the persons who committed the crimes. It is undisputed that these crimes were committed. This was a first-degree murder. No doubt about that. But who did it? The only issue left is identification, or what we call ID. The defense told you in openings, motive doesn't really matter. Don't pay attention to all the motive. Don't pay attention to all the emails. But motive can be compelling proof of who done it. Identification. And thus, critical to your determination of the defendant as one of the persons that committed this crime. Despite some of the testimony that you heard, it is clear that the divorce between Wendy and Dan was contentious. Except the person who cared most about Wendy's divorce and relocation specifically wasn't Wendy. It was her mother. Charlie Adelson solicited Catherine McBanoa to kill Dan Markell, but why? Who solicited Charlie? Because Charlie didn't care about the Adelson family getting a win against Dan Markell. He didn't care about relocation. He didn't care about Wendy's divorce. He cared about go-karts and jet skis and pretty girls. But he also cared about getting things done for the number one woman in his life, and that was his mother. She managed Charlie's life for him, and in return, he solved problems for her. That pattern is seen throughout this case. He talks to Wendy on the defendant's behalf to get her to pull the plug on the Tallahassee house, to date Dave and invite him to Mother's Day, to pursue a medical malpractice job, even though that's not even her area of the law, and on and on and on. She micromanaged Wendy's life. Charlie knows how to manage Wendy in a way that Donna can't, or knows how to talk to her in a way that Donna can't. And Wendy needs their help, right? Because according to them, she doesn't even have enough of a brain in her head to run her own life without their help. Donna decides what's best for everyone, and if she runs into any problems making that happen, Charlie is her go-to guy to get it done. He is the problem solver. And what was the biggest problem that Donna Adelson had in 2014? Dan Markell. Wendy filed her petition for divorce on September 10th of 2012, and the defendant was right in the middle of it. In the fall of 2012, the defendant told her son, Rob Adelson, that she had been in Tallahassee for several months, renting a new place for Wendy. She used her own maiden name to do that, to disguise the identity of who was renting it, arranging for movers, moving money around, and getting things set up for Wendy to leave Dan. Then Wendy calls Dan Markell and delivers the news that she's leaving him. How does she do it? She tells him she and the boys are moving out of the marital home. And the defendant gleefully, that was Rob's word, reported to Rob, her son, that she and Wendy strategically planned to deliver that news to Mr. Markell so that he would get this bomb dropped on him right as he's about to take the stage to deliver this lecture. According to Mr. Markell in one of his filings, quote, while the husband was away on a short business trip, the wife left the husband in the marital home, taking with her the children's furniture, clothing, toys, and whatever assets, both marital and non-marital, she desired. The evidence has shown that from the start, this defendant was very involved in managing Wendy's divorce. In October of 2012, defendant writes an email entitled, Things to Discuss at Your Mediation to Make Sure You Have in Writing for a Settlement, in which she refers to Wendy as a hostage and a prisoner in Tallahassee. That's what she believed. The email also includes the suggestion that Wendy pursue a restraining order against Dan Markell, that Wendy should go for 100% full custody of those two kids and relocation, and the threat of this conversion to Christianity. Quote, if he leaves you in Tallahassee, the children will not be attending Hebrew day school. That's not a threat, just a warning. A warning that her friend, Ms. Cunningham, on the stand dismissed. oh, that was just a foolish thing to say, right? But the characterization of these threats as, just something that was a one-off heat of passion thing has been completely destroyed by the evidence in this case, because she repeats it. She plans it with a lot of specificity. Wendy even admitted that her mom was serious about planning a baptism for these kids to change their religion as a ruse to try to strong-arm Dan Markell into giving up those kids. This is an example of the defendant operating with the emotional subterfuge as described by her daughter, Wendy Adelson. Also remember how her son, Rob, described her. She has rigid and fixed ideas of what she wants. And as long as you comply, things are fine. But when you don't comply, things are not fine. Wendy even admitted that if Dan had relented and moved to South Florida, or at least allowed her to move there, they might have co-parented happily ever after. But Dan did not comply, so things were definitely not fine. The defendant ends this email with, quote, "We will help you in any way possible for you to come here." In October, this defendant drafted language for Wendy's petition to relocate, including allegations that Wendy had been upset about having to live in Tallahassee since 2005, and a mention of putting the boys in a Christian school and on a non-kosher diet. Again, that's not a threat, just a reality. And the suggestion that the boys live in South Florida with Wendy and Dan just fly back and forth to see his kids. He can just come see them every other weekend by airplane. Doesn't that sound like an amicable, equal time sharing that the lawyers for the defense described was going on here? Wendy's lawyer says she had no knowledge of Wendy's mom being involved in her divorce, but the evidence shows she absolutely was. Wendy sends the proposed petition for relocation from her lawyer to the defendant with a note that says, "Here it is, let's edit." And the defendant responds the next day with detailed feedback, including an argument that Dan Markell is incapable of taking care of his own children and that Wendy should seek 100% custody. Arguments which Wendy forwarded to her lawyer as her own. And upon receiving the lawyer's answer, she sends the lawyer's answer back to the defendant. That's in evidence. Defendant's thoughts about Wendy's earning potential and her work environment in Tallahassee. Arguments about she'd be better off with this other job that's higher paying in Miami. And defendant says she's been living in Tallahassee, that she, the defendant, has been living in Tallahassee since the petition was filed to help Wendy with the boys. In January of 2013, the defendant advises Wendy on her amended petition to relocate. And this is where the argument is raised about the job as a major bargaining chip in the divorce. The defendant writes here that Dan needs to know that there's no way in hell Wendy is going to stay at FSU. On January 14th, Wendy files an amended petition with request to relocate, which you can read and see. The petition contains many of the defendant's arguments. She couches this relocation in terms of not only important, but like a matter of life and death. Look at these quotes. "It will create a major negative change in our lives. It will ruin your entire life. The rest of all our lives, mine, Dad's, and even Charlie's, will be affected by how well she can perform and act before July 31st to try to get this relocation thing turned around." Donna has even started pre-screening men for Wendy to date in the Miami area.
Oh my
In
God.
February, Dan files his response to Wendy's motion to...
Yeah, we can pause it.
Oh, good grief. Is this not the pinnacle of the typical Jewish mother? And
Pre-screening.
Yeah, half of my family comes from that. So believe me, I'm speaking from experience.
Yeah.
The other half is Catholic. We have December is just a horrible month. But
you're a mixed family.
Oh, we're
we're
muggles all the way. Absolutely. But this is exactly what a Jewish mom does. 100%. And she is checking every box at the moment.
But here's the thing. She's not Jewish.
You're right. Oh my God.
No, this is something that a narcissist mother does, regardless of your religion, regardless of whatever it may be. This is what a narcissist does. No, Markel's the one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, then I don't know what the hell's going on here.
Yeah. No, that the picking of men. Wow. It's it's everything. Donna is in everything in her life. It's very fascinating just watching her her reactions to all of this.
I feel like I need to pick myself up off the floor. For this whole time I was sitting here thinking, oh my God, she fits the profile.
No. She's
not.
Let's continue on.
Please. Oh.
Skype agreement. And she was violating it, and he was furious about it. This email was forwarded.
I need to find the spot that we were at. Stand by.
Okay.
To react to relocation being denied and Wendy's inclination to give up on the matter, including, everyone has a price. Now is the time to start. You said this divorce is not about winning and losing, and it's not a competition. You've already lost relocation according to the legal system. Well, it is about winning and losing. We're trying to get a win. You deserve it. You deserve so much more than a life without family, teaching in Tallahassee. Life is tough. If you don't stand up and take a chance, you don't stand a chance. Please, Wendy, do your part and stand up to him. Make an effort to do this so that our group offer will stand a better chance of being accepted. Don't let this temporary move to Tallahassee ruin your entire life. Fight for yourself, Wendy. We'll be there to help you. Just don't tell us that what you need to do is move forward with a sense of peace. Can't have that, can we? That's giving up. Giving up on relocation was not an option for Donna Adelson. Neither was losing. Throughout the trial, the defense tried to distance themselves from these emails. One of the ways they did that was by trying to put them off on Harvey. They pointed out, hey, this is a joint email account. One of these is signed mom and dad. And there's a few that are signed mom and dad, but it's clear that the defendant is the author of these emails and that she's the one driving the bus on this relocation effort. And during the presentation, we highlight all the dad and I language, all the indications in there that Donna is the author as opposed to Harvey being the author. According to her own daughter, Wendy, she's the dominant force in that household. And according to her son, Rob, she is a controlling person as opposed to the more passive, go with the flow type of personality that the dad, Harvey, has. In opening, the defense attorney told you that this defendant was a normal person, and you don't have to decide she's not a normal person. You're the judge of the facts, right? Was a crime committed? Is this the person that committed the crime? But in this email, she suggests that dressing her Jewish grandchildren up in Hitler youth uniforms would be acceptable. That would accomplish her goals. The ends justify the means for her, people. That is illustrated here, and it sums up this entire case. The defendant wanted this done because that was the only way left to get a win. If he had submitted, if he'd let her take those kids, he'd be alive. If he'd moved to South Florida himself, he'd be alive. But he would not submit. She could not get that win. He was a huge problem, and she made it Charlie's problem. To Charlie, who liked the idea of being a tough guy, who had connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks, the price of Dan Markell's life was worth the reward of pleasing his mother and easing her diarrhea and getting her to finally shut up about Wendy's divorce.
Oh, God, that was good.
In the mind of this defendant, all their lives depended on the success of this relocation effort. She tells you as much herself in these emails. Listen to her. And as such, any and all means were justified. Because not everything one has to do in life is comfortable or easy. Sometimes it's ridiculously hard. This is what passes for normal in this family. I said the defendant made Wendy's divorce Charlie's problem, and the evidence shows that the defendant did keep Charlie in the loop every step of the way. Here's a July 10th email that states, just to catch you up on what's happening with Wendy, and discusses who should be involved in the bribe that the family wants to offer to Dan Markell. On July 19th, the defendant requests and Wendy sends her copies of the motions, responses, orders, and transcripts from her divorce so far. That same day, Dan Markell makes a settlement offer that this defendant encourages Wendy to reject, saying the answer is no to all of this. Please, Wendy, we've been with you from day one. Do not accept or sign anything without the two of us reviewing and discussing all of this with you. Screwing him financially is what will aggravate him. But ultimately, a settlement is reached. You all have heard about this date, July 31st, 2013. But contrary to what the defense has told you, the fighting did continue. On October 12th of 2013, 3 months after the divorce was final, the defendant forwards an email to Charlie Adelson, which Dan Markell had sent Wendy. And the defendant adds the note, "This is what this fucker is sending your sister on a regular basis. He is absolutely crazy. Impossible." Does it sound like everything was over? This was the amicable divorce over? Not contentious at all, right? This is fall of 2013, the same time frame in which Wendy starts dating Jeff Lacoste and Charlie starts dating Catherine Magbanua. On October 13th, 2013, the defendant texts Charlie Adelson, quote, "Horrible evening for your sister." The pattern of this defendant getting worked up about Wendy's divorce and then forwarding it on to Charlie is seen over and over again. Which brings us to Halloween 2013. Several important events in the case occur on Halloween 2013. One, Wendy officially takes Dan Markell back to court, filing her motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement. So she's alleging he violated it, and she's asking to hold him in contempt of court, alleging that he's not paid the agreed upon fees that he was supposed to pay by a certain deadline. Wendy backs out of the contract that she had signed to buy a house in Tallahassee on Halloween 2013. Charlie later brags to the defendant that he talked Wendy out of buying the house, and the defendant calls him a miracle worker for having convinced Wendy not to buy the house in Tallahassee. Also, Charlie meets up with Catherine Magbanua on Lincoln Road on Halloween 2013, the same day Wendy pulled the plug on the house, and broaches the subject with her for the first time of, "Hey, do you know anybody that I could hire to harm someone?" And she did. Charlie sends this picture of himself and Catherine Magbanua together to Wendy that night, October 31st, 2013. First night, he solicited Catherine Magbanua to be a part of a murder, or a part of what would become a murder. Mid-November, Jeff Lacoste meets the defendant for the first time. Remember Jeff? He was Wendy's boyfriend that testified. He said he would meet her 6 to 7 other times in addition to that first time during the course of his relationship with Wendy. Sometimes just in passing, picking Wendy up for a date. Other times more substantially, including taking the boys to the circus. And that becomes maybe important later. Meanwhile, the fighting continues into December. We're in December of 2013 by now. On December 16th, Dan Markell emails Wendy and the parenting coordinator that was assigned to help them try to navigate these issues about the defendant, Donna Adelson, disparaging him to his kids. In this email, he introduces what he calls a major issue. The headline on this concern is not buried, guys. Like he says, I'm introducing a major issue. He very plainly gives a preview of the grandma motion, which will ultimately be filed in March of the next year. And here he says that on November 8th, one of the boys announced at a Markel family dinner that grandma, referring to this defendant, says you're stupid. Grandma says you're stupid. Then the following Monday, on November 11th, when Dan Markell was buckling the boys in at the park, They both tell him that grandma says you're stupid. When asked why, they say because you're trying to take her sunshines away from her. When asked who are her sunshines, the boys answer they are her sunshines. Then again on November 30th, while playing with the older child, that child repeated the statements to Dan Markell, grandma says you're stupid. And again, when asked why, the child repeated that the defendant said that Dan Markell was stupid because he was trying to take grandma's sunshines away from her. Markel implores Wendy to address the situation as he would like to avoid a hearing in which his kids are going to be primary witnesses against their grandmother. He assures her that he will, though, if necessary, seek judicial relief that prevents contact between the children and their grandmother. This lawyer that testified said, oh, that wasn't going to work. Well, he didn't think so. Oh, well, that's no big deal. I've seen much worse than that in my career. Well, yeah. Dan Markell hadn't seen much worse than that. Dan Markell had a big problem with grandma saying he was stupid, and he wanted to take it up and address it with the judge if necessary. Dan Markell emphasizes that this is a matter he takes very seriously and says that the defendant's actions could lead to the termination of Wendy's parental rights. Is that true or not? Doesn't matter. He thought it was true. He threatened it. And those are fighting words. Going to terminate your parental rights? Wendy forwards the email to the defendant the next day, December 17th. And what's the response? Wow. That's a response we see from the defendant quite a bit. She's usually more verbose. That's true. But why is the defense working so hard to say that their client didn't see this email and didn't know about these allegations? I mean, isn't it clear that Wendy is sharing all the issues relating to her divorce with her mother? Wendy communicated with her mother on all these filings, and this one pertained directly to her mother. Of course they discussed it. Are you really to conclude that nobody was fighting anymore prior to Dan Markell's murder when the evidence leads you to conclude the exact opposite? This was a pressure cooker, and it was being turned up hotter and hotter with each passing day. Not only is this a situation that's escalating between the actual parties to the litigation, but now the defendant has moved from working behind the scenes, helping Wendy with the divorce, to actually being the subject of the pleadings that are before the court. There was supposed to be a hearing on that issue. One thing Dan Markell wrote in this email is, quote, I fear that the children's best interests are not being pursued so much as what grandma wants. If he only knew how legitimate that fear really was. Those weren't just some ugly, foul words thrown around in the heat of the moment, folks. They continued well past the finalization of the divorce. Here on January 10th, 2014, so now we're into the year where Dan Markell is killed. 6 months after the divorce is final, defendant says of Dan Markell, wow, is he on drugs? Is he also going to pay $70K plus the legal fees and interest that bastard owes you? So the bad blood is going strong here 6 months before the murder. And the divorce wasn't really final anyway, in the sense that we're continuing to have pleadings get filed back and forth. In February of 2014, Dan Markell emails Wendy threatening to file motions, exposing her for what he said was hiding assets, $200,000 worth of assets from the court, and giving false testimony under oath. And also to accuse her attorney of misconduct. Her lawyer witnesses say none of that's a big deal, none of that was going to be successful, but he thought it was going to be successful. To him, it's a lot of money. To him, it's a big deal. The next day, on February 15th, 2014, we see a text from the defendant to Charlie. Wendy's totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one. She will probably have to go through another depo. Outrageous. Rob Adelson testified that his mother told him they were, quote, depoing Wendy to death. But then their expert witness got up there and said Wendy was never deposed. I guess they didn't provide her with that information or any of these emails or text messages post July 31st, because this thing was not over on July 31st. In this text, defendant accuses Dan Markell of stalking Wendy, and Charlie agrees. The defendant tells Charlie to keep the conversation with Wendy light and don't bring up the divorce drama, which kind of implies there was divorce drama going on. There's a sense in this email and elsewhere in the evidence that defendant and Charlie have to tiptoe around Wendy, like she's this damsel in distress that needs the two of them to step in and help her handle her business. On February 17th, 2024, defendant again reports to Charlie how Wendy's hearing went, talks about how there are plans to seek to have Dan Markell forced to submit to psychological testing. Here, defendant is 7 months after the divorce and just 5 months before the murder, responding to Dan Markell's filing a request to produce, and she says it's time to give it to him. Let's aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you. And what can your attorney do to be proactive to give him some grief? Can't you meet with her and work out a plan of attack? Something has to be done with this asshole. This is 5 months before the murder. Here, defendant texts Charlie about Wendy yet again. If you speak to Wendy today, tread lightly. Don't ask questions about the depot, her lawyer, etc. Tough time, and she's really stressed out. The asshole showed up at soccer yesterday, and she goes into a story about, he showed up at soccer and they got into it. And then she ends with such a fucker. Super amicable. Then we have this text on March 4th, switching gears. This is about the birthday gift. Defendant texts Charlie that she's going to call him from the bathroom in Gainesville where she can have some privacy. Please pick up because I will have very limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it. Then the defendant says, we'll speak privately about Dad's birthday gift. So erase after reading. You might think, well, maybe she was just trying to keep the birthday gift a surprise. But why does Charlie need to erase it? Harvey's not with Charlie. Harvey's with Donna. And according to Rob, there were no birthday gifts for Harvey unless the murder was supposed to be the birthday gift. Plus, in the text, Donna wants Charlie to delete after reading the text that doesn't mention the birthday. She doesn't say anything about deleting the one that does mention the birthday. Rob Adelson was present at the birthday party, which did take place between the two trips that the hitmen took to Tallahassee. And there were no birthday gifts, according to him. The defense suggests that the friends coming to the party was part of the surprise, but then they also suggest that Harvey sent the Evite, so I don't think they can have it both ways. You can't send the invitations and be surprised by the friends. The next week,
love her.
Jeff Lacoste, Wendy Adelson, Catherine Magbano, and Charlie Adelson all go out to dinner. That's the first meeting between Wendy and Jeff and Catherine Magbano. At dinner, Magbano mentions her ex having several run-ins with law enforcement. That stuck out to Mr. Lacoste. After dinner in the hot tub, Charlie bragged about having connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks. Notable in the same time frame, March 21st, 2014, the defendant signs a lease on a condo in South Beach, a condo where Wendy, after Dan's killed, would move in with her kids. They say, oh, that was a weekend place, so it's pretty convenient timing. You just happen to get this other house and have it set up for Wendy to move into after her ex-husband's murdered, and she's able to relocate. 3/26/14, this is when Dan Markell officially files the grandma motion, which takes aim at the defendant raising more allegations about failure to comply with the Skype thing, Wendy leaving the boys with her parents rather than giving him the right of first refusal. And he says, by flouting the right of first refusal, the former wife creates conditions for Mr. Markell to be disparaged in the presence of the children by their maternal grandmother. Dan Markell then alleges all the same allegations about the defendant disparaging him to the kids that he outlined in that previous email in December. Contrary to what the defense said in court, in his prayer for relief, the remedy Markell was seeking was to have the court order this defendant to have no contact with those boys unless she was supervised, because he didn't want her disparaging him to the boys, and because it was a violation of the right of first refusal, in his opinion, for Wendy to leave the boys all the time with her mom and not give him a chance to have them if Wendy wasn't going to keep them. How do you think Donna took this information? She refers to those kids as hers. She was the one sacrificing her time at the office to be up here in Tallahassee doing for those boys. She had invested so much of her own time in this fight against Dan Markell to try to get a win for the family. And after all that investment in those kids and all the money spent on the attorneys and all that time spent at the kitchen table working on those divorce filings, Donna Adelson was losing. The boys and Wendy were stuck in Tallahassee. Wendy wasn't working at the law firm in South Florida, raking in a bunch of money and dating some new guy that she pre-screened for her. And Grandma's Sunshines weren't in South Florida. That's where they belonged. That's what was best for them. They had lost in court. Wendy wouldn't comply with Donna's plan of action, and Dan Markell apparently wouldn't take a bribe or be strong-armed to allow his kids to come to South Florida. But as it turns out, Jibbers still had not beaten the Adelson family, because there was still another option, the option of hiring the hitman. Charlie joked about hiring a hitman, but he had also been actively pursuing that option at least since Halloween of 2013. Over the last several months, Charlie had several conversations with Catherine Magbanua about this job, which started as a request to harm and then eventually revealed itself as a murder for hire. Recall that Magbanua said that often when she and Charlie would discuss the murder and the pressing need to get it done, he would emphasize to her that the toll that Wendy's situation was taking on his parents emotionally and physically, as they were stressed to the point of being physically ill. So he would often tell her that's the motive. That's why we need to get this done. It's like stressing out my mom. On May 16th, 2014, 2 months before the murder, Wendy was added as a resident to that condo in South Florida. On May 30th, 2014, Donna sends Charlie the text, quote, "Horrible morning with Danny. Tough conversation with her." This text was sent less than 2 months before the murder. The drama is continuing. Everyone's still fighting. It's contentious. Prior to the June trip, Charlie had prepared an envelope containing the murder instructions. He told Catherine Magbanua that he used gloves when handling the paperwork inside, that he printed it not on any printer that can be connected to him, and that she was not to touch the contents of what was inside. She was to deliver the envelope to Sigfredo Garcia. She followed these instructions. In early June, she came back to Charlie asking for travel expenses for the hitman. She got a couple $100 to give them to rent a car to come up here. They came, well, let's back up just a little bit. They rented the car June 2nd, 2014. Magbanua drops Garcia off at the rental car place, and then Magbanua calls Charlie on the way home from the rental car place. And you saw the evidence of this in Sergeant Corbett's presentation. Charlie immediately calls Donna on the landline after hanging up with Magbanua. How do we know that he talked to his mother and not his dad, since it was the landline? Well, because a few minutes after that call, he talks to Dad on his cell. So probably didn't talk to Dad on the landline, and then a few minutes later talked to him on the cell. Garcia and Rivera traveled to Tallahassee. This is June 4th, 2014. Rivera notes that Garcia is in possession of a piece of paper. Paper has a photo on it and some information. This information allowed them to locate and follow Dan Markell's vehicle, a black Honda Accord with the tag number 534YBM. Information that the defendant had written in her 2014 planner. Wendy and Jeff Lacoste have their coffee date. at which she cancels their planned trip to California on July 11th through the 17th. She offers no real explanation for why she's canceling, except to say that she's real worried about being able to pick up the boys on the 18th. The 18th, of course, ends up being the day that Dan Markell is killed. Later that night, Jeff Lacoste goes to Wendy's, and she's a nervous wreck. She won't tell him what's wrong, but her stomach's upset, and he goes and gets her Pepto-Bismol. The killers are in town when that happens. The hitmen spend a day and a half following Dan Markell around Tallahassee. Here they are near the park there by his residence. They scope out his residence, and although Rivera had already purchased the murder weapon, a revolver that he got on the streets for the express purpose of killing Dan Markell, they lost him, or he was with the kids, or for whatever reason they did not get the job completed on the June trip. After the hitmen failed to get the job done, Charlie tells Donna on June 7th of 2014 that he's still working on Dad's birthday present. And she says, "I know you'll come through." Sometime around June 11th, Jeff Lacoste went over to Wendy's residence and observed her living room TV to have some impact damage. This was the same TV that Charlie got Wendy as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman. The location and damage to the set did not appear consistent with something the kids could have caused, at least to Jeff. Note that this is over a month before the murder that Jeff observes this damage, so it was hung out there for a while. June 13th, the defendant has a note in her calendar to consider canceling Harvey's birthday party if that's what he wants to do. Now, this is between the June and July trips, that there's a note to herself to talk to Harvey about whether or not he wants to cancel the party. Rob Adelson testified that there was no illness or anything going on in the family that he knew of that would potentially result in the canceling of Dad's party. This note may be contemplating that if the murder had happened on the June trip, that Harvey might decide it's not appropriate to go through with the party and we need to cancel these invitations. Wendy took a photo with Catherine Magbanowa on the beach 2 days after that note to self in the planner. Here she is in front of the South Beach condo, pictured with Catherine Magbanowa. That photo was taken June 15th of 2014. Wendy sends Rob a text with a picture of her and Jeff Lacoste. This is June 28th of 2014. She includes a request to her brother Rob not to tell her parents about her relationship with Jeff. This suggestion of a secret boyfriend later prompted Rob to suggest Jeff as a potential suspect to the FBI, a secret boyfriend. This was also a little odd that she sent this because Wendy never talked to Rob about her boyfriends, and also because Jeff had already met her parents several times. June 30th of 2014, the defendant comes and gets Wendy and the boys from Tallahassee to take them down to Miami. Remember how she doesn't let Wendy drive with the boys to Miami. She rents a car and comes here and picks them up and drives them to Miami herself. And I think Harvey comes with her. Wendy was to be in South Florida for 2 weeks. In the time between the June and the July trip, Charlie begins to put more pressure on Catherine Magbanowa to get the murder done. On several occasions when he and Magbanowa were discussing the murder, Charlie would step out of the room to call his mother and then return and advise her that the murder needed to get done as soon as possible because his parents were so stressed and worried about Wendy's situation. Charlie painted Dan Markell as an awful person to Catherine Magbanowa. He was making Wendy's life hell. He was stressing out her parents. Katie knew somebody who could get this thing done, and he wanted it done. Magbanowa understood that the murder was needed urgently to relieve the stress on Charlie's mother. July 1st, 2014, we have a single call from Garcia to Harvey Adelson. This call did not connect, appears like it went to voicemail, and we would later learn from Magbanowa that this was after an incident in which her two love interests, Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia, had a little bit of a run-in. Garcia was angry and jealous about Magbanua dating Charlie and tried to confront Charlie. After this attempted confrontation, it's believed that Garcia was trying to call Charlie, but ended up getting Harvey. And that was that one hang-up call, but it ended up being important because it showed up on the tower dump, Garcia's number, and then when we cross-referenced it with all the Adelson numbers, that was the first match that gave us Sigfredo Garcia's name. We would later learn that the real connection between the Adelsons and the killers was Catherine Magbanua and her relationship with Charlie Adelson. The text messages found in Charlie's iCloud corroborate what Magbanua says about the interactions and the call made the day before. So here she's saying, basically, Garcia's being ridiculous and childish. Harvey's birthday evite goes out on July 3rd of 2014. The evite addresses the boys by the last name Adelson. Their name was Markel. This is 2 weeks before the murder of Dan Markell. Even though the evite says hosted by Donna and the party was for Harvey, the defense has suggested that it was Harvey and not Donna that sent the evites. The evidence showed otherwise, and Corbett told you there was some follow-up with the evite people. She sent that email. A text is sent from Wendy's phone to Dan Markell on July 6th of 2014. At the time this text was sent, the phone was present at the South Beach condo where the defendant lived. Dan Markell confirms, yes, I'm going to be in town to get murdered, not specifically, but he's asked, are you going to be in town July 14th or the 18th? Those are the dates the killers were here. And this, despite the fact that the schedule for that week had already been decided way before this text. And Wendy was already scheduled to have the boys on that Wednesday, which is what she's asking about.
Oh, Wendy, they're coming.
She doesn't ask about the whole week that he's got the kids. She only asks about the 14th through the 18th. And I think the killers ended up going to Tallahassee on the 15th through the 18th. Obviously, Dan Markell was killed on the 18th. July 11th, 2014, the defendant comes back to Tallahassee to bring Wendy and the boys home. Okay, so bringing her home from the Harvey birthday party. That same day, both Harvey Adelson and the defendant separately, 8 minutes apart, email Wendy Adelson about her TV repair appointment that's going to happen on the day of the murder. July 13th, Wendy and Lacasse meet at Wendy's house, and she's an emotional wreck again for no apparent reason. Lacasse impeached her regarding some statements that she made during a discussion of their relationship that evening in the context of, you know, you got to get past this moving to Miami thing. I mean, you're not going to be able to move to Miami. And she says, you know, yeah, it's not an issue unless something happens to Dan. And she says, can I tell you something in confidence? And she makes the chilling statement at that time that her brother, besides joking about hiring a hitman because it was buying a TV because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman, he also, in fact, had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markell. This conversation occurred just 5 days before the murder. July 15th, the Prius is rented. July 16th, Rivera and Garcia traveled to Tallahassee. July 17th, Rivera and Garcia follow Dan Markell around Tallahassee. July 18th, murder day. You guys okay? Anybody need a break? Okay. July 18th, 8:11 a.m., the defendant texts Wendy about the TV repair appointment. The TV repair appointment was planned for between 8 a.m. and noon that day. And she says they are on their way over now to help you with the TV sets in your living room. In case she didn't know which TV set it was. This is the TV that Charlie bought as a divorce present because it's cheaper than hiring a hitman. Could it be a coincidence that this TV is also the alibi for Wendy on the day of the murder?
Donna seems to be sighing an awful lot.
While he's being murdered by a hitman. And then, as we know, the defendant later uses TV as code when she's speaking on those wiretap calls. 8:20 a.m., Wendy texts Charlie, "This is so sweet." We don't know what it means, but she's texted him that, and then she deleted it sometime between the time it was sent, 8:20 a.m., and the time that her phone was cell-brighted or downloaded at the police station later that day. 9:04 a.m., Dan Markell leaves a voicemail for Wendy telling her he's headed to the gym and wants to know if it's okay for him to pick up the boys early and take them swimming that afternoon. Wendy says no, he cannot take the boys swimming after school that day. Meanwhile, what's going on across town? The Prius is following Dan Markell into the gym parking lot. There it is at 9:16 a.m. 9:19 a.m. to 9:37 a.m., Charlie and Wendy talk for 18 minutes. Wendy and Dan argue back and forth a bit about him wanting to take the boys swimming, but after getting off the phone with Charlie, Wendy concedes the argument with Dan and says, "Okay, you can pick them up and bring them back to me when you're done swimming." But of course, the swimming plan didn't happen because Dan Markell was killed. 10:38 a.m., the Prius follows Mr. Markell out of the gym parking lot. 10:45 a.m., Mr. Markell is shot twice in the head, in his vehicle, in his garage. 10:51, the Prius is captured fleeing the scene on a city bus camera. 11:01, Mr. Geiger calls 911. 11:15, law enforcement arrives at the scene and sets up a perimeter. Dan Markell is rushed to the hospital. He's treated, but the damage is catastrophic. It's not survivable. And he passes away about 14 hours later. 12:30, the hitmen, now headed back south, turn their phones on. They had turned them off for the homicide. They turn them back on. The first phone call that either one of them makes is Sigfredo Garcia to Catherine Magbanoa. They want their money. Where is Magbanoa getting the money? From Charlie. 12:45. So while the killers are calling Magbanoa and heading south, Wendy goes out of her way to visit the crime scene, encounters a roadblock and crime scene tape. Per the officer at the roadblock, she would have been able to clearly see the police activity at her former residence. The residence where her children currently lived half the time and where they woke up that morning. Yet she abruptly turns around and leaves. She does not make contact with the officer to ask what's going on. She does not call the police to inquire. She does not call Dan Markell to say, "Are you okay? There's a bunch of cops at the house." She does not call the daycare to make sure her children arrive that morning and are okay. Instead, she proceeds to the ABC Liquors, purchases her bullet bourbon at 12:49.
Good choice.
She's later approached by law enforcement at lunch and gives a law enforcement interview in which she says, "My parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else." This echoes Rob Adelson's testimony that his mother hated Dan Markell at the time of his murder.
I might get some of that and toast
And
it
even
later.
from the periphery, it was known
So what I like
to Ryan
bullet rye. That's what I
Fitzpatrick
get.
as Charlie's friend that his mother did not like Dan Markell. In her law enforcement interview, Wendy suggests her mother as someone who was very angry at Dan Markell. She suggests Charlie when asked if someone might do this on her behalf. She calls her mom, and the defense has put that call into evidence. 7:04 p.m., she tells her mom that there's been a shooting, and afterwards, Wendy expresses relief that they sounded surprised. 8:59, defendant arrives at Charlie's with the murder money. How do we know she went there and that they aren't just old people that drive really slow? Well, there's a text message outside your house.
I love Georgia.
I guess we're going to find out what that means, but I guess it's not going to be outside your house. And he says 10 men. Guess we're going to find out what that means, but apparently it doesn't mean I'll be there in 10 minutes and meet you there and get the money. About 10 o'clock, Catherine Magbanua joins Charlie at the house. Here they are making plans for that meeting. Next slide, please. Charlie answers the door with a gun in his hand. He's extremely amped up. He tells Magbanua, my parents just left. They both end up taking Xanax and sleeping over there for the night. The next morning, July 19th, 2014. So this is early morning hours, 1:25 a.m. I think we need the next slide. Yeah, 1:25 a.m. Donna and Harvey arrive at their Orlando hotel. In the morning, Charlie puts the money in Catherine Magbanua's trunk. She's seen at 9:33 a.m. approximately, heading south toward Rivera's house, where she's going to meet up ultimately with Rivera and Garcia and give them the money. Garcia takes the money out of the trunk where Charlie Adelson put it and divides it up between the three of them. Magbanua says she did not count her cut, but we know she put some of it in the bank, creating the largest monthly cash spike of any of the records we examined for her bank. This cash spike also occurs at a time when Magbanua was not employed. Rivera says his understanding was the job paid $100,000 total to be split between the three, and that the cut that he received was roughly a third of that at $35,000. We don't know the amount of Garcia's cut, but we know he got at least enough to buy a car and a motorcycle. All right, so July 20th, the defendant and Harvey Adelson take Wendy and the boys back to South Florida. 2 days after, not even 48 hours after Dan Markell is shot. They're gone. Relocation granted. On the way, Wendy receives a call from Detective Isom. She tells him the call's breaking up, and she hangs up, afterwards referring him to her lawyer. Catherine Magbanua that day, or thereabouts, opens her Ziploc bag of money and finds her cut to be $100 bills stapled together in $1,000 stacks. How we know Charlie keeps his money.
Stapled.
She also notes that her cut is damp and moldy. She mentions this to Charlie, and he tells her that his mother washed the money. Like laundered, like washed. Bob Adelson gets a call from Donna Adelson advising him not to talk to the FBI. What? Rob Adelson gets a call from this defendant advising him not to talk to the FBI, just in case they call. He says, well, I already did. She says, well, you don't know anything anyway, and hangs up. July 24th, 2014, Dan Markell was laid to rest in Canada. His children were not in attendance. August of 2014, the defendant registers the older child for flag football under the last name Adelson. His name is Markel. This is 1 month after their father was killed, and already he's being erased from their lives. Within 1 year, their names would be legally changed to Adelson. (9/12/14). The defendant refers to the younger child by the last name Adelson. 9/17/14. The first check is written to Catherine Magbanua, signed by this defendant. This is the murder money.
Jesus, it's like a regular, it's not a stamp either.
Even though Charlie has signing authority on this account, he could write these checks. He chooses to connect his elderly mother to a murder payment. If she wasn't involved, there is no reason in the world why she would write these checks. The defense said in opening that Charlie told Donna to write the checks because it was his business. But half of these checks were written after the business was sold back to Harvey on October 2nd, 2015. Regardless of who owned the business.
Uh-oh.
Well, members of the jury, you are relying on your memory of the evidence in this case. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. And regardless of who owned the business at the time, all the Adelsons had an interest in the Adelson Institute. All three of them had signing authority on that checkbook. But the defendant is the one that wrote that check. September 17, 2014, and the 43 checks that followed. Is that consistent with what we've heard? That she would just write the checks and not ask any questions? We've heard that she is assertive. She's controlling. She's a details person. She ran that business and those people's lives. She ran a tight ship. We've seen her weekly planners where she plans out every detail of her own life, making meticulous notes. She kept detailed information about Dan Markell and lots of other things. Rob Adelson testified that she's not the type of person who's just going to do something someone tells her to do. She's going to be asking questions. And we heard that Charlie testified that he told his mother about extortion. He says he was being extorted, right? All right, let's fast forward to October of 2015. Charlie's had a couple girlfriends since the murder and is now dating June Mchinda. Remember her? June, one of Charlie's girlfriends that testified, she said they were enjoying a fairy tale relationship in October of 15. During her relationship with Charlie, June observes that Charlie packages his money in an unusual way. $100 bills stapled into $1,000 stacks. June also observes the defendant to be in control of the family and super involved with the grandchildren. However, she found it odd that nobody in the family seemed curious about who killed Dan Markell, nor did they seem upset about the murder. Rob Adelson also noted a complete lack of curiosity on the part of his mother about this murder in the family. When he asked what the defendant thought happened to Danny, she said, quote, "I don't know and I don't care. It doesn't concern me." As someone who liked details and who always stayed on top of everything, her total lack of interest in who killed her former son-in-law, her grandchildren's father, is totally out of character. From July of 14 to April of 16, Donna Adelson got everything she wanted. Wendy and the kids were in South Florida where she could drop them off and pick them up, manage their schoolwork, their tennis, their piano lessons, and have her sunshines with her every day. All the while, she's steady paying for the murder of their father. Everyone is living their best life, thinking they've gotten away with murder until the bump. Everything changed on April 19th, 2016, when the bump occurred. The undercover approaches Donna and hands her a piece of paper. The most human reaction in the world is to look at the paper. Uh-oh. I think we got one more. There we go. The defense told you in opening that this defendant is a normal person just like you and me. There is nothing normal about the way she conducts herself in the minutes, hours, and days after the undercover approaches her with that paper. The bump and the wire were designed to expose the co-conspirators and their roles in this conspiracy, and it did. Here, we're just 10 minutes later. There's only one thing a normal person would do if approached on the street by a stranger who appears to be threatening harm to them in some way. A normal, or maybe I should say an innocent person would, 1, look at the paper. She didn't do that. 2, get to safety. Get help, contact law enforcement or your husband or somebody that's going to come help you. Get somewhere safe. What you would not do is lead the bad guy right to the grandchildren. The last thing a normal, innocent person would do is go get her little grandchildren and walk right back down the same block with them where this stranger just approached her. But that is exactly what she does. Then she gets on the phone with Charlie and says absolutely nothing about Dan Markell. There's pictures on the paper. What she does say on the wire, which by the way is direct evidence. I know y'all like that. Some direct evidence. When Charlie asked Donna on State's 99 call A, does it involve me or other people? Well, probably both of us. That is direct evidence. If anyone in that jury room wants to acquit her, make them tell you how that is not a confession. In call B, Charlie calls back because he can't stand it. And he asks his mother, will you send me a picture of the bump flyer?
Yeah, let me see this. Do you want to take a picture of the letter and send people something to you?
No, I don't want to do that. Well, why not? Why not? Normal, nice little old lady who knows nothing about this murder and has nothing to do with it. If Charlie's the one making you write the checks and Charlie's the one that knows something about it, send him a picture of it. He's asking for it. She doesn't want to do that. Why not? Call C, Charlie calls back to say, don't talk about things in the apartment. Oh, obviously. Obviously, we can't talk about things in the apartment. What's obvious? Is it obvious to you?
What is it? Kind of that's what they ask for. TV is probably that fine.
This TV was probably about 5. She's the original code talker. This TV, and look what he says. Well, they asked you for $5,000. He decodes it. He's not the one talking in code. He's decoding it and saying what he's picking up what she's putting down. There's no TV mentioned by the undercover operative that approached Donna Adelson on the street. A couple big takeaways for you, please. Innocent people do not talk in code. Second big takeaway, TV is code for the murder throughout this case. You got Charlie's joke, Wendy's chilling statement to Jeff Lacasse, the alibi of the TV, and now here we've got this TV again. A TV that's the alibi for Wendy. It sat broken for over a month so that a repairman could come out to be her alibi on the morning of the murder. An appointment that her parents set up for her, which was pointless because the TV was smashed and, of course, could not be repaired. Then she claimed she had an 18-minute phone call with Charlie about the fact that a smashed TV can't be fixed before she got in her car and went to the crime scene, where she did not get out of her car or make any phone calls or make any inquiries about what was going on at the house where her kids lived. Then Donna says that the undercover mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
whereby, without knowing which ex-girlfriend, Charlie calls not his most recent ex-girlfriend, not the one before that. He only calls one, Catherine Magbanua, because that's the only one he did a murder with. Because he probably did have a general idea what his mother was talking about. When Charlie brings up going to the police, his mother says, that's not a good idea. Why not? Then instead of notifying the police, Charlie and the defendant leave the safety of her very secure building and meet at a marina just 300 yards from where she was approached by the undercover. They were observed speaking very intensely to each other in low tones. After that meeting, Charlie goes to Dolce Vita. This is the restaurant where he meets up with Catherine Magbanua, and we are able to capture some of that conversation that was had there. In that recording, we hear Charlie make statements that are not only incriminating, but that also are totally inconsistent with the defense that he would later offer at trial. Pause on the wiretap here for a moment just to go to what his defense was and what we've learned about that defense. I told you earlier that he said that Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera acted alone. They just came to Tallahassee and killed Dan Markell, kind of in the hopes that they would get paid. There are several pieces of evidence that Charlie had to explain, and he designed a defense that he thought would do that. First, he had to explain that he's got this close connection between his girlfriend and the hitman. So the obvious defense there is, she heard me griping about Markel and she thought she was doing me a favor, so she did it on her own. Well, the problem with that is normally you're not going to have your extortionist spend the night with you. You're not going to have the woman that has murdered your former brother-in-law spend the night with you. You're not going to inquire about her plans to go to the pool the next morning if she's, just murdered your ex-brother-in-law. So to explain these messages, he testified that he did not believe she was a part of it. She wasn't one of the extortionists. I was extorted by the killers. I had nothing to do with it. No one in my family had anything to do with it. But I thought that Magbanua was just a victim of the hitmen too. She was a go-between for them. She was protecting him from them. All the money he and his mom were paying her, cash and checks, were going to the hitmen, not for the benefit of Catherine Magbanua. Even the checks that were being deposited into her bank account, he said he believed she was taking out and giving the money to the killers. It was just funneling through her account so she could get insurance for her kids. So Charlie testified that he had previously mentioned to Magbanua the $1 million offer that his family was going to give Dan Markell, and from that she deduced, he's got a bunch of money. So she ran her mouth to her associates, and her associates took it upon themselves somehow to figure out who Dan Markell is and where he was and kill him on their own. Per Charlie, it was Katie alone that came to him on the night of the murder and demanded money on behalf of the hitmen, with the threat that if he didn't pay, they would kill him or other members of his family. Since he didn't have that much money, Magbanua then negotiated a layaway plan with the hitmen for him to pay her monthly.
Good Lord.
To go toward this amount of money that the hitmen were demanding. He agreed. He opened up his safe, not at gunpoint or anything, and gave her all the money that was in there. And because she needed to show proof of employment to get insurance, that's why that money was funneling through her account. It was all for the extortionists. The problem for Charlie with that was that he had already agreed to put Magbanua on the payroll between the two trips. You see here in June, he hadn't done it yet, but he says, no problem. Okay, so he'd already agreed to do it before she allegedly extorted him. Even though he had signing authority It's this defendant that wrote those 44 checks. So if he's being extorted, why doesn't he write the checks? It's this extortion theory that we're saying that the defendant adopted when she heard Charlie's testimony and texted everyone she knew that what he just said on the witness stand was the truth. There's a concept in the law known as adoptive admissions. That's when one party makes a statement and the statement is adopted as the truth by another person. So when Charlie says in those first couple wire calls, if there's a threat, you go to the police, it's of interest that Donna doesn't say, what do you mean if there's a threat? We've been extorted for 2 years. There's been a threat for 2 years. Charlie did tell his best friend, Ryan Fitzpatrick, about the bump. So what I want to highlight here is the difference between their conduct during this like alleged extortion that was going on for 2 years versus the way they act after the bump, which we know was a ruse, but was supposed to be like a blackmail effort. So Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump. He also tells him about the confrontation with Garcia in the roadway on July 1st, 2014. But he never previously confided in Ryan Fitzpatrick about, even though it's his best friend, about being extorted for 2 years by this girlfriend of his or her associates. Ryan also noted a major change in Charlie's demeanor around the time of the bump. He was displaying a level of stress and anxiety that was not present before the bump, evidencing that his story about being extorted the whole time is false. June Mchinda noticed these changes in Charlie's behavior as well, but she also noted a major change in this defendant's demeanor after the bump. Although she didn't know about the bump, around this time she observed the defendant to be a mess. She had a swollen face, was crying, and said she was on painkillers for stress. On the balcony of the Icon, which I'm not sure this is the right balcony, but some high rise, the defendant told June Mchinda she felt Danny was haunting her from the grave. Why would she make that statement unless she felt guilty about having wronged Dan Markell? So keeping that all in mind, let's see if the other evidence in the case makes sense with this Charlie version of events that this defendant has adopted. Starting with his statements to Catherine McBanoa at the Dolce Vita restaurant. Charlie says to Catherine McBanoa, if they had evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. Even if they bug your phone, you're still not talking about any of this. Like his mother, Charlie emphasizes that the co-conspirators should not talk about what they know on the phone. The cops would only bug your phone to get information about the murder, right? I mean, why are we not talking on the phone if we had nothing to do with it? Why are we not talking on the phone if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? Why are we not reporting it to the police if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? If the cops are listening, we're not reporting it to the cops because we're afraid they'll come kill us if we do that. Well, talk about it on the phone. If they're listening, they'll hear and they'll know you're being extorted, but they don't do that because it's bull. Discussion about how he's going to start arming himself. So Charlie says at Dolce Vita, I'm going to start, I don't remember his words exactly, but he's going to start carrying a gun and he's prepared to shoot. And he goes through a scenario where, you know, he might have to kill somebody in his driveway and the cops will not ask any questions because he's a dentist. If he's been an extortion victim for 2 years, why is he just now starting to carry a gun? And then he says, if somebody comes up to me asking for money in my house, he's going to shoot them. This is the same guy that's been like too paralyzed by fear over the last 2 years to report his victimization to the police or to anyone. This is a guy of considerable resources that could, I don't know, get some muscle or some help or some something. Not just roll over and open his safe and give all his money to some girl that's not even armed. This is a tough guy that would never tolerate somebody coming up to him at his house and asking for money. But he's talking to the woman who supposedly did that exact thing, came into his house and asked him for money. He doesn't mention, well, I gave you the money, but I'm not giving this guy any money. You know, it's like they don't mention this extortion. So you see the problem. But This defendant doesn't see the problem. She says that that's the truth. The truth is out. Thank goodness. The truth is out after we remained silent for so long. Defense does not have to prove anything, but through cross-examination and the witnesses they called, they chose to kind of suggest, maybe Charlie was involved, maybe Wendy was involved. But there's no connection to our client. But Charlie's story was that he and his mom were involved in the sense that they were extorted by Catherine McBanwell, so they knew who did the killing. They just didn't speak up because they were scared, because they were being extorted. Donna Adelson calls Charlie's story the truth when it suits her to support her son and proclaim his innocence during his trial, but now she kind of wants to distance herself from that because it's ridiculous story. It's not the truth. The truth wasn't out. Don't let her distance herself. She adopted that statement as the truth. She stuck with it.
Please approach.
Uh-oh.
Looks like we have some objection here from Donna's doppelganger.
I'll take you to the jury room.
They're requesting to approach the bench. It looks like the jury might be sent out for a moment.
Uh-oh.
Donna is looking a little shaken.
A little tense.
They're going to have some sort of a conference here to discuss something. What it is.
Can be seated.
Here's a judge.
Fulford, you may argue what you're seeking to raise.
Thank you, Judge. The comments being made in the closing argument of the state, and I don't like to interrupt closing, so I apologize for that. But there have been several comments that have been made that are burden shifting and commenting on my client's right to remain silent. She's stood before this jury and said that the defense has some other version. She said this in a text, but now they're saying something different. We don't have an obligation to answer any of this. She's insinuating to the jury that we're going to come up there and provide her version of events. She chose not to testify.
Mr. Kappelman, any argument concerning this?
Ms. Adelson has made adoptive admissions and has suggested other alternative theories that have been developed through cross-examination. I'm entitled to comment on those theories.
Concerning this, Ms. Fulford, as I've heard the closing argument and the evidence, my recall of it and my notes as well as to what occurred during the trial, there were adoptive admissions as it relates to statements that occurred during Charlie Adelson's trial. While she has not testified, the prosecutor has not made any direct comment on her not testifying in this trial. Also, as well, it is clear she has no burden to prove anything. The state is entitled to argue reasonable inferences from the evidence in the record. We'll take a break at this time. If the defendant needs to use the restroom, bailiffs, please take her. If anyone else needs to, please stretch your legs or use the restroom at this point as well. Ms. Kappelman, on my clock, you have 35 minutes remaining.
Donna's going to go drown herself in a toilet. Go push that flush button and stick her head in and still fuck it up in some way, shape, or form. There was a lot there in the beginning of this. A lot of things standing out. I know there was some comments that we saw where it is a lot to take in. Is she all over the place? She's not, unfortunately. She's actually, Georgia is going basically just down the list. This is a very complicated case that's been dictated by some very complicated, narcissistic, chaotic human beings. And unfortunately, when you're basically reiterating the conduct of chaotic narcissists, it goes all over the board. And that's essentially what she's doing. There's been so many things that have come out that not only, I mean, I feel like we're looking at obviously the guilt of Donna here, which I think is beyond reproach at this point. Mm-hmm. Wendy, Harvey, they're coming for you. If they're not, you guys better let's consider yourselves the luckiest people in the damn world, because there's a lot that is being revealed here about knowledge of what was going on.
It felt like Georgia was laying it out for the next case.
Yes.
That's what it felt like to me. Like, okay, we've already wrapped this one up. It's going to the jury in a few minutes and they'll be back in 5. I just think, the next case is sitting right there. It's right outside the door. We just saw it laid out.
I have to say, I'm appreciating this this closing argument, because there's so much that she's bringing up that I kind of forgot about. And also, while watching the original trial, maybe I wasn't necessarily comprehending why specific things were so important, and she's laying that out. I mean, I've had a couple of like mind-blowing experiences today.
Yeah. And that's what the point of the closing arguments are. Because I mean, everybody's human. These are jurors, and these are jurors who don't know the case like we do even. So they know even less. And they're not able to like go have it reiterated in their head later in the day by reading media. So it's all off of what they're remembering. And there's been a lot of things in here. The Wendy, the swimming trip, I thought really stood out to me, where she reached out to or Markel reached out to her and said, "Hey, I want to take the kids swimming. Can I pick them up a little bit early?" She says no to it, calls Charlie, then calls him back, and suddenly, "Oh, it's okay, you can take them," knowing full well that he's going to be dead by that point. So it doesn't really matter. So she's literally on the phone with him, knowing he's going to be dead by the time he wants to take the kids swimming, and says, "Yeah, it's okay. It's good. Yeah.
You can go take him wherever you want. You can take him to Europe if you want to. Go for it."
That's the assumption one would have to make. Obviously, Wendy's never been charged with anything, but here's some reasons to charge her and her on the beach with Catherine McBonna. That I thought was an interesting photo too, where they're all sitting there in their bikinis, and it's like, oh, I didn't know you were that. I didn't connect that they had ever been that tight together, that they had an experience together where they're having cocktails and in swimsuits on the beach together. That was like, oh shit. Like, that's
what a lovely friendship, right? Goals.
Yeah. My God. There's a lot here to come, and she still has more testimony to give, or more of the closing to give. Georgia Kaplan, we're going to go to that in a second. And then after that, we're going to see the closing arguments from Tom Petty's love child. So that'll be very exciting. I wonder if it's going to be to music or not, how he's going to, or how she's going to enter the room. Is there going to be smoke or anything? I'm just,
there will be some free falling, let me tell you.
Oh, there you go.
Best thing I ever had. Yeah. It's Miss Donna's last dance, that's for sure. Let's continue on, let's continue with the closing arguments.
When happens, you get to observe this defendant and her son in action, working the problem. Neither of them would ever just lay down and let themselves get victimized by anyone. The bump is an actual recorded example of how these two act when they're threatened by an extortionist, in this case, a blackmailer. And it's the complete opposite of how they say they've been acting before in the previous extortion. Several other things to note about this. Let's just compare like the two extortions, the prior one and the one with the bump. So when the bump happens, they resist, right? They don't open their safe up. It's only $5,000 compared to thousands and thousands of dollars they've been paying. $5,000, they don't pay. They resist. They take action. There are in-person meetings between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanoa, and eventually with Dad too, about the bump and what to do about it. The defendant eventually downloads a recording app and records a call to the would-be blackmailer. So she records this call, an action that wasn't taken in the 2 years that they were being extorted previously. Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump, although he never mentioned being extorted over the previous 2 years to Ryan Fitzpatrick. They investigate the bump. This defendant questions every aspect of the undercover. his look, his words, his behavior. You know, it's done like that. It's not done like that. Charlie enlists Catherine Magbanua to find out who it is and to handle it, right? Charlie says he's not going to take it lying down. He threatens Nazi shit if they mess with his family. Katie, I don't care what I spend. You better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it. Now these guys want an extra $5,000. You're going to kill him when you've been paying, I don't know how many, $100,000 and some odd thousand over the past 2 years. You weren't killing anybody then. They don't pay the money. If Mrs. Adelson has been blindly writing these checks every 2 weeks for 2 years, and her son has been paying additional monies each month on the layaway plan to the extortionist, and they've done nothing to investigate it, nothing to report it, nothing to stop it, but now they're going to launch a full-scale investigation over $5,000 more. They don't call out Catherine Magbanua. According to Charlie and this defendant, they've been paying Magbanua now for 2 years, or at least funneling money through her. And here Charlie is talking to the person that's been collecting that money over all those months. But at no point does he acknowledge in that Dolce Vita recording or even allude to this long history of payments he's been making to her. This long history of extortion that's been ongoing through her. While they're still in the restaurant, Charlie gives Magbanua instructions. Say my friends have no idea what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't know what you're talking about, but the name sounds familiar of who's incarcerated. So I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate, but do not contact these people again or they're going to the police. The whole time you're talking, just say, I don't know what's going on, and only use the words help and charity. Charlie proceeds to give Magbanua a whole lecture on blackmail, which is pretty ironic in light of the fact that his defense is she was blackmailing me or extorting him. And these are just a selection of the incriminating quotes from the Dolce Vita recording that you all heard. After the meeting with Magbanua at Dolce Vita, Charlie calls the defendant in call F and tells her he had coffee with a friend and gave her some good relationship advice. Well, at this time, Catherine Magbanua is living with Sigfredo Garcia. Relationship advice. This means he talked to Katie and she's going to talk to Garcia and they're going to handle it and deal with the problem. Donna seems to understand this from the use of the term relationship advice. In call G, she's less sure than Charlie that this is the police. That's his theory. She's worried it might not be accurate. She says she has a different theory. He assures her repeatedly it's being handled. There's nothing to worry about. Don't freak out. Magbanua does not want to make that phone call, though, and neither does Garcia. And you hear him pretty emphatic on that wire that he's not making that phone call. But everybody starts lying to each other about having called it because everybody wants to reassure the co-conspirator up the chain that it's all good, I'm handling it, it's not going to come back on us. Charlie expresses concern that if they pay the money, they'll create a monster that will demand more and more and more money. And the defendant replies to that exactly. So these calls go up and down the train cars, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Donna to Charlie to Katie to Garcia and back over and over again. In call R, Charlie is telling Magbanua that he has a very nice gift for Garcia's birthday. So if we think about his defense, the defense that this guy is extorting him after he, on his own, went and killed the ex-brother-in-law, he's going to buy a birthday gift for the guy? The man that he knows killed Dan Markell? And Donna says this is the truth. The truth is out. Once Charlie and the defendant finally decide for sure that the bump is an undercover as opposed to a real gang member, bad guy, you have never seen two people so happy to be under investigation for first-degree murder in your whole entire life. They convince themselves that they're untouchable. It's just the FBI fishing. They don't have anything on us. If they had anything on us, we'd already be at the airport. They're thrilled about it. Even on the call that the defendant staged and recorded to the undercover where she's proclaiming her innocence, it's pretty interesting the words that she chooses. For example, she says, "I'm out of the loop." How odd is that statement? It implies she knows there's a loop and she's not in it. The evidence has shown that the co-conspirators in this case were all on a need-to-know basis for their own protection. That's why Catherine Magbanua wasn't shown the murder instructions. That's why no Adelson had any contact with the hitmen. And that's why the defendant didn't attend the murder meetings with Charlie Adelson and his mother. They were insulating each other. She was out of the loop on the stuff that the undercover was talking about. You know, my brother in Broward, Luis Rivera, she didn't know anything about Luis Rivera. She was out of the loop on that. But she was in the loop on Catherine Magbanua. She knew an ex-girlfriend met Catherine Magbanua. She knew that Catherine Magbanua needed to give relationship advice to deal with the problem with her baby daddy. She was in the loop on paying for this murder, and she was in the loop with Charlie to get a win for the Adelson family. In May of 2016, after the bump, the defendant stops writing checks. The bad guy comes up to you and wants more money. So what do? You stop writing the checks you've been writing for 2 years under some threat? She's still not going to the police, but apparently she's not scared anymore. She's going to stand up to him and stop writing the checks, okay? Why? Isn't it because she's gotten spooked, because she's figured out this is law enforcement and they're getting close? In May and June of 2016, Garcia and Rivera are arrested. The news of this makes it all the way to Rob Adelson's operating room. When Rob next speaks to his mother, he says, "Hey, they got the guys. They arrested the guy that shot Danny." Getting no response, he brings up the matter again, like, "Did you hear they got the guys that killed Danny?" And she responds, "I've got to go," and she hangs up. That is the last time that Rob Adelson has talked to his mother. Because he knew, and she knew he knew. A couple other problems for the defense that I want to point out as far as this whole Charlie story goes. These are kind of mind benders, so bear with me. In 2016, after the arrest of Garcia and Rivera, but before the arrest of Magbanua, there's a text indicating, this is Charlie to Donna. Charlie says, basically that his lawyer was meeting with Garcia's lawyer. If Garcia acted alone and then extorted Charlie, why is Charlie's lawyer meeting with Garcia's lawyer? This is your extortionist. In fact, regardless of whatever the defense is, why are the two of them meeting? Unless they have common interests. And while Charlie's lawyer is at this meeting, he runs into Magbanua. Magbanua hasn't been arrested yet. She's up there seeing Garcia's lawyer. Well, why is she doing that? According to Charlie's story that this defendant adopted, Magbanua is not in on it. She's a victim too of Garcia, her baby daddy, who's a bad dude. Why is she up at his lawyer's office? And when they learn that Magbanua was up there, Charlie says, "Oh, my lawyer ran into Magbanua while he was up there. He said she was nice and pretty," and Donna says, "Just like all your girlfriends." Well, why isn't she saying, "What do you mean? Why is she up there? I thought she was a victim of Garcia, just like us." All right, so here's another text. This one's from August of 16. In this one, Charlie and the defendant are discussing a newspaper article in the Tallahassee Democrat, which talks about a drug dealer that the killers had contact with when they were here in Tallahassee from Miami. And somehow Charlie deduces this drug dealer is going to be the state's star witness. And they're basically spitballing alternative defenses. This is August of 2016. They've known supposedly who the killer was. The truth came out that the killer was Garcia and that they knew about it since the time of the killing. But here they are saying, well, maybe a drug dealer killed Danny and a drug deal gone bad. This is because the extortion thing hadn't been invented yet. The extortion thing didn't get invented until right before Charlie's trial in 2023, when he's trying to think of what he's going to say from that witness stand to explain all the evidence against him. Rivera gives a proffer. That's on September 30th of 2016. Magbanua gets arrested October 1st, 2016. You would think that if Charlie's story was the truth, he would be sleeping well for the first time in a long time, knowing that these folks that were taking his money and taking his mother's checks were off the streets and behind bars. But to the contrary, you've heard evidence that he started freaking out around that time, and so did the defendant, right? His behavior became erratic. He became angry, paranoid, stressed. Per June, he got a second phone. He started sleeping with a bag of clothes by the bed. He started communicating with her via WhatsApp. In April of 2022, Charlie gets arrested. In that Dolce Vita restaurant recording, he repeatedly refers to the bump as a blackmail attempt. He uses the word blackmail on the Dolce Vita recording. But in trial, he switches that up to extortion, claiming that he and his mom have been extorted by the hitman. That was going on since 2014. But interestingly, in October 16th of 2023, so just 7 days before Charlie's trial started, this defendant, Donna Adelson, Googled the difference between blackmail and extortion. And the difference is that blackmail is the threat to expose some dirt on somebody. I know something about you, and if you don't pay up, I'm going to expose the dirt. Whereas extortion is the threat to harm somebody. You don't pay up, I'm going to harm you. Obviously, when they developed this defense in preparation for Charlie's trial, they realized the term blackmail was not a good word for them because it indicates they were somehow involved. You got to have some dirt. Okay, it needs to be extortion, threat of harm. We're totally innocent. They did this on their own. They came to us. They extorted us. The defendant doubles down on this. So yeah, she said the truth is out, the truth is out. What does that really mean? Well, she doubles down on it when she writes that script for the witness, Drina Bernhardt, who she solicited to come in here and perjure herself to you all. What does she write in the script? Extort, underlined. This script is Charlie's story. She's again adopting it by writing it out for her witness that she's trying to recruit to come in and deliver it to y'all, which of course backfires. And according to the defense investigator who interviewed Bird, her first story involved the word extort. It's pretty unusual. Regardless of what you think of Drina and Bird, it's clear what the defendant was trying to do with them. I mean, when Drina Bernhardt had that script, and it read exactly like Charlie's whole story, with the exception of the part where he told his mom, it was in the defendant's handwriting. That was very compelling evidence that this defendant was trying to buy herself some witnesses. I do want to talk about one more piece that has to be dealt with regarding this whole story of the extortion. And that's that Wendy wasn't in on it. Okay, there's a text November 1st of 2023. So this is after the truth comes out. This defendant texts Wendy Adelson, her daughter, and acknowledges that Wendy doesn't know anything about all this extortion stuff and like, sorry, we had to keep it from you for so long kind of thing. If Charlie's defense was the truth and Charlie and this defendant knew there was a threat to Wendy and her kids from the people that killed Dan, it's a little shocking that they failed to mention it to her. Instead, they let her and the boys move to Miami where the bad guys were and, walk up and down the street without any extra protection or even knowing that the killers knew who they were and had threatened their lives and lived there in Miami. The defendant also acknowledges in this November 1st text at the bottom there. Next one. Previous one, maybe. Okay. On that text, which is in evidence, it says, get the quote, "You know I'm next." This is the defendant to Wendy Adelson. "You know I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that." An important insight into her state of mind when you're considering this evidence about her flight to Vietnam. All right, 11/6/23, Charlie's jury is deliberating. The defendant gets angry about Wendy sending prayer hands. I guess, your brother's on trial for his life and you're sending prayer hands, an emoji. She says, protected his sister for years. Protected her from what? Would he need to protect her from the knowledge that they were being extorted? Or does it make more sense that the protection that's referred to is the murder and the fact that this defendant is a little angry that Wendy doesn't seem to appreciate what she views as a huge sacrifice that her brother has made for her and her benefit? Wendy's not charged. This was all for her. 11/6/2023, Charlie is convicted. Nothing about the extortion defense adds up for Charlie, and it doesn't add up for Donna Adelson either. It's true that she did not pull the trigger. She's guilty of first degree murder as a principle, which we talked about at jury selection, about how a party who assists in the murder can be charged and convicted the same as the person that pulled the trigger, even if they're not physically present when the trigger's pulled, which is not disputed that she was not. And you all agreed to follow that law, even if you ended up not liking it, right? I don't know if anyone admitted to not liking it, but you don't really know if you're going to like it or not until you have to make a decision. If you don't like it, you still must apply it. I know that I can trust you to do that. We talked in jury selection about the difference between direct and circumstantial evidence. And it's true that this is largely a circumstantial case. You might recall my powdered donuts example. Had direct evidence that it was the kid not covered in powdered donuts, but we agreed that being covered in the powdered donuts was pretty good evidence that that's the child that ate the donuts. This case is not entirely circumstantial. I mean, she's covered in powdered donuts, don't get me wrong. But there is direct evidence as well, and I want to go over those. To Rob, when told that he'd already spoken to the police, she says, "Will, you don't know anything anyway." That's direct evidence. You can consider that as direct evidence. To Charlie, after being handed an article about Dan Markell's murder, it involves both of us. It involves the two of us. Number 3, 44 checks to the killer, signed by Donna Adelson. Catherine McVanoa admits she was in a plot to kill Dan Markell. And she got 44 checks, and they were all signed by this woman. Next, that license plate number. She had the car, make, model, and license plate in her 2014 planner. Her statements to Bird, she admitted she did what she was accused of. The script written by this defendant in this defendant's handwriting for Drina Bernhardt to come in here and deliver to y'all about stuff that wasn't true. She also speaks in code. Innocent people do not speak in code, ladies and gentlemen. And consider the things she didn't do. She didn't want to talk on the phone. She didn't want to talk in the apartment. She did not want to send a picture of the bump flyer to Charlie. She didn't say the name of Dan Markell. Anywhere on that wire, she did not say his name. Dan, Danny, Gibbers, that asshole, nothing. Why not? And she didn't go to the police. Nice, normal, Jewish grandmother approached on the street about a murder and an extortion attempt. She didn't go to the police? Why not? After Charlie's found guilty, the defendant sends this text to Wendy Adelson. Your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress that I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah. Does not sound at that moment as if she's totally committed to attending the bar mitzvah. You heard that open line call where she's making plans to either flee or kill herself. She is distraught over the verdict. And she's distraught over the knowledge that she's next. The defense has tried to sell you that her emergency fast track visa and one-way ticket to a non-extradition country was a vacation. On November 7th of 2023, this defendant Googled a list of U.S. extradition treaties. She was looking for a non-extradition country, and she booked a ticket to one with a stop in another non-extradition country. She applies for a fast-track emergency visa for Vietnam. I wanted it the fastest I can get it. She indicates a 30-day visa is not sufficient. She requests for the longest visa, which is 90 days, which is past the bar mitzvah date. She tries to get Wendy to help with business assistance. And when Wendy doesn't respond, she ends up asking her friend, Annie Cunningham, who y'all met in court. She says, I can't say exactly why, but we need you guys to come here, both of you. Wendy's not responding to us, and we have an issue that we cannot discuss over the phone. Why can't you discuss it over the phone? You're just going on vacation. Annie responds, basically, just say the word. When they leave for the airport, Harvey leaves this note dated 11/12/23 for Wendy regarding what is needed to sell some property, a gun. Donna makes notes in her planner to have Wendy have the lawyer tell Charlie where they are on the lawyer's private line so the call will not be recorded. Why not? Y'all are going on vacation. You're coming back. You're not fleeing. There's also a note in her planner to cancel disability insurance. That doesn't seem like something one does when they're going on vacation. There's a note, tell Wendy due October expenses, child support through mid-November 2025. They're presumably for Charlie's son planning to pay child support 2 years in advance. So this is made in 23. All right, November 13th, 2023, the defendant is arrested trying to board a one-way flight to a non-extradition country. I mean,
right?
Y'all decide if it's a vacation. This is a conspiracy. I mean, this took a lot of thought and effort. It's not a typical murder case. The defendant and her son set this up in a way that was designed to protect them. The main benefit of the structure of this conspiracy is that each party can insulate or distance themselves from each other. The primary risk of a conspiracy is that you're doing it with other people, right? You can get caught. Somebody can squeal. Somebody could give you up. And that's why the conspiracy is not shaped like this. Rather, they're not all huddled up together. They're going to be more like train cars. This is the way we see the communication flow throughout the course of the conspiracy. The best way to insulate yourself from your co-conspirators is to organize the conspiracy like a train car, with each car only communicating with the one in front and the one behind. That way, if someone gets caught or cooperates with law enforcement, they won't have enough information on you to give you up. And it's also very important to position yourself within the conspiracy such that those that have the most information on you are those most loyal to you. And that is exactly what Donna Adelson did. To be guilty of conspiracy, it's not necessary for the defendant to say any particular word or do any particular act. But in this case, she did do that. We have all those words and acts that we went over that directly tie her. They are direct evidence tying her to this conspiracy, plus all the powdered sugar dust. Don't let the way she thought she was going to get away with this be the way she gets away with it. Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
I want donuts.
The jury, at this time, we are going to take our lunch break.
Well,
there you go. That's the opening statements, opening argument, or not opening, the closing arguments, rather, by the prosecution. Georgia Kappelman delivering them today against Donna Adelson. Thoughts on all of that?
I want donuts now.
Yeah.
I want
powdered sugar.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hope somebody in the jury, I hope they've got like a donut table and they come back and they've got like the white stuff around their lips. I need to see that. She laid out this case beautifully. She is a really good attorney. This was good. We've seen some closing arguments where you just kind of go, wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
This was lovely. You know what? If you hadn't been keeping track of this case, all you needed was her closing argument.
Yeah, I think it really summarized the whole thing. If you want to get the whole case and not have to go through it, that really was just a greatest hits.
Yeah, it was
of everything.
Great synopsis.
It reminded me more than anything, as I was kind of saying in that initial little break there, where they needed to change guitars for for the Tom Petty lookalike. I was surprised by just how much damning things were laid out here against Wendy and Harvey in the closing arguments that go beyond Donna herself, and you almost had to, because it ties her into it, yeah. But it also ties them into it quite a bit as well. Is there any thoughts, any doubt, maybe I should say at this point, that Wendy is not going to be gone after next?
I have zero doubt. If it doesn't happen, I'm going to be shocked.
Yeah.
Shocked. And I just wonder, when we get our verdict back, I'm predicting today being Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
I think my evening plans are shot, because I'm pretty sure they're coming back with a verdict. Don't you think?
I think we're probably going to get a verdict later today. I think it's going to be quick. I think it's going to be in and out, and then they're back. I mean, it just depends. I don't anticipate closing arguments going that long from the defense, but who knows? They may have something more up their sleeve, but considering she didn't testify, but I just don't think they do. I don't think they have anything planned. And
I wonder, did I read correctly that they've already been given their instructions?
Yeah, it's all, I mean, well, that's been given. The pre-instructions will be given another thing of it. So, I mean, so it just depends how late. They may get like an hour or two to deliberate here, but we really won't, see the full extent of it probably until tomorrow, most likely. But if they just walk in that room and they're like, let's get our Nutri-Grain bar and get out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Let's get our sub from Subway on the catering table and eat our lunch, and then let's just fill out the paperwork and be done, so we can have a good weekend, for them. I do think Wendy is probably packing her shit right now.
I was just gonna say shit and bricks.
Yes.
I think she may be. I think now is the time. Like I said earlier, if you need to run, now might be the time to do it.
So you've been kind of wishy-washy on this. Not wishy-washy, but you kind of for a long time, Tony. You've kind of been like, well, I don't know if she really knew about it. Maybe she knew a little bit. How are you thinking now after everything was just laid out again in this process?
She knew. She knew enough.
Absolutely.
I don't think she maybe knew all of the interworkings at that exact moment in time of what was all going on between Charlie and McBonna and some of the they did some insulation here, as they pointed out, but she certainly knew enough, I would say.
She knew it was being handled.
She knew it was handled. The fact that she canceled that trip right before and wanted to make sure that she was there to pick up the kids the following day in the afternoon after their flight was supposed to be arriving the previous day in the morning. Why would she be fearful that she's not going to be able to pick up her kids? There was no weather, there was no issues, there was no question about anything at that moment in time. But she needed to be there at that point, at that time, the same way that she was able to sit there on that phone call and tell him. And I think that's what makes her shittier to me than I think ever is realizing that she got on that phone call knowing he's likely going to be killed later that day. And yeah, it's okay. You can take the kids swimming. That'll work out fine. I'm going to go get a bottle of Bullet Rye.
It feels really cold.
Completely.
And
but I think that's all she knows.
Emotion. Yeah, I imagine that's what she knows.
I think that's what it comes down to is she's so been brought up in this world of callousness and coldness, and she's able to compartmentalize things in such a way like her mom can, that she can turn that switch on and off pretty easily, and probably doesn't even know why or how, and is finding herself in a world of hurt right now, just realizing all of this is going to cave in on her. I don't know if she's gonna be suspect or be in on this enough to get like life in prison, but I think she's gonna get something. I think there's gonna be charges brought here pretty soon, I'd be curious what else they're going to dig up, what else we're going to find out, if anything, of her involvement in this process. I don't think she was a mastermind. I do think she is basically I think she's a victim of her family.
I was just going to say that she's a victim of this toxic, horrific environment that she's been steeped in her entire life. One thing I forgot to ask Siobhan, our psychotherapist that joined us yesterday, that she's on all the time and she's lovely. I forgot to ask, do people who are in this situation know that they're in this situation, or are they just so used to it? I don't know. I mean, at any point, do you think Wendy stepped back and went, "Oh my God, my life, what has it become?" Or is it just another day? Just another day.
It's probably there's got to be a level of normalcy to this at this point for them. When you run this through your mind, you're like, what would I do in that situation? You're thinking about it from the first moments of, oh gosh, you're handed this, and now how am I going to react? But this has been going on for years. She's been, watching her back. She's been knowing that people are keeping an eye on her. She knows everyone's been just waiting for something to happen. And the way that all these things got spelled out in court, very, very much damn her.
Yeah.
I also have to say, we say she was a victim in all this, but at some point, and it kind of goes to what you were saying too, Stacey, like, did she know she was, you still kind of know what's right and wrong. Like murdering somebody, right? I mean, murdering somebody just because they're your ex and all that. I mean, it's just not right. Or even harming them. If she was under the impression that they were just going to harm him to kind of put him in his place, it's not right, right? I don't know.
And I think she knows that. And I think she probably battles with that. But I think at the same point, she also knows she doesn't have her opinion doesn't matter. They were going to do whatever they were going to do, no matter what. The only hope that Wendy has is that there's some evidence on the outside here on something that shows she was pleading for them not to do something.
So far, we haven't seen that, though,
We haven't seen that. We haven't seen anything of the sort.
No, and I think
Obviously-
they brought that up.
Obviously, Wendy has not been charged with anything. That's all just pure speculation. But the way that mom is going down and the way that there's so many implications here, it shows Harvey. I don't know how he didn't know anything with some of these conversations. And it shows Wendy did too. But again, to what extent and then to what degree does that put them, in line for punishment here? Wendy could have flipped too. I mean, Wendy does have that somewhat of an immunity when she has been testifying. So there is a level of half-ass flipping here. So there are certain things they can go after her with and certain things that they can't go after her with. She can't incriminate herself on the stand. That's why she didn't testify for her mom. But the way she did testify, she had immunity. But all these other pieces, I mean, it doesn't go to that. I think they're going to be going after Wendy pretty quick.
Yeah, I feel it too.
They are on lunch break right now, and we're going to go back to it, and we're going to see the encore presentation. Tom Petty's going to come back out, do another song or two for us. We're excited about that. Can she, does she not know how to get a suit tailored? I wondered that too, because it's like she went to Men's Warehouse and grabbed a short man suit that wasn't made for her and is wearing it. I didn't notice that. Did you, Stacy?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you guys did.
I notice clothing on people. I think, especially this is the case of her life right now. She needs to be dressed impeccably. And it just looks like she got up late. Her alarm went off and she went, shit, what am I going to wear? Well, this is clean.
That's impeccable to her.
It looks like she's been through the ringer, and I'm sure this trial has done her in. I can't imagine what's in her mind and how she's thinking things are going and how badly it might be going. I kind of feel bad for her to a certain extent, but she's not very bright herself.
Did you see? I mean, the look of defeat on both when the camera kept shooting over to them. Holy crap, those were interesting shots. I mean, she just looked like she was way slouched down in her chair, Yep. It's like you're an attorney. You did not even remotely look professional. My God, it's fascinating. Well, between now and them coming back into court, we're going to take a review. We're going to take a look back at some interesting testimony. This is Rob. This is the good brother. This is the one who ran away. And we're going to watch some of his testimony until court comes back. And when court comes back, we'll interrupt into this and bring it back to you. But here's some interesting moments to watch while we wait for courts to return this afternoon.
Mr. Adelson remains standing. Everyone else can be seated. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth?
I swear.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone as need be. Ms. Dugan, you may examine.
Thank you. Could you tell us your name and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
Sure. Robert Todd Adelson, Adel.
In what state do you currently live in?
New York.
And how long have you lived in New York?
13 years.
Okay, so since maybe 2012?
Yes.
All right. What do you do for a living in New York?
I'm an ENT.
Okay, so ear, nose, and throat doctor?
Yes.
And how long have you worked as an ENT?
For 20 years.
How do you know the defendant in this case, Donna Adelson?
She's my mother.
And Harvey Adelson's your dad?
Yes.
Wendy and Charlie Adelson are your siblings?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you grow up?
In Coral Springs, Florida.
Is that a bit north of Miami?
Yep.
About how long of a drive?
About an hour north of Miami.
Okay. When y'all were growing up, did you all, the five of you, live in the same house as a family?
Yes.
And who's the oldest child?
I am.
Okay. Who's the middle child?
Charlie.
How many years between you and Charlie?
3 years between Charlie and I.
And then who's the youngest then is Wendy?
Yes.
And how many years between Charlie and Wendy?
3 years.
Okay. When you were 18, did you move out of the Coral Springs house?
Yes, when I went to college.
Okay. And did you go to college at University of Florida?
I went to Tulane.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Did you live in Gainesville at some point?
I did, yes.
Okay, thank you. So after you went to college at Tulane and then went on to med school, went on to residency, throughout those years, did you continue to talk to your parents and your siblings on a regular basis?
Yes.
And would you see them a couple of times a year?
Yes.
When you were in school, would you go home for the summer?
Yes.
Based on your personal observations throughout your life, of your parents and of your siblings, who is the leader in the family? Who tends to run the show?
I think my mom.
Okay, so Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Would you describe Donna Adelson's personality as being more controlling or more laid back?
I think more on the controlling side.
What about, is she kind of a more assertive person or a more passive person?
A more assertive.
What about your dad, Harvey Adelson? What's his personality like?
I think he's more passive, more go with the flow.
Okay. So they're kind of opposites in that way a bit?
Yeah.
When you and your siblings were growing up, was Donna Adelson a very involved parent?
Yes.
And when I say involved, as far as with your life and with your friends and with school and with that type of thing?
Absolutely.
Did she have certain fixed ideas throughout your life of certain things she wanted to happen in you and your siblings' life?
Yes, absolutely.
Was it acceptable if you decided to not do those certain certain things that she was fixated she wanted you to do? Was that acceptable to her or no?
No. I think she had certain sort of rigid, fixed ideas or impressions for what she wanted for us. And, if you went along with that, things were fine. If you didn't, things were not fine.
Did she have strong opinions about who you all married and what you all did for a living and those types of things?
Yes.
And you're obviously a doctor. Was that an acceptable profession to her?
Yeah, that was okay.
Okay. And was that one of the reasons you became a doctor?
Yes.
Okay. How involved was Donna in yours, Charlie, and Wendy Adelson's life after you grew up, became adults, and had kids of your own?
I think still involved.
Was she more involved with your life, Charlie's life, or Wendy's life, would you say?
Probably more involved with Wendy and probably to a lesser degree with Charlie.
Okay. And then would you be she's the least involved with your life out of the three?
Yeah, probably because I was older, but sure, I agree.
Okay, so you're the oldest child. You're out of the house before the other two?
Yep.
Okay, and then you also lived other places after you went to college throughout the rest of your life?
Yes.
Now, was this like a healthy level of involvement that she had with the three of your lives, or was it more of like a micromanaging as you saw it?
I think it was certainly between over-involved and controlling. It probably lended itself more toward controlling, but there's in various realms, more or less. But I think certainly that was the tension.
Okay, so a little more on the controlling side.
Yes.
And does that include your personal lives as far as your relationships and in your professions, your jobs?
Yes.
Was it Charlie who always needed more attention than the other two children?
I think so, yes.
When did Wendy's life start becoming one that she needed to pay or give more attention to?
I think when she had some troubles in her marriage, I wasn't aware there were any troubles in her marriage until Wendy left. But I think around that time when she had two young children, I think that was when she became more involved. And I was, at that point living, pretty good distance away.
Okay. Were you living in Philadelphia at the time?
Yeah, but first in Philly and then in New York where we live now.
Okay. And so Charlie always got a lot of attention, and then Donna also started giving her attention also to Wendy's life once Wendy starts going through the separation or divorce.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. From your interactions with Donna Adelson through your whole life growing up and even as an adult, would you describe her as someone who's mentally sharp, thinking about things from all angles, or is she someone who's a little more gullible? Yes, sir.
Objection is sustained. You may continue with your examination.
Were Charlie and Donna Adelson dependent on each other or pretty independent from each other?
I would say Charlie was probably somewhat dependent on my mom to help him out with, organizing stuff, his dental practice. I think he probably relied on her a lot.
Okay. And you mentioned the dental practice. When you were growing up, who owned the dental practice?
My dad.
Okay. And throughout your life, was Donna Adelson in charge of the money at Adelson Institute?
I always, I wouldn't know the inside workings of it, but I always remember my mom like signing the checks and writing the checkbook at the table, like when I was back in middle school or high school. So.
Okay. So even back then, she would do some bookkeeping or payroll type things at home.
That's my memory of it.
Okay. And then did the dental practice, you said it obviously started out at Harvey's. Do you remember a time when Charlie Adelson took over?
I remember my dad making a joke about him having a very understanding boss because Charlie was now his boss. So.
Do not testify to what others have stated out of court. You may testify as to your knowledge, but not what someone else specifically said. The objection is sustained. You may continue.
I understand you were telling us how you remember that, but can you just tell us around what year do you remember that happening?
Around 2012, Charlie purchased the practice.
Okay. And then was there a time that you remember Charlie somehow selling it back to Harvey Adelson as then becoming the head of the practice again?
I will permit you to answer the question if you have knowledge of this matter.
My memory of that was sometime in like fall to winter of 2015 to 16, somewhere right around there. That's my memory.
Okay, so fall to winter of 2015.
Turning into 2016. That's my memory.
Okay. Now, you mentioned Donna Adelson doing payroll at Adelson Institute throughout your life. If someone were to ask Donna Adelson, or if someone asked Donna Adelson to do something, is she the type of person that just snaps to it, or does she have some questions first?
Overall, this is not going to motion. You may answer the question.
No, I don't think she would just snap to and do what someone told her to.
Okay. Is she the type of person who's going to have some questions if you ask her to do something?
I think she would definitely have some questions.
Okay. How did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markell when he and Wendy first got together and were headed towards marriage?
He was very positive about him.
Okay. So he was somebody she approved of?
Yes.
All right. And how did that change as Wendy and Danny's relationship soured? They ended up moving towards divorce.
So I really only heard anything bad about Danny after Wendy moved out. I didn't hear anything bad about him prior to that date.
Okay. So just kind of went from everything's fine to then hearing bad things about him.
Yes.
And when you say hearing bad things about him, like from her? From Donna Adelson?
Yes.
Sorry? Okay. And how did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markell in 2014?
She hated him.
Would this come from your knowledge of that? Come from things that she would say to you?
Yes.
Did you observe that Wendy played a bit of a damsel in distress, in your opinion, in the divorce?
Yes, I think that's a good way to describe it.
Did Donna Adelson ever talk to you about Wendy Adelson and Dan Markell's divorce?
I apologize. Did Donna Adelson, I apologize. Can I hear the question again?
Did Donna Adelson ever talk to you about Wendy and Dan Markell's divorce?
Some. I mean, the phrase that sticks in my head is that Danny was depoing Wendy to death. I wasn't involved with, all the various motions. I remember that phrase. I remember there being a lot of, court motions back and forth. But I remember that phrase. I remember, some complaints about like very long either mediation or depositions that Wendy had to endure.
Okay. So this is Donna saying Wendy's having to go through these things.
Yes.
Okay. And just telling you about it.
Yes.
How did Donna tell you that, or did she tell you that how Wendy was planning to leave Dan Markell and give him the news that she was leaving the marriage?
I think you're going to need to rephrase this in such a way the witness can answer, Ms. Dugan.
How did Donna Adelson describe to you how Wendy Adelson left the marriage?
Object to hearsay.
Ms. Dugan, please approach.
Okay.
You may continue with your examination.
What did Donna Adelson tell you about the plan for Wendy Adelson to leave the marriage?
Sure. When she told me that that she had been in Tallahassee for several months.
This is Donna Adelson had
Yes. That she had been in Tallahassee for several months, renting a new place for Wendy, arranging for movers, moving money around and getting things set up. I only knew this after Wendy had moved out. But she was relating to me what had occurred over the summer. And so I heard this all at once, but, probably 5-6 days after Wendy had moved out. And then told me that somewhat gleefully or, pleased that they timed the phone call to Danny right before he was supposed to give a speech at the meeting he was at.
Okay. So a couple questions about that. You said Donna said that she had been up here in Tallahassee moving money around and getting things ready for Wendy. Do you mean for when Wendy moved out and needed a place of her own?
Yes.
Okay. And what did Donna tell you that she did to try to, hide the fact that they were renting a place for Wendy?
I remember her saying she had used her maiden name, so there wouldn't be an Adelson up here renting, or hiring movers or such.
Just so like word of mouth wouldn't get around that Wendy Adelson was renting an apartment, something like that.
Sure.
Okay. So they used Donna's maiden name.
Yes.
Donna did. And then you said that their plan was for Wendy to call Dan Markell as he was getting on stage or right before he got on stage to give a speech at a conference?
That's what I was told.
Okay. And what was Donna's demeanor when she was describing this plan to you about how she was able to set up this place for Wendy to live in, everything was ready for her, and then this is how she gave Dan the news?
I think she sounded...
Donna is the one that gave the news? If not, then we
I believe the question was, what was her demeanor? You may answer the question.
She sounded pleased to me.
Did you ever see Donna Adelson doing anything to help Wendy Adelson with the divorce?
I think she was, answering a lot of emails and looking over, emails that went back and forth, looking over motions and such.
Did you personally see that when she was visiting you? Did you see Donna Adelson doing those things?
Yes.
Okay. Was there an occasion when you all were in the hospital and Donna came to visit and was doing those things in the hospital?
I think it was at our home at the time, right before he went to the hospital. But yes, that's where we, saw the email.
Okay. And while she was at your house during that time, was that when you were living in Philadelphia?
That was in Albany.
Albany. Okay. Did she want the Wi-Fi at that time so that she could get on the internet and work on these filings?
Yeah, she said she had things to do to help out with the divorce.
What date would that have been? Do you remember?
October of 12.
Did Donna Adelson tell you that Wendy Adelson was trying to get permission to relocate to Miami?
Yes.
And did Donna Adelson tell you about the $1 million bribe she wanted to offer Dan Markell?
Yes.
During the year or two after Wendy Adelson left Dan Markell, how much time was Donna Adelson spending in Tallahassee?
From
he had personal knowledge of her being here.
You may answer as to your personal knowledge on the subject matter.
I can rephrase, Judge. Did Donna Adelson tell you information about how much time she was having to spend in Tallahassee?
She said that Wendy needed a lot of help because now she has 2 boys on her own, and so she was up there a lot. And I think yes.
Okay. Who cared more about Wendy Adelson's divorce from your conversations? Was it Donna or Charlie?
Donna.
What types of things does Charlie care about? What are kinds of things is he really into?
I mean, like go-karts, jet skis, going out, boats, not Wendy's divorce.
Okay. And is Donna Adelson very into her kids and grandkids and their success?
Yes.
Do you think Wendy's divorce or her moving, do you think Wendy and her boys moving to Miami was particularly important to Charlie Adelson from your observations?
I don't think so.
During the divorce, from your conversations with Donna, was she fixated on Wendy taking this job with a guy named Gary Cohen in Miami?
Yes, that was a common discussion point.
Okay. Did she seem like it was just something that she kind of thought would be a good idea, or something that she seemed to have a real obsession with?
It came up a lot in my discussions with her about this job with Gary, where she'd be making $1 million a year and she'd be a partner. And it was something that was brought up a lot, that she'd be able to take care of her kids in a way that she couldn't up in Tallahassee. And then it was probably the one thing that she mentioned to me, the only time I heard any anger after the murder had occurred, was that I asked, is Wendy going to go work for Gary now? And she told me that.
Did the job end up not working out?
As far as I know, it didn't.
Okay. And that you heard some anger from Donna when that happened?
She said that his partners wouldn't let them hire her until they.
Okay.
Sorry.
But there was some anger there because the job didn't end up working out.
Yes.
They couldn't hire Wendy, or didn't want to hire Wendy after all.
That's what I was told.
Okay, thank you. Now, during the summer of 2014, did Wendy Adelson, I'm going to move on to 2014 now, did Wendy Adelson send you a text where she referenced having a boyfriend?
Yes. And
was this before Dan Markell's murder?
Yes.
Why was that memorable to you?
It was just unusual. Wendy, never was someone who would, share her, romantic life or boyfriends, or, tell me or, text me about anyone she was dating. So it just stood out as, unique or different.
Okay. What did she, was there something in particular that she said that struck you as also unusual?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. I guess, was it your impression that your parents knew about this boyfriend at the time, or no?
No, the text said, don't tell the parents.
Well,
Sustained. Members of the jury, you are to disregard the last response of the witness.
may I approach, Judge?
You may. You may continue your examination, Ms. Dugan.
Okay, so I was asking you about this text that you received from Wendy Adelson. Can you tell me about this text?
Sure. She texted me that she was going to Gainesville for the weekend, and this was 2014. So I last lived in Gainesville about 3 years prior to that. I mentioned that she wanted that. I mentioned the name of Jeff. I asked, who is Jeff? The response was my boyfriend. I responded, I didn't know. And she said, you wouldn't, I didn't hear it from the parents. She says, they don't know. And so it just struck me and then she sent me some pictures of Jeff with her and the boys. It struck me as unique because she'd never shared the name or photograph of a boyfriend before.
Okay, so
Before you continue, Ms. Duke, members of the jury, as to the last question and response, you are not to consider the hearsay statement for the truth of the matter asserted. You may continue.
okay. So it was unusual for her to talk to you about boyfriends at all.
Yes.
But you also felt it was unusual that she's telling you about this boyfriend when even your parents don't know about him yet.
Right.
And she was closer to her parents at the time than you.
Correct.
Okay. What date was that text message sent?
The very end of June, like 26 or 28 of 14, but that last weekend.
Okay. So it was prior to 4th of July weekend.
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember where in those photographs Wendy is with her sons and Jeff?
Like Wakulla Springs, something like that.
Okay.
And they were in front of a board that said that.
And did you let her know you wouldn't mention him to her parents or to your parents?
Yes.
Did that strike you as so unusual that after Dan Markell was murdered, you felt, I guess, compelled to tell police, like, hey, I heard she has this boyfriend she hasn't told anybody about named Jeff?
Yes, I did. The FBI came to my house and I spoke to them once, and either it didn't come up or, it's a bit nerve-wracking talking to the FBI, and that they didn't ask any questions about that. And then, I guess over the ensuing week, I'd heard about like this Prius and this unsolved murder. And I remembered, it struck me as odd that I was sent these photographs of a boyfriend and not to tell the parents about him. And so that's when I wanted to have a clean conscience. So I reached out to the FBI and I said, I don't know if this matters, but I figured I would, tell you about this. And they came back for a second interview and looked at the pictures.
Okay. When is your father, Harvey Adelson's birthday?
July 5.
Okay, so on July 5th of 2014, how old would he have turned that year?
70.
Okay, and this is about 2 to 3 weeks before Dan Markell was killed?
Yes.
Did your family do anything to celebrate his birthday that year?
Yes, we had a party at their condo.
Okay, was there a gift from the family or from any of you to him?
No. I remember an email, and my dad is not someone who wants gifts or a big deal made about him. And so, the email was something like, your dad doesn't want gifts. He just wants all of his kids to be with him on his birthday.
And was that from Donna Adelson?
Yes.
So she's basically just letting know you and your kids coming is going to be his gift.
Correct.
And everybody, all the kids and grandkids being
correct.
There. Okay. Did the family ever discuss going on a cruise?
No, not with me.
When a birthday gift is given for somebody in the family, does Donna Adelson typically say, we're going to get him this, everybody owes this much, everybody's going to pay a third, or whatever it is?
Yeah, if there was like a big gift we're getting, or they said, we're getting this for someone, and you can be part of it, that was not uncommon.
Okay. So tell us at the party, about the party, you said it was at the Continuum?
Yes, at their apartment.
Okay. So is that like a condo building in Miami?
Yeah, on Miami Beach.
Okay. On Miami Beach, like South Beach?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it a secure building?
It's very secure. It was, we were staying at a hotel down the street, and there was armed guards, and, apparently there's a lot of celebrities that live there. It was a very high, very secure building. Okay.
And these celebrities that live there, were they people that you knew of? I mean, you knew who they were?
Sure. Yeah, A-Rod.
Did these people have kind of guards of their own too in the building?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So the guards that you saw were the guards in the front?
Yes.
All right. Had your parents...
That's Rob Adelson, the son of Donna Adelson that was on the stand earlier in the week. We are now coming back from the lunch break, and we're going to take you back into the courtroom to see exactly what is going on as we're getting ready for the closing arguments from the side and the defense of Donna Adelson. Let's take a look.
Just based on, as I said, the way that the state has misrepresented items in the calendar. We would like to be able to present that as argument to the jury.
Again, at this stage, for items that are not in evidence, I do not find that these are specifically exculpatory. You can make any reasonable argument or inference as it relates to the admitted evidence, but items that were never admitted at this point are not to be presented to the jury.
Yes, sir.
Prisoner making an argument of not being satisfied really with how, and it's not for them to be satisfied with how the closing arguments of the prosecution go. But it appears they are trying to argue, at least verbally on the record, that they want to present something. The judge is saying, no, we're not going to do that. I don't agree with it. What they're trying to do essentially is set up more appellate issues because they're going to probably go on ineffective assistance of counsel. They're going to go on anything they can. So if they feel they can make an argument and be turned down on it or accepted on it, they're going to argue it.
Presentation as a state, while Ms. Fulfer is giving the closing, I will be assisting by putting the items on display.
That's fine.
Oh my God, they're going to do items on display. I wonder if there's going to be another cork board.
This is great. So this is the Tom Petty's got the post-it notes, the puppet show, the clipboard. Wouldn't it be great if she brought out like a marionette of Donna, with just how much that has been kind of the reference point or the thing in our minds of how Donna controls people. It would just show the utter cluelessness of them to bring Donna out as a marionette, pulling strings of Donna and Charlie. Anything is possible. Like, you can tell this judge is just kind of like over it.
Yep. And, the defense has to do something because they basically just sat there and left all this evidence come out and not have any arguments for any of it.
No, I mean, and I don't know what they had planned. Obviously, going into this trial, they said Donna's going to testify. And then at the very last minute, guess who changes her mind?
Do you think Donna. She changed her mind, or do you think they changed her mind? What's your thoughts on that?
That's a good question.
I think they had a little something to do with that, to be honest with you.
Well, that's what you'd want. I mean, your attorney should be the one that are saying this is a good idea, this is a bad idea. The fact that they made this statement at the beginning is what is crazy to me. And then at the very end here, they decide, oh, she's not going to testify. Maybe. I think if they were doing their job, they would have encouraged her not to testify, but that's got to be a hard one to make Donna stand down from what she wants to do. This is just amusing watching those two try and get ready over there with their piles of paper as if this is 1987 in a courtroom. The judge is almost like rolling his eyes.
Yes, I saw that too. Yes.
Jury's coming back into the room right now. I want to have Kappelman on the show once this is all done. I'd love to have a conversation.
Members of the jury, I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. At this time, we are going to continue with the defense's closing.
Got to grab her water jug.
Big jug of water. It's like a super gulp.
It's like a canteen.
You think it's water in there?
Good afternoon.
So you're gonna move
It's
the
been a long
podium
day.
again?
You've heard a lot.
Here we go. Podium
I hope
moving.
you'll stay awake so you can hear me too, okay? So it's been what, 2.5 weeks, I guess, since you started this venture with us, and you've heard an awful lot. And I'd like to take you back to my opening statement. In my opening statement, there were some things referred to today that I'd like to address. The first one is that I stood up in my opening statement and said all of these wonderful things about Dan Markell, and then I called witnesses to attack him. That is not true. That is not true. In fact, the defense is the only part of this case that actually elicited evidence through testimony about the good qualities of Dan Markell. We elicited that on cross from his ex-wife, Wendy. And all of the things I told you in opening about what a wonderful man he was, a wonderful father, well-educated, successful, we elicited that testimony. And criticized today for having two witnesses who came and testified on the stand about the dissolution case and things that had been filed in it. That was not to attack Danny Markell. We didn't put that evidence on. The state is the one that made it an issue. They put those documents into evidence, the things that Mr. Markel had filed. So we're the defense and we represent Donna Adelson, and we're just supposed to say, okay, well, they put it in, let's just let it sit there. We have an obligation to represent our client. And what happened in that divorce, whether it was contentious or not, was an issue the state brought up. They've been calling this a bitter custody battle for years. And they started this case by saying the same thing. So to have the people who were actually involved in the case point out that there never was a bitter custody battle is important, because there never was one. There was never a time when they were fighting over somebody having access to the children. In those pleadings, nobody says, you can't have them, I've got them. You can't have them, I've got them. When they filed their initial pleadings, they did what everybody, according to the lawyer who was on the case for Mrs. Adelson, meaning Wendy, on the case for Wendy, they all filed their typical pleadings. And in the beginning, you ask for certain stuff, and she asked for 5149, maybe for a tax purpose. But there was never one single time, and you can't be convinced that relocation was the issue where they were going to take Danny Markell's kids away from them. If you believe that, you are ignoring the evidence that the state of Florida put on against Donna Adelson. And when I told you in opening that this was all about theory and belief of what a motive was, and there was no evidence that a crime was committed by my client, Donna Adelson, that is exactly what has happened in this courtroom. The state is ignoring the evidence that came in through their witnesses that support our defense, and instead they stand before you with calls and text messages, and they tell you what they mean. That's not evidence.
Jesus.
Their argument about what a conversation means is not evidence. You decide what it means. You've got it in front of you, and you have to consider it in the context of all of the evidence that's presented, not just what the state puts in, but what the defense puts in. And I know at some point when we were putting on evidence, you all were looking probably at me like, what are you doing? Who cares?
Yeah, we were.
Some of those little things matter, and I'm going to cover those in the defense, and you'll see why we put those things in that didn't seem like that I had a hoot to do with anything, because they actually did.
Jesus. This is like, she's having like a narcissistic meltdown.
The state, near the beginning of the case, and I don't recall who the witness was, but near the beginning of the case, the state, through a law enforcement officer, elicited testimony about how this event transpired, this brutal killing of Danny Markell, how it transpired, and how they were able to break the case. And what did they tell you? They told you they broke the case because Luis Rivera, who was one of the killers, decided he would cooperate with the state of Florida in exchange for a deal, which for his crime, he ended up, the testimony was he got 7 more years for committing that crime. This is the man who got in the car, got the gun off the street, drove up to Tallahassee, Florida, stalked, is the best way I can describe it, Danny Markell in a car with his children from his home, watched him take his little boys out of his car and put them into the daycare center, followed him again to where he went to work out at Premier Gym, and sat in wait for him. Sat in wait for him. And then when Mr. Markel came out, trying to work some things out with his ex-wife, Wendy, about having the kids and who's picking them up at what time, even leaves her a really nice voicemail that they could get together and walk at the school to talk about the education of their older child, where he was going to be going to school because he was going to be starting kindergarten. And Wendy pushed back. You know, she pushed back. This was his time with his little boys, and she's telling him, no, you know, I've got plans. Well, it wasn't her time to do that. So leading up to his death, she's arguing with him over about 1.5 hours worth of time that she thinks she's entitled to with the kids, but it's his time. And I agree with the state of Florida. The most important thing to that man was those little boys. And he fought for every minute he could get, and rightfully so. Then he drives home in his car while he's on the phone, and Luis Rivera, driving the car that's been stalking him all day, pulls up behind him in his driveway,
Sigfredo Garcia gets out and shoots him twice in the head, and they pull off at a pretty high rate of speed and leave Danny Markell dying inside his garage. Left him to die. Those are the people that killed Danny Markell. Those two people. And the state has all kinds of arguments about how Mrs. Adelson's involved because she said these things about him, and we'll get to that in a second. But if Luis Rivera is telling the truth, what did he tell you when he got on the stand? What did he tell you? He said, and this is
here we go.
This document dated March 11th, 2025, when he was deposed, and those numbers and circles are his. And he testified to you.
Oh my God.
God.
No. Oh, for
that,
you're missing out.
Catherine Magbanois is the person that elicited Sigfredo Garcia to kill Danny Markell. Now, her versions change over time, so we'll have to address a few of those.
What is this even?
Yeah, can you pause for a second?
Didn't even know Luis Rivera was involved.
So yeah.
Is this like an artist rendering and somebody decided to put their stamp on it? Like, I did this. If you can't see this, there was actually somebody who signed it and dated it.
I think it's an overhead projector.
It is.
Yeah, it's an overhead projector. They're using an overhead because there's like a marker, like she numbered like the people 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, but it doesn't really make any sense. It's just numbers next to heads, and there really is no sensible way of following this thing. And then somebody's signature is on the side, like this is their piece of artwork from 4th grade.
That's what I was wondering.
And yeah, it's literally going up on an overhead projector. So it's a step up from the big old poster board from Walgreens. But oh my, are they drunk? I mean, is she? What is going on with this defense that they're putting these things together and going, we're going to present this to the jury. This is going to be a slam dunk. I mean, this is almost like you're trying to get her
right.
Like if you want to get her found guilty, here's how you do it.
Wow. Yeah.
They would have been better just shutting up at this point. But and I find it interesting at the beginning, that whole 10-minute thing had nothing to do. It was her own rage. It was her because she felt that she was being called out on something. It had nothing to do with much of this case. It was her feeling that she was wrong. So move on. Argue for your client. That was like your own professional bullshit that you're calling out in front of a jury. This is insane. Let's continue.
This is a woman who the state has admitted lied first time, second time, third time, fourth time, maybe the fifth time. Every time she puts herself under oath and swears to tell the truth, she's going to say more. She told you she didn't even know Luis Rivera was involved, but the phone records that were put in by the state of Florida prove otherwise. Because during the time that they're traveling to Tallahassee, when she can't reach Sigfredo Garcia, whose phone is she calling? She's calling Luis Rivera. This woman can't tell the truth. But in any event, Luis Rivera then puts this number 2 next to Sigfredo Garcia because he's the one who actually killed Danny Markell.
Donna's just
like number 3 next to himself because he's the one who got the gun and drove the car.
They should have bought a better attorney.
And then away from the scene. This is the man that he says they killed. Who else on this document do you recognize? On this exhibit? Who else?
Here's Waldo.
Who else is involved in this? Well,
when you use an overhead projector, you don't
go up. The state claims are involved are pictured on this document, and he says Wendy Adelson, she's the lady who wanted to get her kids back. This is why we were committing the crime. Wow. Wendy Adelson. And Doctor, the dentist, he called him, which is Charlie Adelson, who he identified, was the one with Katie. This one and this one are the reasons that they're coming to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markell. And I said, well, what about Donna Adelson or Harvey Adelson? No, they weren't involved. I said, would you put an X next to them if they weren't involved? And he did. Donna Adelson's name never came up, but Luis Rivera is telling the truth, according to the state. That's who you're supposed to believe. And he says my client is not involved. There's some issues that I might address further, but I want to go through some of the things that the state stood up and told you. Relocation, relocation, relocation. That's the issue. That is the reason that my client had Danny Markell killed, because relocation was lost. Danny Markell was killed July the 18th of 2014. Relocation was done for over a year. That's the motive? It's been over for a year. And they said yesterday in court that the relocation issue didn't stop when Danny Markell was, when the divorce was over. It continued going on. The emails showed that. There is not a single email that's been put in by the state that shows that my client, Donna Adelson, was continuing on a rampage about relocation. The last email that they showed you today that my client wrote about relocation was July the 19th of 2013. The divorce was final on the 31st, said and done.
It was about killing him at that point. It wasn't about relocation. They knew they lost that.
And she said it was done. Now, have Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson been honest with their mother? The evidence says no, they haven't been. Because the whole time Wendy Adelson is telling her mother, she's telling her mother that relocation is what she wants. She's the one who starts that. She's the one who asks her lawyer about it. The whole time in the spring leading up to this hearing, Wendy Adelson admitted in her testimony, she's sending these messages to her life coach and telling her life coach, you know, I think I want to stay in Tallahassee. But she didn't bother to tell her mother that. Her mother still thinks she's trying to get relocation. She does it in April. And then she writes to her again in May. I think I'm going to give up relocation. I can stay in Tallahassee. The kids will be close to their boys. There won't be any plane rides. And I like my job. It gives me all this flexibility. I'm going to stay. But she still doesn't tell her mother. She has her mother believing we got to fight for this relocation. She testified. Well, why did your mother get so upset? Well, she's venting to her mother about what she claims Danny Markell is doing. And she's venting to her mother about what she wants to accomplish, only she's not being honest with her. On the backside, she's making other plans. It'd have been nice for my client, Donna Adelson, to know that, because these emails that have been submitted here, which are proof that she wanted to have Danny Markell killed, would not have been written. And when she goes to her hearing on the relocation in June of 2013, she has her mother stay outside. Her mother can't hear what's going on in the hearing.
She shouldn't be there.
She had several witnesses to call beyond the two that got on the stand. And then after the judge made the comment, she gave up. She could have continued with the hearing and put her witnesses on. The judge could have ruled against her, and then maybe she has an appellate issue. She gave up because she didn't want it anymore, but she didn't tell her mother that. When she told her mother, well, this is how the judges ruled, the mother understood that through the court system it was done, but not with her daughter, Wendy. Because you can continue to negotiate all the way through a final judgment. And that's what those emails say. They do suggest some crazy stuff. They do. But she puts in there, we're trying to negotiate. We're trying to negotiate. Get this, you can still work on this. She doesn't know when she's writing those crazy emails that there's no reason to write them because her daughter agreed. You know, you can have a dismissal on an issue. You can have a denial on an issue. She agreed to it with prejudice, which means it is over. She already made an agreement. She's not going to seek relocation anymore. So my client is hanging out there trying to support her daughter, and now she's sitting in a court of law charged with murder because of what she wrote in emails. Because the truth is, you are here to judge my client based on her conduct leading up to and to the time of death of Danny Markell. That's her conduct. Can you consider things she said and did after to see if it corroborates that she was involved? You can. But her conduct leading up to the day that Danny was murdered is in this book that the state has entered with emails. It's separated between where you can see it, where they lead up to the divorce and then after the divorce until the time of the homicide. Now, my client did say ugly things about Danny Markell. During the divorce, she did. And the state has put them in. This is State's Exhibit 64.
Oh, here comes the poster board, guys. Brace yourself, right? Oh, sorry.
They have emails going up through July the 11th of 2014. These are the bad names that my client called Danny Markell.
Look at Georgia.
During the course of a divorce where her daughter is constantly venting to her about what she says Danny is doing, she said some really bad names, and I'm going to say them.
Oh my
Although
God.
you shouldn't say bad words in court.
Why
She
are
called
we
him some
doing
ugly
that?
stuff. The first one that they wanted to put in was from 2011.
What is she doing?
Why?
Stop this
Why
for a
would
second.
you do
Killed in
this?
2014. They introduced
stop it
this,
for a
this
second.
email from
Why
March
would
the
you
28th
do
of
that?
2000.
I wanted to. Can you back it up to that second? I want to see
Oh
that.
my God.
What is it?
Let
me see if it
and
comes back up.
inside
Okay.
that email, they claim shows the say 'em,
Okay.
although you
So
Elvis.
I don't get what the fuck she's doing here.
No.
She literally has brought up. She did this like on Paint or something. Names Donna called Markel. I don't know what she wrote this in, but it's like it's not the correct type of program to do it in. Anyway, names Donna called Mr. Markel. This is what the jury is saying. 1, royal couple, Mr. Markel's parents. 2, major fucker. 3, gibbers. 4, religious zealot. 5, royal jackass. 6, piece of shit. 7, fucker. 8, crazy. 9, bastard. 10, Elvis. It's a top 10 list of the names Donna has called Dan Markell that she's presenting in closing arguments, trying to defend her client and show that she had nothing to do with this.
This almost aligns her with
It
having
does.
done something. Whose side is she on?
And her argument thus far is basically Wendy was living her own adult life and was sick of Donna trying to insert herself everywhere. So her argument is, well, she didn't. She just told her mother this. If she just told her mother that, she didn't have to tell her mother shit. She's an adult. And in her relationship with her ex-husband and her children have nothing to do with her mother. But here Tom Petty is arguing that, oh my gosh, the mother needs to be the integral key player in all of this. And because Wendy didn't give her that opportunity to step in and say everything that she wanted to do, and because Wendy didn't do what she wanted to do, well, now she's being tried for murder because she started saying these horrible things and making these horrible statements, and now it looks like she murdered somebody because he's dead, and she was talking like, of course it does.
Up from number 6 last week is Royal Jackass at number 5.
And number 1 coming in at number 1.
She's gonna have a long distance dedication real fast.
An American Top 40
From the grave, Danny
major
Markell.
fucker. Let's continue.
Wow.
I'm literally eating popcorn while I'm watching
should
this.
say bad words in court. She called him some ugly stuff. The first one that they wanted to put in was from 2011. He was killed in 2014. They introduced this email from March the 28th of 2011 at 64A. And inside that email, they claim shows the hatred for Danny Markell. And you want to know why? According to their exhibit list here, because Mrs. Adelson referred to Danny's parents as, quote, the royal couple. And she and Wendy were bantering back and forth about some issues with Mr. Markell's parents. That's not hatred on Danny. It's not even hatred on his parents. We're sitting here with murder charges because she did something like that, called somebody a royal couple. She said other bad things. She called Danny a major fucker. Givers, which Wendy Adelson testified that she came up with that nickname for him.
Cute.
A religious zealot, and Wendy testified that the issues in their marriage included matters of he had now become more strict in their religion than she wanted to follow. That was one of their problems. She called him a royal jackass, a piece of shit, a fucker, crazy, a bastard, and she called him Elvis. That's why we are sitting here today.
No, it's not more than that,
hatred
Jackie.
For somebody.
Sorry, you weren't paying
That
attention.
proves they wanted to have him killed. Are you serious? You call somebody some bad names and that means you wanted them dead? My client has lack of any ability to stop herself from saying things. She can't do it. And I'm not trying to be offensive to her, but she can't. And all of these emails that they have introduced prove it. She is not a one-word person. She goes on and on and on and on.
On and on.
And they believe that she had Danny Markell murdered because she said some bad words. There's not a lick of evidence in here that they submitted of what she did prior to July the 18th, 2014, where she said not a single word, that she wanted him killed. She was planning to have him killed. She was going to find somebody to kill him. She was going to pay somebody to kill him. She was going to kill him. That she was glad he was dead. That's not in here. And this is it. This is it. Before he was killed. You're judging her conduct before he died, up to his death. And that's all you've got. And I told you that in the opening statement. They have a lot of theories, and they like to spin evidence a certain way to make her look bad because she said ugly things. That is not proof of somebody having somebody killed. And that's it.
Is that all you got? We got more? Is that literally the end?
Besides the relocation issue, which has been dead for over a year before he's killed, bad choice of words, I apologize. It had ended over a year before he was killed. Now they want to bring in something called the grandmother motion. This is what had to push her over the edge. Their own witnesses said she didn't know about it. Let's see who testified to that.
Glad to see you're prepared today. Donna is just like,
I'm so
Wendy
screwed.
I shouldn't
testified
have used that Groupon to get that
daughter
attorney.
that she never showed it to her and she never talked to her about it. But then there were two more witnesses for the state, and they were Craig Isom and Jason Newland. And when they testified on cross, they admitted that there was no evidence that that motion had ever been forwarded to my client. Not a single piece of evidence. What if she had gotten it? Do you want to know what it accuses her of? That a 3- and 4-year-old said that they called Abba, that she had called Abba stupid. Stupid. And that drove her over the edge. One, she didn't know about it, but two, somebody claiming you said the word stupid. That's what brings us to murder charges? It's unbelievable. But that's their spin that they want to put on it because they've got this theory that she's the mastermind. And then they stand up here in their closing and they say, everybody who's been charged in this case, so they want to point at the other one, and point at the other one, and point at the other one. No, 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 no. Who is pointing at these people? The state of Florida. The state of Florida is doing the pointing. They're the ones getting the warrants. They're the ones doing the investigation. They're the ones charging people, deciding who they're going to give deals to and not. That's them pointing the finger. That's not my client. There's no evidence of that. They bring the charges. They prosecute. They get the convictions. They get people sent off to prison. Not us. What? We're pointing the blame at the killers for killing them? They proved that those are the people who killed them. That's not us pointing the finger. They actually did it, and it's been proven. And we're distancing ourselves from Charlie Adelson. Let me tell you something. They elicited the testimony about Charlie Adelson over our objection, if you happen to remember that. It came in. Charlie Adelson is not on trial. You may be sitting in that jury room thinking, well, Charlie did it, and it sure looks like Wendy did it. That doesn't have an ounce to do with Donna Adelson doing a thing. Not a single thing. If you think he did it, he's been convicted. He admitted in his testimony that he is the person, although he claims he was extorted, he is the person that took $138,000 out of his refrigerator-size safe that he has at his house with the money exactly like he says he kept it, stapling $100 bills together in stacks of 1,000, staple, 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 staple. He said he took that money out of his safe and he gave it to Catherine Magbanowa that night. Whether that's his girlfriend and they're still fooling around on the side, that's between the two of them. That's got nothing to do with my client. He did it. But now they want to say Donna Adelson did it. Pick one. You don't like our theory? That's what they say. You don't like our theory? Oh, well, you like our theory on everybody else. Pick one. If you have prosecuted Charlie Adelson for paying the $138,000 staple, just like their other witnesses in this case said, why are they now saying Donna Adelson provided the money? Oh, wait. Oh, because Catherine Magbanowa, who's been sentenced to life and is telling her sixth story now, has decided she'd like to see her kid someday. So now she's going to come in and provide information that will help the state prosecute an innocent woman so she can go home to her children.
What about the checks?
That's what that's about.
What about the checks,
so,
Jackie?
Yeah. She claims that this all goes down. Charlie puts the money, Charlie, not Donna, Charlie puts the money stapled just like she knows he does into her trunk. She drives it the next day to Sigfredo Garcia, her baby daddy. He takes it out of the trunk, and a day or two later, she gets hers back. And she says he puts it in her closet, and to this day, she wants you to believe that that money sat in her closet and she spent it along the way. The records that Miss Hull testified to, showing all her cash deposits, she clearly was doing something with it, right? But to this day, she wants you to believe she has absolutely no idea how much money she had. Never counted it. Really?
What is she even arguing?
I don't even know where
She
her
must
point
think
is.
y'all was born yesterday.
Well,
But here's something. She's got this new thing she wants to testify to. That the money was wet, and Charlie told her that Donna had washed it. Her money's wet, that she hasn't touched, that's been somewhere else for these number of days. Well, what did Luis Rivera testify to about his money that he got? He said it was weird. Well, how was it weird? Well, it was stapled in $100 bills, stacks of 1,000. Not a single word about wet. And he got his money before she did. He got it straight from Sigfredo. This washing money wet thing is nonsense. And they've already proven that it was Charlie Adelson's money that was paid through Katie Magbanowa to those two killers. Whoops, it's gone.
Does she not realize that if you put cash into a bag and seal it, and if it's wet, it's going to continue to...
Standing up saying that the defense has suggested that Harvey is the one that did the Evite. We haven't said a single word, presented any evidence, or made any argument that Harvey Adelson is the one who created the Evite. Their witness that they called, Wendy Adelson, sat up there and said, what did she say? She probably did it because her mom doesn't know how. And then their other witness, Chris Corbett, Sergeant Corbett, who does all the media and cell phone tower stuff, he sat up there and he said it was clear to him from his research and investigation that my client, Donna Adelson, didn't have a clue how to work that. But she's responsible for sending out an Evite that Wendy says she did, where the names come up with guests who are going to be there that are Wendy Adelson, because she kept that name, and her two sons. So it's Wendy, the name of her two sons, and then Adelson at the end. If that's how it appears, Wendy did it, not my client. And there's more proof of that real quick to come. But the Evite thing is a non-issue. I just can't imagine what that is about. The state has argued that between the time the killers came to Tallahassee in June and the time that they came back in July and actually killed Danny Markell, that Catherine Magbanowa said in her testimony that between those two time periods, when she was discussing scenarios with Charlie, he would say he had a call from his mother, step out, have the call, come back in and say, oh, they're stressed, they're stressed. Catherine Magbanowa, not one single time testified to when that occurred. number one. Number two, if you've heard evidence in this case and paid attention, Charlie Adelson is not a one-woman man. He's got lots of girls. She doesn't know if that was really the mother on the phone. She doesn't know who he was talking to or what they were talking about. But she wants to get out of prison. So she's got information she's willing to share now. Charlie's business. There is a slide that the state had in its presentation this morning that they showed to you that shows that Charlie Adelson owned the dental practice up until 2015. Do you remember seeing that slide? Well, here they are again, ignoring the real evidence. They got a theory and they got to spin it some way. But the evidence from their expert witness, Mary Hall, financial investigator, forensic investigator, Mary Hall, she's up here testifying for them. And she says that Charlie Adelson was the owner of the Adelson Institute until 2020. And yet their slide says, oh, he sold it back to his father in 2015. That's not what the evidence is from their own witness.
And and this goes to showing her innocence. How?
There was some argument from the state about some things that were in Mrs. Adelson's planner in 2023 around the time that Charlie Adelson was convicted, and they apparently were going to flee the country, take flight to a non-extradition country.
That's exactly what they were doing.
And there's a notation in there shortly after Charlie is convicted that says cancel disability insurance. They want you to take what they believe that means as they were canceling their insurance because they were going away and never coming back. Could it be? Those were the words that were used. This is not a could it be situation. This is beyond a reasonable doubt. They have nothing other than that notation. Well, could it be that Charlie was convicted and he no longer needed disability insurance because he was going to prison for life? Just as likely. How about this? Could it be? Could it be in State's Exhibit 142 on the front page that they showed you with this little notation? Notify everyone who was invited to the 70th birthday that party is off if that's what HJ decides to do. And that's on June the 13th. Could it be, the state says to you, that if the killing had actually taken place the first time the killers came up, then they'd be canceling the party because Danny would already be dead? What? Does that, where is the proof of any of this? Could that be what it means? This is not, could it be? And a birthday present, the birthday present, according to the state, for a 70-year-old man is that they're going to have Danny Markell killed. Happy birthday. Let's have a party. What? There's no birthday present, according to Rob Adelson. Wendy Adelson, who was at the party and who was involved, and there are emails that tell this, involved in helping get a caterer for the party where the man came and cooked paella out on the balcony for everybody. But that's what Charlie decided to give. But you got to read the worst in every single piece of evidence that they present to you. You have to, because that's the only way you can convict. And they want you to convict her.
Paella.
There's no evidence that there was a birthday present to Harvey Adelson to have this man killed.
Oh, silly us.
None.
It was all about paella.
That's their theory, and they're still spinning it. And you got to ignore the witnesses that they put up there in order to follow their lead into that jury room and convict my client. Let's talk about Rob Adelson. They brought him in here, and he got up there and he testified on the stand about allegedly all of these things that he claims his mother said. If you were paying attention by the time we got to cross-examination, what did we learn about Rob Adelson? Well, he's a doctor and he's got little kids, so he's real busy, which is his explanation for why he rarely speaks to his family on the telephone and has, in that time period, only been down to see his family 2 times in a 2.5-year period.
Pause it for a second.
And he rarely talks to him on the phone.
This whole closing argument is Donna's grievances towards her family. This is this is like Festivus. This is the airing of grievances.
Yes.
She sat there last night with this attorney and just went off on everything she hates about her family. And that's basically what closing arguments has become. Because she didn't get up and testify because that would have been too risky. So she gave basically everything she wanted to communicate in her if she was going to testify to Tom Petty here. And this is how it's all coming out. Because if he didn't call the family enough, he could have done. This is Donna's words. This is Donna speaking. This is not Jackie. This is her coming through. This is her narcissism coming through her attorney. This is all this is. This is just her letting it fly.
I bet you're right. I bet you're right.
But somehow, Miss Adelson has made all of these comments. This is a guy with an axe to grind. Right? He doesn't have any of this information. He's not talking to them. They got him to come for the birthday party. And what was his testimony? He's a busy guy. He flew in the night before the birthday. He was at the birthday party and got up the next morning, packed his bags and put him and his wife and his kids on an airplane and left because he was busy.
Good for him.
Right?
He's not hanging out with his family.
He doesn't want to. They're nuts.
He's nowhere to be found.
Good.
Oh, but you got to believe everything he tells you. A huge percentage of the argument of the state was, well, what did Rob say? What did Rob? Rob doesn't have the knowledge of anybody. He's not here. He lives in Albany, New York, and he's not around these people. But let's use her son, who's clearly estranged from the family, to try and bury her.
We just had a great comment about Giorgio Armani dying.
My client has been charged with
Jackie's
murder
suit.
Mr. Markel.
Great job, Diffie Dog. That was
Conspiracy, the planning to commit murder, and solicitation, hiring the hitman that killed. We're going to go through the jury instructions briefly. The judge has already gone through them, but we're going to go through in a minute what actually is there that the state has to prove. And just like I said in opening, what the state thinks happened does not matter. What they believe happened does not matter. What spin they want to put on it does not matter. You can only make your decision based on the evidence presented to you, and up through the time that Dan Markell was killed, that's all they got. She said some ugly things, and she meddles in her children's lives. Meddles in their lives. Gets involved in their divorce. She's a parent. She's just being a parent, not a killer. She's a murderer, not a murderer.
Bitch.
No. They haven't proven that to you.
Wonder what her kids are saying right now, if she has any.
Right?
Like, let me tell you, bitch.
Just like I told you in opening, what they were going to be able to prove, and that what you were going to hear a lot of evidence about, lots of introduction of exhibits was going to come in. They proved that those 2 men killed Danny Markell, that Catherine McDonald was the one who found the killers, that Charlie Adelson is the one that paid the money. That's it. And Wendy Adelson is the one who wants to get her kids back. That's why they're killing him. Nothing about Donna Adelson. We sat here for days listening to testimony of witness after witness getting on this stand. Not a single one of them connected my client to Danny Markell's murder. Not one.
Apparently she wasn't there.
Yeah, right?
What trial were you at?
Right? Huh?
I think the state introduced a couple of exhibits. They would be 64C and F.
Donna's getting...
I'm so screwed.
Donna looks toasted right now. They
Sorry,
got the camera on her.
technology. Somebody has to help me.
Oh my goodness.
Can't use the Tom.
These
Tom
are
Petty's not
emails.
doing technology.
Where she's giving her daughter advice on what she should do, preparing for mediation. Oh, how terrible of her. But what they didn't want you to see in this email, you see that highlighted part? If she thinks she's going to have him killed, why is she telling her daughter in mediation, make sure in the final order that he has to pay half of this expense and half of that expense and extracurricular activities and tennis lesson and baseball teams and travel? Well, who cares if they're going to kill him? Why is she writing that? Negotiate. Negotiate. Shame on her getting involved in her daughter's divorce. Negotiate. Let him know that you want him to see his children. And they talk a lot about this bribe. Bribe. This man, they were considering giving him $1 million to relocate because he had already lived in Miami with Wendy. Relocate back to Miami. He taught, according to Wendy, 2 days a week. He could commute by airplane. They were willing to pay for plane tickets, give him money to buy a house, expose his children to a more strict Jewish environment where they had Jewish schools and all kinds of activities and be around more kids, kosher like Danny. Relocation was never about taking those kids away from him. It was, how can we make it happen? You can live in the same city. We can co-parent separately, but be together, be around each other, and all have family support. Shame on them for wanting to help him like that. They act like they were doing something illegal. That's not illegal. You heard the woman testify. It happens a lot in divorces. People offer money to get certain things that they want, or they concede something they're entitled to. But if Mrs. Adelson does it, she must be up to no good. This grandmother motion, I want to point out something to you for just a second. That would be 60 JJ. The state calls this the grandmother motion because they're prosecuting grandma. Sounds kind of cool, right? There's this terrible motion, this grandmother motion that was filed against my client, Mrs. Adelson. This pleading is actually entitled, let's see here, Former Husband's Counter Motion for Enforcement of MSA, which is Marriage Settlement Agreement, on Parenting Issues and Motion for Contempt and Sanctions. And this pleading goes on and on about, he says Wendy's refusing to facilitate video teleconferencing with the 3 and 4-year-old, that she's failing to regularly facilitate telephone contact with the children, that she routinely violates the right of first refusal, resulting in the children missing days from preschool, that she violates her duty to inform that's in the MSA. She fails to follow clinical recommendations. She violates by refusing to communicate with Mr. Markel. She persists in inhibitory parental gatekeeping, refused to provide access to have both children on one of the child's birthdays. The only single complaint he makes about my client is she called him stupid, according to a 3 and 4-year-old. And do this, but I'll try. Thanks. Number 6. This is the section. You can write a motion and put all your complaints in it, your legal argument, and then you ask for what is the relief that you want. He wants all kind of relief related to Wendy. And this is what they say. The state says that he's saying that the grandmother cannot have any unsupervised contact with the children. That's not what it says at all. It says consistent with the right of first refusal and safeguard the children so she doesn't call him stupid anymore. This does not mean she can't have unsupervised contact. It means consistent with the right of first refusal, if grandma's in town and she's going to watch the children, according to their marriage settlement agreement, he has to be given the opportunity first if he wants to take care of the kids. That's what was agreed to in the divorce. That doesn't say no more unsupervised contact with grandma. Now, besides her not knowing about it, what is the evidence? I don't want to mess this up.
Yeah, you already have.
What is the evidence that supports two things? One, that my client did not know it had been filed, and two, that Danny Markell was not trying to keep my client from having unsupervised contact with him. Well, the proof is from Wendy's testimony that he continued himself, because during the course of the marriage and separation and divorce, my client, Mrs. Adelson, didn't just continue to assist Wendy when Wendy needed help with the kids. She continued to assist Danny. And in fact, that motion was filed on March the 26th. And the testimony was for almost 2 weeks in April, my client watched the boys while both parents were out of town. And my client facilitated the Skype with the grandsons for Mr. Markel. Now, if he's really worried about her having unsupervised contact, is he going to leave him with her for almost 2 weeks in April? And he does it again and again. And the last time that he does it is on July the 11th. That's according to Wendy. He comes home and he needs help. She's going to go do something. And then now it's his time to have the children. So he asked my client, Mrs. Adelson, if she could watch the boys. And she does. And she knows he likes this particular kind of banana bread that she makes. And they're going to mock us for this, but that's okay. He likes this particular kind of banana bread. It's got chocolate chips in it and no nuts. And so what did my client do? Before he came to pick up the boys the next morning, the evening before, she makes him a loaf.
All right.
But
she's innocent. There's a loaf of banana bread.
She wants him dead.
And paella.
Jeez.
And clearly he hates her because he filed a motion. It's unbelievable. Us sitting here is actually unbelievable. Now, I want to talk about the day that Danny was killed with respect to my client. We're not going to go through all the details again, but what is the evidence about my client?
That's what we've been waiting
The
for.
state has said that my client tried to set up an alibi for her daughter. I don't know how it could have ever been considered an alibi because the man was going to get there at 8 o'clock in the morning. And the evidence is he got killed around 11 o'clock.
But where'd she go?
State's Exhibit 64 FF is from the Geek Squad. And the state presented earlier that not only did Donna Adelson send an email to Wendy that morning, or before then actually, not only did Donna send an email to her about the appointment, but Harvey, the dad, did as well. And here is the form that was completed, not by Donna. They say Donna arranged it. Mr. Harvey actually made this appointment for the broken television. They had purchased a plan for protection on this television and believe they may get a replacement or a repair.
Not if you throw
When they made
something at
it, you have to fill out some information on the form. And what does this say? Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one became available? Yes. Well, now, are you going to accept an earlier appointment if it becomes available? If you've got a homicide planned?
Yes, because
It doesn't make any sense. This is supposed to be her alibi, but they're agreeing you could come earlier if you want. And then the mother sends an email. Do we have that?
It's a perfect alibi.
And what she tells her daughter is, if you can't keep Friday, July the 18th between 8 a.m. and noon, call that number to reschedule. The contract is under Harvey Adelson's name with Dad's cell phone number, but the purchaser is actually Miss Donna's name and cell phone number, and she provides her with a work order. Here, we did this for you, like we do everything else for you, and apparently that's a bad thing according to the state, helping your kids this much. But
It is.
here we helped you out, but if this doesn't work out for you, change it.
Oh God, she's a clone of her.
A
You can
fake
tell
alibi.
that the
That's what they
dynamics
want
in
you
her
to believe.
world
You got to
are.
read bad into every single thing they present to you to come to the conclusion that they come to.
Yep.
Now let's talk about Defense Exhibit 71. There was according to the testimony that you heard from the state, Wendy Adelson was interviewed at TPD the day that Danny was killed. They went and found her at a restaurant, and they've introduced these pictures about what she did that day and where she went and how she took the long way around. But she's sitting at TPD being interviewed, and she has requested to be able to call her mother. And unlike other exhibits where the state hired someone to enhance it so you could hear the call better, they didn't do that in this case. And the recording is actually inside the room. You can see it. It's an interview room at TPD. And not only are you hearing what Wendy is saying, there's the victim advocate that testified that my client was shocked when she heard the news. But my client is actually on the other end of the phone, so it's not real easy to hear. But if you put the headphones on, you're actually going to hear some things, and you can hear what my client's reaction is to finding out that Danny Markell has been shot. Shot, excuse me. Can we play that? If you could just please put your headphones on. It's not easy to hear.
It's gonna sound like Peanuts. Here's your moment, Donna. Time to shine with shock. If you can play it.
Right here.
You sit down. I'm fine, and the boys are fine. Danny has been. You can put me on speaker. Yeah. Danny has been shot. And I don't think he's gonna make it. And so I know. So I found this out around 1 or 2 today, and I'm at the police station, and I'm trying to help them figure out who may have done this. The boys are fine. I had Lynn and Ellen pick them up from school, and they're with Lynn and Ellen right now. And I'm gonna leave here soon and go be with them. But I really need you to come here and be with me. But I want you to either fly, obviously you can't leave right now, but I need you to get yourself together. If it's too much to drive, I'd really rather that you flew up. I'm at the police station, and I'm gonna leave soon and be with the boys before they go to bed. They're with Alan and Lynn, and they're totally fine. Yeah, the boys are fine, but they don't know anything yet. In his house, I know. So I just need you to calm down before you get in the car, okay? Okay, so, and it's evening, so if you wanna come here tomorrow, I have a lot of people that'll, be here with me, and, we'll have a lot of support. So I want you to take your time and just be safe in getting here, but I'd like you to come when you can, okay? Okay, all right. I love you. I think Jane I have the car here, but Jane might take me. I'm not gonna be alone, so I have a lot of support, and I'll be fine. Yeah, if you could just come here, that would be great. He's in the ICU in the hospital. Okay, but be careful, okay? Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, love you too. Bye. Mom.
Can you pick me up a sub on the way over?
I haven't actually put the headphones on, but hopefully that assisted you in hearing. But like the victim advocate for TPD testified, she was shocked. She's not sitting home waiting for a phone call. Let us know that it's done. It's 7 o'clock at night, and Wendy's calling from TPD to tell her mother that Danny has been shot. She has to tell her to calm down before she gets on the road, and you can clearly hear her elevated voice. She's asking about Danny. How did it happen? Where was it at? Well, where's he at now? He's at the hospital. This is not somebody who's planned for him to be killed.
Because she's worried that he's gonna make it through.
Now the state has made a pretty big deal about the road trip that the 70-year-old man and 64-year-old woman take that evening when they leave their home.
She's locked. She's glitching.
It's 11 years into this.
What is happening here?
This July that just passed.
Good thing somebody slapped the CD
Before the
player.
investigator in this case, who's given testimony
Done that
again and again, after he's deposed, decides, I'll go ride the route. 11 years. They've been claiming now, my client, arrested almost 2 years ago, that this ride is completely off, but they haven't even tried it themselves, right? And even when he testified, and also when Agent Sanford testified, first of all, he didn't do the whole route. He did a segment because he's determined that in this segment is where Mrs. Adelson was at for too long. Did you take any snacks when you did the ride? And he's only doing part of it. Well, yeah. Did you get some coffee? Yeah. But they've calculated this drive for these folks who have just received horrible news and they're clearly upset about it, that they had to be at their son's house dropping off money that was washed because there's a period of time that it takes them longer to get to their hotel in Orlando than it should have. They took into consideration nothing with respect to their age, that they hadn't had anything to eat. They didn't calculate any time in to stop and get gas or to use the restroom or to maybe sit down and have a meal. None of that's counted in. It's got to be a strict from here to there, and you're not there, then you must be doing something bad, and it must have something to do with murder. They give no consideration to that whatsoever. But what's stronger than that is their own testimony from their expert. They have all of these slides that they've shown you where they can show where everybody is in the entire world. And did you notice that for the killers, they had collected records with SunPass and cell towers, etc. And they have a whole map that they're showing you where they went and what they got. They got the SunPass records for the killers. Agent Sanford said that my client was a person of interest from the beginning, but he had her locked in a year. And yet here we are 11 years later, and they never bothered to get her SunPass records. They can get them. They got the killers. If they want to tell you that they're stuck in a certain area and they've gotten off in a certain place, all they had to do was get those records. But they didn't do it. They can prove where the killers are, but not my client. And one thing for certain that they did say is they cannot put my client's phone at Charlie's house during this time period that they say that they took too long to get somewhere. They also testified that there is never a point in time that evening where Charlie's cell phone is hitting on a tower and either Harvey or Donna's cell phones are hitting on the same tower. They don't even have them in the same vicinity, much less the house. But they want you to believe that means Mrs. Adelson was there dropping off money. They have no evidence of it. It's just their theory. That's all it is. You can't convict somebody based on theory. You have to have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt.
I think they do.
How about this text message that says outside your house?
Rebuttal's going to be good.
Outside your house means outside your house. I'm not saying that's illogical to jump to that conclusion, but do you have any evidence of it? No, they can't put her there. And according to State's Exhibit 142, if Mrs. Adelson was at Charlie's house What in the world is she doing hanging outside for over 30 minutes before he gets there? She's got the garage door code to get in, but she's outside the house. They introduced this. She had talked to him, according to their records. She had been on the phone with Charlie. She talked to Charlie. And then later on, they send this text message, and it could mean many different things. But it would have been 30 minutes while they were waiting there for him to get there. And there's no reason for them to be outside the house because they know he's not there. It took him 10 minutes to send, or 20 minutes to send a message back saying he was 10 minutes away. And then he had to travel there. They don't have proof that she went there. They want you to envision it and imagine it and believe it because that's their narrative. That's what they tell. And I don't think I said it before, but the witnesses, the additional witnesses that testified that Charlie kept his cash, these $100 bills stapled together, that was Miss Umchinda and Mr. Fitzpatrick. They both testified they knew Charlie well, and that's what he did. No evidence at all that my client did that. Do you remember back in jury selection? I didn't do it for Miss Adelson, my co-counsel did, Mr. Zellman. But he asked you a series of some similar questions, and he asked you, would you agree that the state could make a mistake in the theory of their case? Yeah. Would you agree that law enforcement could make a mistake in their investigation and determining who they think committed a crime? Yeah. That was the overall response that we got. It was asked of everybody who came up that got individual questions. I mean, questions as a group. Well, according to Special Agent Pat Sanford with the FBI, do you remember his testimony? According to him, he has never made a mistake. Not one time in his career has he ever thought somebody committed a crime and he ended up being wrong. You know what the problem is? When he thought she was a person of interest from the beginning, and then he, according to his testimony, locked in on Donna Adelson, the path didn't lead to Donna Adelson. They tried to build a path with something as flimsy as these emails that they say are the motive for her to have him killed. They made some other mistakes. Rob Adelson calling him to testify was a mistake because they've clearly relied on his evidence, and he testified himself. He wouldn't have the basis to give it. He's never around. And then they called Patricia Bird. That's their next mistake. She claims, different ways, that Donna was going to buy her some land and a trailer to put on it, a small car to drive, and fix her teeth to testify untruthfully. She said that a white female investigator actually offered her all of those things. But then when it was pointed out to her that the investigator that came to see her was actually an African-American female, oh, it was her that did it. Then she wants to tell you that my client confessed to her. I asked her, did she do what they said you did? And Miss Donna said yes. Well, she's not clear on this confession because when Mr. Zellman was asking her questions, she couldn't remember if it was Donna said she wrote the checks or she confessed to the whole crime. But here's a woman sitting in front of you that has come up all of a sudden at the end of the game, and here she is claiming that an investigator offered her these things, and that was for false testimony, that Miss Adelson was trying to elicit false testimony, have her come in here and swear under oath and testify to things that were not true. Well, both investigators came in here and said that never happened. She was never offered anything. She never told us that Donna had offered her anything. Most importantly, she never told us that Donna confessed. None of that. She's facing going to prison, and she has an opportunity to come in here and testify against Miss Adelson so she can get a deal. What was she facing, 5 or 6 years? Here's the biggest part. Did you hear what the judge read to you this morning before he started with the jury instructions? He read to you a stipulation. As he explained, that means the state and the defense agree to certain facts and you must accept them as true. And what was the stipulation? Patricia Byrd was never on the witness list for Donna Adelson. Well, isn't that interesting? She was going to come in and testify falsely for Donna Adelson, and she's never been on a witness list. And then you got Drina Byrd. This is not just someone who is hoping for some help in her case. She already got it. Her testimony was she is a 27-time convicted felon and or crimes involving dishonesty, facing 15 years in the Department of Corrections as a prison releasee reoffender, which means you get day for day with no gain time. Here she comes saying she's got all this evidence, and Donna's offering to do the same things for her that, oddly enough, Patricia Byrd in the same cell block has said is going to happen. What does she do? We tried really hard not to bore you by playing the whole tape, but there's an exhibit that we put in, and it's the video of where Donna and Miss Bernhardt are sitting at a table. Oddly enough, Miss Byrd wasn't there, and she told you that she was with Donna Adelson day and night talking about her case. She wasn't anywhere around when they're sitting at this table, but you can watch that video again. I would just like you to recall this. Who shows up to that table first? Drina Bernhardt does. Who shows up with paper and a writing instrument? Drina Bernhardt does. And while they're sitting at the table, is Donna sitting there just telling her? No, they're having a conversation. How does the writing start? Miss Bernhardt gets out her little hot pink folder, paper, whatever it's called, notebook, plops it open, shoves it towards Donna Adelson, and starts tapping on it. Let's get busy writing. You don't hear those words, but that's what she's doing. Here, right. And allegedly, she's going to do the same thing, give false testimony, and her name is not on a witness list. A little bit more about Catherine McBanawa. No, actually, I covered that. So if this is all they got, up until the time that he died, just that she said bad things about him and helped her daughter with her divorce, what is the evidence that they have after Danny Markell was killed? They put this evidence in. They got nothing to show that my client was involved in any way leading up to the time that he was killed. But they elicited the testimony that it was 2 months after the murder when Charlie Adelson discloses for the first time to his mother what he knows about the case. Now, all she knows is what he's telling her, but it's 2 months after the murder when he's telling her, well, what happened was I got a girlfriend and I had told her about this $1 million offer, and she said it in front of some of her friends, and they've gone up there and killed Danny Markell, and now they're demanding money. And so they said if I didn't turn over my third of the $1 million, this is what he claims that they elicited. If I didn't turn over that money, then I'd be dead in 48 hours or they'd kill my family. So he goes into his safe and pulls out $138,000 cash, puts it in a bag, gives it to Katie, tells his mother 2 months after the homicide, now he's being extorted. She works at Adelson Institute. They want you to believe this is a family business. Does family work there? Clearly. But who owns the business? Who does the money belong to? Who is Mrs. Adelson writing and paying all the bills for? Who's she doing the salary for? Everybody there. Everybody there. So he tells her right around $1,000 a month to Katie Magbanawa. It'll save my life. They had this forensic investigator and they didn't present anything to you, not a single check ever that Charlie Adelson signed for his business, because he had his mother paying the bills, doing salary and other things at the dental office. That's him paying these people. She's doing her job because he says it'll save his life. She believed it was the truth, so she did what he told her to do. Was there pushback or not? We don't know. They didn't present any evidence about that. They claim she would have pushed back. Maybe she did. We don't know. But what we do know is it's 2 months after the murder before she knows what has gone down. That's their evidence. But she conspired with people to have him killed. She got the hitman to have him killed, and she wanted him killed, and he ended up dead. She doesn't even know about this going on. And the only version she knows is what her son has told her. Did she say, oh, the truth's coming out, the truth's coming out, the truth's coming out? She did, because that's what Charlie had told her the truth was. And that's her son. And she believed him. And she didn't want her son to die. She wrote paychecks at Charlie's instruction. That's not her giving cash and paying off murderers. That's a paycheck to Katie. That's it. That's all she did.
Hi.
So we're bumping along, and now we're in 2016, and it's a bump. Law enforcement testified to you that they created this scenario where they could try and get information to further investigate this homicide. So they've locked in on Mrs. Adelson, so they're going to set her up. Funny thing is, Mr. Sanford testified to what probable cause is that you have to get a wiretap on somebody's phone, and you have to have proof that a crime has been committed, and this is likely the person who committed the crime. It's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the same that you have to get a warrant to arrest someone. But when they do this bump in April of 2016 to June, who do they get wiretaps on? Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa. Not Donna Adelson. But they're just sure she's the mastermind behind this. So what do? They follow her. They watch her daily routine. They pick a location where she is taking her grandchildren, Mr. Markel's children, to and from school. And they decide that's where they're going to do this bump. This is State's Exhibit 113 of the bump on the street that took place on April the 19th of 2016. Am I in anybody's way?
What is it? Okay, bye.
Poor Donna. Look at her sitting there.
She knows it's done.
It's so
I think she's, yeah. What a pathetic defense. Thus far.
Hey, no, just want to give you this. Listen, no, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Google for quite some time after your problem on more than resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuco. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
What did she say? You scared me. And he goes on his little explanation, and her response is, I don't know what you're talking about. Now, the state says from what happens next, which is a phone call that Mrs. Adelson makes, she has to be involved in this murder because she doesn't call the cops. She calls Charlie. Well, why'd she call Charlie? Because Charlie has confessed to her his role in paying the killers back in September of 2014, that it's his money, claiming he's being extorted, claiming his life is at risk. That's who she's going to call, because guess what? Now this man is talking about the people who are involved in the murder. You're taking care of Katie. So yes, she calls. And the state wants you to believe that there's this huge made up code. They allowed you to look at the transcripts when that was going on. And you looked, I watched, you were all intent looking at the transcripts and listening to the calls. If you go back and want to hear them again, you're welcome to do that. She's responding to his questions and his instructions not to talk about this on the phone, but he keeps pushing and pushing and pushing. So she's trying to give him a hint without actually saying on the phone what's going on. These are hints,
not what that is.
Code words like the state wants you to believe. Can I have just 1 second, please?
So I believe this is where the judge talks to them and then they go on to a break.
Oh, so they're having a little moment there?
Yep.
Okay.
They're back in the corner chatting. They're
having a sidebar.
Are there snacks in the corner? Are they refilling their snacks?
But it looks like the jury hasn't left the room, so it looks like it's
but they're going to. He's going to give a break to everybody, and they're actually on break right now live.
Okay, great. Well, that's good because I have to go pick up my daughter here in a few moments, but I'm going to connect to the feed here via StreamYard in just a moment. So I will still be in connection to everybody. And in just a few moments, we'll take a look back on some interesting observations on the case thus far. Eric Faddis, we're going to play back an interview, a conversation I had with him earlier. He's actually going to be joining us tomorrow morning on the program around 11 a.m. Central to discuss where the case is at and what might be happening next if we don't get a verdict this evening, or if we're going to be in verdict watch tomorrow, which, judging by thus far in the day, I mean, it's 3:00 in Florida. I don't know that we're going to be getting a verdict tonight, but that all depends what the judge wants to allow.
How much money do I lose now? Because I thought for sure this was going to happen today.
Same amount that I won when I knew that Donna wasn't going to take the stand, which is nothing. Yeah,
it's a wash.
It's a wash.
Okay.
What's the restroom? Stretch your legs. Judge is saying what here?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
And then there's a small break. So, what do you think so far of Mr. Petty?
Oh man, she's a disaster. She is. I'm blurry again. Sorry, kids. Let's see if I can get myself focused again here. I will talk as I visually focus. I think she's a disaster. I would want a refund if I were the client, to be honest with you. What a mess.
She's been getting into more detail than I was expecting her to, actually. I didn't expect I guess as robust reactions here, but they're all over the board. And the thing, I get the case is all over the board too. So I mean, that's the other. You're kind of screwed on this, no matter what. No matter what you're going to argue, you have to kind of go everywhere with it. Yeah. But the fact that she is arguing a lot of these little micro points that really have nothing to do with the guilt or the innocence of Donna Adelson. That's where I just keep going back to what I said earlier. This is Donna speaking through her. This is her airing her grievances against her family. Jackie sat there and took notes and said, okay, she wants to hit this, she wants to hit that. And she's hitting all the points. They're not arguments that are going to set her free, that are going to make the jury think she's innocent. In fact, most of these arguments look more damning than they do helpful. They feel like they're incriminating her more and putting her more in places and situations that certainly make her look very suspect.
That's how I felt too. I'll tell you, if my divorce attorney acted this way, I would be in some serious trouble. I would be pissed.
I realize that Harvey has not testified or anything, but he's the only family member that hasn't been thrown under the bus today so far.
Oh, no, he has been. He's been thrown.
Did she bring some stuff up about Harvey?
There was. It's on my other page of notes over here. Harvey on the landline.
The landline mention.
Where Charlie calls him on the landline while he is in the process, or while Megbonna is in the process of, I believe, renting the car for the hitman. Charlie calls him and then on the landline and then talks to, I believe, Donna. I think it was her Wendy right after that. So, I mean, it shows his knowledge of something going on. I mean, unless Charlie just called to talk about the weather, which I kind of doubt that's the case.
It's Florida. I mean, the weather's the same every day.
It's going to rain.
Let me ask you this. If you are Harvey and your wife is on trial and you are kind of getting, I don't know, I don't want to use the term fingered, but if there's some stuff pointing back to you, how do you feel how do you feel about that? I mean, again,
you're not wrong.
Yeah. I mean, here he is. He's sitting in the, he's sitting in the crowd looking just like the Muppet again yesterday.
He is.
I don't know. It just seems like everybody else is getting everything pointed at them. And Donna was just so innocent. She was just a bystander of everything going on around her. Come on.
I think he's sitting there going, that wretched bitch is finally getting what she deserves.
You think so?
I wonder. I do wonder. I mean, there ain't a whole lot of, he looks very frustrated. He looks very angry. He looks just like that character. I think it's a combination of, really? How did I get here? Is this how I was expecting the end of life to look like for me? My retirement years, my golden years. I worked my ass off to support this wretched bitch her whole life, and her narcissism and her controlling. And this is what it got me. It's got me at 70 years old and I look like one of Jeff Dunham's puppets. And I have the cast of Soap sitting behind me.
Jesus.
Oh, there's some old references. Holy shit.
It is. But it's it looks like 1989 at a cocktail party and they're still wearing the same dresses that they bought at the Dayton's or something, you know.
Wow. It's Midwest reference.
Yeah, it's like it's sad. I don't know that I feel bad for him because I think he had knowledge of this. I think he feels he's a bystander to a certain extent. I think he's a victim of Donna. I think everyone in Donna's wake is a victim of Donna. But there comes agency and there comes the ability to make your own choices in life.
And he has no agency. I'm sure she ruled the roost. It was probably like, well, the little woman, I do what she wants me to do.
At some point, you're a grown up too, and you got to say enough is enough.
Yesterday, Stacey, you were asking Siobhan, I think, about Everybody Loves Raymond. I think that's when it came up in our conversation.
Yeah.
Yes.
At least the family members knew what Marie was like, and they, even though she was able to manipulate them to a certain extent, all of them stood up to her at least a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
But apparently not in this family. And if you did, like, I have a feeling Wendy may have kind of tried to bow out on some of this kind of stuff. Then she was throwing Wendy under the bus within the family. Well, we've done so much for Wendy and she's doing nothing for us.
There was so much of that passive aggressive bullshit in the not the testimony. I felt like testimony, but in the arguments of her attorney, where it was just, oh, well, the kids could have done this. They could have done that. Why are you the attorney speaking and saying things like, why are you shaming the children for having their own lives? And I guess it's wrong if mother does everything for the kids. Yeah, it is kind of wrong at 35 that you're doing this amount of basic shit for your child. I get it if they're 8. By 15, I'd already be training them to do this stuff on their own so they can go be functioning members of society,
right,
and not reliant on mom and dad. So yeah, there is a lot wrong with it. It's called enmeshment. It's called narcissistic control. So yeah, there is a lot wrong with it. I know you're just repeating what Donna said to you, over coffee the other day, going, oh, there's something wrong with that, I guess, too. And I'm sure that woman is sitting up there, Tom Petty's going, oh, I know. You can just see the two of them just commiserating in their angst and how they feel slighted by their family that they gave so much for.
Sacrificed everything for them.
But at the end of the day, they didn't. Every choice that was made was about Donna being happy.
Yep.
It was about that. It wasn't about the kids' happiness. It was about her image, how she looked, what their choices, how they reflected on her. And at the end of the day, she didn't want 2 Jewish grandkids. And she didn't want them being raised by him up there. She wanted them close because that's her right, because they're her kids in her mind. Everything is hers in her mind. Everybody else is a puppet in her little show. And this is when you get called on the carpet like this. This is what it looks like. This is what it looks like. Take murder out of this, and you could still call her out on most of these things of being just a horrible human being.
Yep.
It is what it is, and these people know no bounds to what they will do to try and control those around them.
Agreed. Exactly.
Yeah. Well, they are in a break right now, and we're going to bring you back live as soon as they come back to see the conclusion of Tom Petty's closing arguments. And then we're likely going to see a rebuttal. The state, it's their choice. They could say, we're good, we've said our stuff, but I think the amount of graveling and the amount of misinformation that's been thrown into the jury's ears over the last hour is likely going to need probably a little bit of correction from the prosecution. So we'll probably have another break after that and see that. It's a long day. This is a long show, everyone, isn't it? We're going and covering this whole damn thing. So until we get back, until the jury comes back, we're going to take a look at a conversation I had with Eric Faddis about this case. This is some insight from a defense attorney and former prosecutor on where this is all going. And like I said, when they come back in, we're going to break right back into the coverage of Donna Adelson. Let's check this out.
This is Hidden Killers with Tony Bruschi. Here now, Tony Bruschi.
Donna Adelson. There's so much to discuss in this case, and there's so many legal questions I think a lot of us are starting to stack our list with, because it's getting more dicey, it's getting more questionable, it's getting more obvious, the guilt of Donna Adelson, let's be honest. But I want to start with something in this next conversation that I really think cuts through this first week and a half of testimony. The family. We've now seen Donna and her own children take the stand. Robert came across blunt, detached, almost clinical in how he described his mother's control. Wendy, on the other hand, was evasive, giving jurors a steady diet of, I don't remember. Instead of showing family unity, it exposed a lot of cracks. Estrangement, discomfort, resentment. It's not a good look for the defendant who's trying to project a warm grandmotherly image. Unfortunately, no cardigan can bring that to the jurors. Eric Faddis, defense attorney, joining me to discuss. Eric, let's just start out with all of this. What kind of impact does it have when jurors hear children describe their parent, the defendant, as they've heard her described like controlling? Let's start with that.
Yeah, I mean, who knows an individual better in the vast majority of circumstances but the children? You know, they grew up with this person. They've seen them over the course of years and years, watch their conduct. They know the family dynamic. They know what their mom's like, you know? And so in this case, the prosecution's theme is essentially that Donna had her hands in all of this, that she was intimately involved in the child custody issue. And those themes were kind of corroborated by what the children had said.
Very, very much so, and very, very clearly, I would say as well. How do you think jurors are weighing in contrast Robert's kind of, matter-of-fact answers against Wendy's kind of foggy, more, I don't remember hesitancy with her Botox eyebrows?
Yeah, certainly the jury is taking it all in, and you have kind of contrasting presentations on the stand between Robert and Wendy here. Mm-hmm. And so, they're going to look at, hey, are one of these kids trying to protect their mom? Do one of these kids kind of not care and are just kind of giving it to the jury straight? And looking at it through that paradigm, the jury might conclude that, hey, Robert, who's been estranged from Donna for some time, he has less of an interest to protect his mom. He's more likely to just kind of come with it and give the straight facts to this jury. So I wonder if they're giving more credibility to sort of how he described things.
And I'm wondering how they read to the jury, and I'm curious to get your perspective, as a former prosecutor, as a defense attorney, where you have, the combination of the two. You got the one being more evasive, you got the one being more direct. Is Wendy's evasiveness, does that help mom? Does it hurt Donna by making the whole thing look even shadier? Because they're both coming across at least with a level of shadiness about mom. One a little more direct and extreme. The other one like, well, I don't want to say anything too bad.
Yeah, it certainly projects not the greatest look for Donna there. It looks suspicious. It looks shady, like you said. The other hand, this case it relies on a lot of circumstantial evidence, and Wendy did not provide anything overly direct or substantive that incriminates Donna, in my opinion. And so while it might not be the best look, it also doesn't add to the prosecution and what they need to meet their burden.
But it also went to the character of Donna Adelson. And I think that's a big part of all understanding Donna Adelson, not just circumstantial evidence, but understanding the character. And if the jury understands people at all, they'll know if something is a big divergent from their normal line of actions. And it seems Donna consistently was out there all the time talking about the problem, the big problem being Dan Markell. No matter what it was, it seemed like there was no filter on Donna most of the time. So could we do this? Could we do that? Could we get the money? Could we hire a hitman? It sounds like it was just this throw up of all of these ideas. And then if you're reading it together, you hear Wendy later talking to, an ex-boyfriend that my brother looked into all options. Sounds like Charlie took the hint that, Donna was suffering and we had to help Donna. We had to fix this for Donna more than anyone else because she couldn't sleep at night, this and that he literally took that, just bleh of everything and seeked everything out. That's some disturbing stuff there that anyone went there for.
All right, looks like we're getting back to some live coverage here from the courthouse, and Tony Bruschi is driving right now, which doesn't seem safe to me.
Let's go back to the courtroom and see what's going on, and then we'll reconvene and discuss what Miss Petty had to say.
All right. Arrangement that they want. Donna Adelson.
Do you have that? There's a transcript of that. you can't make out everything they say, but this is part of the transcript that I wanted to point out to you. This is Charlie Adelson talking. Don't waste your time with mom. They need to talk to someone who's first person. Wouldn't it make sense that they make a connection to my family, to me, to my family, not my mom? And then he says to Katie, "You're the office help. Checks are on me. That's just because they found out you come in and work on the weekends. Trust me, I'll keep you on full time, so you're going to get your checks." That's Charlie Adelson agreeing that he's keeping her on payroll, and the checks from him will keep coming. After the bump on the street, Mrs. Adelson receives a letter. And the statement from, or the evidence that came from the state's witness, you recall that he said that his instructions on when he met her on the street was to be polite. This is not so polite. The next thing, she gets a letter and it says, "So my phone is not ringing, so you don't care about Tato and what he did for you. He knows he is fucked, and soon so will you." Now, it doesn't say I'm going to kill you, but now the threatening behavior is coming, and they're taking the next step to try and get Mrs. Adelson to come out and admit to something. If she pays the $5,000, bingo, right? She doesn't do that. So that happened on April the 26th. Then she does nothing still. She's scared, and you recall from the phone calls, she's scared. She thinks it's someone related to the killer. She's worried about her safety. She thinks something bad is going to happen to her, but Charlie just keeps saying, "Mom, everything's okay. You have nothing to worry about." Then on May the 4th at 2:09 in the morning, the undercover sends her a text message, 2:09 in the morning. "So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta call me to see if I'm for real? If you think what Katie baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're fucking crazy. I want the now, or I'm going after the 100K. So threatening, "I'm going to go to the police. This is not going away. Don't think that I'm gone. We're still here, and you're going to do something about it." That happens on May the 4th. As you recall from going through the wire summary with the state, other calls take place in between. And then on May the 6th, finally, Donna calls the undercover at the number that he had provided initially, that shows here on State's Exhibit 83 with the article about Danny Markell being murdered. Call or text, that's the number that was provided, 305-712-6570, and the dollar amount of $5,000. Now, the state has said to you, innocent people don't fold the paper up and put it in their pocket. I'm pretty sure there's not going to be a jury instruction that tells you she must be guilty because she folded it up and put it in her pocket. She took it very seriously. She got her grandchildren, she went home, and she immediately called Charlie to report that. But now she's calling the number that was provided, and you've heard from the testimony, she downloaded an app so it could be recorded, but of course it was being recorded by the undercover as well. Could we play that call? And I think we have provided a transcript to you because it wasn't provided previously. If you'd like to read along.
This is Mrs. Adelson. Is this Danny? Danny. Okay. My grandchildren had my phone before, so
Can you Adelson?
I'm Mrs. Adelson.
Yes.
My grandchildren had my phone before, so that's, and I just saw that you called.
Oh, okay. You left the message on my voicemail.
Right, I did.
No.
This is my problem. You approached me on Alton Road. You handed me an article from the newspaper about my ex-son-in-law. You told me I need to call you and help your friend who is in prison. Now, at the time you did that, I didn't understand what you were talking about. I didn't call you back. Then you mail me a threatening letter. Then you send me a text message to my phone that says I'm not taking you seriously. So I am taking you seriously. And I really want you to listen to me. I have to tell you, and this is important, I have been so stressed out. I have spoken to 10 or 12 people who are close friends of mine, telling them about this and basically picking their brains and asking them what I should do, because I don't know your friend who is in jail. You mentioned a name. I don't even know his name. I never spoke to him. I don't know what he looks like. I've never met him. I'm sorry your friend's in jail, but I don't know what that has to do with me.
You know exactly what it has to do with. You know exactly what it is. Listen to me carefully. Listen to me. You just got to listen to me.
You need to ask who this person looks like, or what their name is, something, because I know there's a big reward out there, and if you need money for your friends, that's the way you get it. I mean, I'm asking you nicely. I don't know who he is. I am out of the loop. It is not me. If I can help, I will help. I mean, that's what.
Just like I told you, listen to me. Just like I told you that day, we know that your family had a problem up north. We know that problem was taken care of about a year and a half, 2 years ago. And we know that Katie has been taken care of and has been taken care of. Now my brother in jail, we were in Broward together. He told me the whole thing, and he hasn't been taken care of. You know. Now, all that's being asked for is 5K. That's all we're asking for is 5K. And he told me everything, and I know everything. I know who's involved. I know everything, and I'll get the 100K for myself.
You know,
all I ask is to send the 5K. Everybody knows what's going on.
You're saying everyone knows. I know I lost my ex-son-in-law. I did not have anything to do with it. That's why I said, ask him what.
That's what my brother Tato told me. He told me everything when we were in jail. He told me everything and who was involved. I know everything.
Well, I don't. That's the problem. I'm telling you, it's not me. It's not me. I have had a year of aggravation, a year and a half of aggravation over this. My daughter, my grandchildren. It is not me. And when I asked my friends, what do they think? They said, well, this person needs to get a description of you because of what you look like, or it's not me. I don't know who caused this. It wasn't me. I mean, I don't know.
I'll tell you, just like that day when I talked to you, this is not going away. This is not going to go away. Because Tato told me everything. He wasn't being taken care of. He needed the 5K. Spend 5K. That's all we were asking for.
I
don't do that.
I don't know who Tato is. You don't understand.
We know you don't know who Tato is, but you know who Katie is. And you know the contacts Katie has, and she has, listen to me, let's stop fucking around. Okay? You know who Katie is. And you know that Katie has somebody that knows stuff. And they took care of a problem for you people. That's just the bottom line. The bottom line is you know who the fuck Katie is.
Look, I don't.
I'm not fucking around with it. You know who Katie is. You know that they took care of Katie and her people. Nobody's taking care of Tato. I know you don't know who Tato is.
No,
but we know who all of you are. And this ain't going away.
You know what?
So I can give you that, you want to spend the 5K?
Here's what you need to do. You need to go and.
Don't tell me what to do. I know what to do and I'm doing it.
You're looking for money, get $100,000 or whatever whatever the reward is. It isn't me. You have got the wrong person. That's why I said ask your friends,
You're Donna Adelson.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Well, I know, we know who's involved in all this.
Yes, this is not fair. I mean, if you want the money, you should get it from the police. They can give you a whole lot more than you're asking me for money for someone. I can't do this. I have had too much stress and too much aggravation from this, and I don't know what you are talking about. I just don't know. I just don't know.
Good, I think you should talk to Katie, talk to people that are involved in this. You'll know, you know what's going on.
That's why I'm.
You can tell me, you know, you can tell me all you fucking want, but I know you know. Because I know, because I heard, when I was locked up in Broward with my brother's pastor, he told me everything. Everything. He told me everything.
Well, then
I just wanted to take care of him because fucking Katie was being taken care of with her fucking people.
I just think instead of asking me, you should get the money from the police. There's a lot of money out there, and I know if you think you know who this is, then go ahead and do it, because I know it isn't me. I know it isn't me. And I can't take this kind of level of stress. I just can't. I know I didn't do anything.
To talk to people, you talk to the right people, you talk to people, you make this 5K come to me. That's all I need. Just do it and get it to me. Do it and get it to me. Bye.
They tried 5 different times. I'm sorry. Did you want a particular position? Yeah. Sorry, Judge. 5 times they tried. They tried to get her to pay the money. They tried to get her to admit that she was involved in this. And 5 times it failed because Mrs. Adelson tells them in this call, he keeps telling her, I know everything. I know everybody. I know what happened. And she tells him in this call, if you know, go to the police. Go to the police and get the reward. Why in the world, if she's guilty of committing these crimes, is she telling somebody who apparently knows everything to go to the police? If you're guilty, you're not sending anybody to the police. That's why they think they can get her with the 5K. But she didn't do it. And still consistently, Charlie is saying, nothing to worry about. Don't worry. You can hear the fear and worry in her voice on that call. Now, the state talks about coding and code words. And one of the things they say is that in one of the discussions with Charlie, Mrs. Adelson says, it's about the 2 of us. It couldn't be more clear what that means. Her son told her in September of 2014 that he got extorted. He has to pay this money. He has paid the money, and he's going to keep paying the money so he doesn't get killed, right? Now somebody has walked up to her on the street about the exact same subject, Mr. Markel being killed, and demanding $5,000 from her. So now he's brought her into this. It is the 2 of them. They're not knocking on his door. They're coming up to her on the street. They're sending her text messages. They're sending letters. They're calling. They won't stop. But she didn't do anything. If her son did, that's on him, not her. There's no evidence that if Charlie Adelson had not told her in September of 2014 what he told her, there's no evidence that she would know anything at all about what happened. That's her single source. and he brought it to her. Bring cash. That's one of the things she says. Bring cash. Without telling him what has happened on the street, she's telling him they want cash. That's not code. That's hint, hint, hint. You don't want to talk on the phone, but you won't stop asking me. So I'm going to hint to you what this is about. There's nothing code about that. The state is interpreting what they think these things mean. It's not their interpretation that matters. It's the evidence that's presented. The judge has read you the jury instructions. So I'm not going over all of them with you, but I want to say this. Murder in the first degree, the state has to prove that on July the 18th of 2014, Donna Adelson intended that Dan Markell be killed on that date. They have to prove that. There's no evidence of it. First degree murder is killing with premeditation, is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. They've got no evidence of her doing anything until after Mr. Markel is dead, when she writes the checks at the instruction of her son. Conspiracy. The state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the intent of Donna Adelson was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed on the date that he's killed, not after the date, before and up to the time that he's shot and killed. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she had that intent, and they have nothing. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. They have to prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm sorry, back to conspiracy. I forgot to say this. In order to carry out the intent, Donna Adelson had to agree, conspire, combine, or confederate with Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to cause the first-degree murder to be committed. Had to be before. No evidence of it. Solicitation. Prove the following two elements beyond reasonable doubt. Donna Adelson solicited Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to commit first-degree murder. During the solicitation, Donna Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. What does solicit mean? It means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person to engage in specific conduct. We know that the state has not presented evidence of Mrs. Adelson actually shooting and killing Dan Markell. They are asking that you find her to be a principal, that these other people did the killing, but she's a principal. And to prove that she's a principal, you have to show that she helped another person or persons commit the crime. In doing so, the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intended the crime to occur and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Daniel Markell occur. Then you heard the instruction of a principal when active participant is hired by the defendant. If the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, to commit a crime means she paid or promised to pay them before they killed him. There is no evidence of that at all. She never paid any of her money. All she did was write the checks that her son told her to write from his business account. says you have to show that she made or promised the payment.
This is Hidden Killer.
For the commission or promised to commit the crime or to help commit the crime. Her to Catherine McBanawa, Sigfredo Garcia, or Luis Rivera. Her link to Charlie Adelson is it's her son. They like to show those little arrows going back and forth like it's a train, I think they said. This isn't a train. This is somebody's life. Danny Markell's life. And now Donna Adelson's life. This isn't cute. This isn't powdered sugar. They have charged my client with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, solicitation of the people to kill, and their example is she's got powdered sugar all over her. No, she doesn't. They want you to believe it. That's their theory, but a theory doesn't prove a crime. They have to present evidence, and they haven't done that. Let's talk about Vietnam.
Really?
And the evidence that the state has introduced. Their exhibits 129 and 130 are the visas for Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson. That one's Harvey's. Now, there's something very important about these. It says their name and what they're going to do. You see that line? It's in, I guess that's Vietnamese, but underneath it, it's in English. And it says, good for single/multiple entries, that it is a visa for tourism, not residence. It's a visa for tourism. They can come and go as they please. And that it is good until, where's that date? Here it is. It's good until, they put the dates backwards. So this is February the 5th of 1950. And the state says, oh, well, she was going to be gone past the date of the bar mitzvah. This visa allows them to come home. And if they want to go back, go back. Now, here's something really important. The state said that we're trying to tell you she was going on vacation. That's not true. Her prior attorney testified that before there was a conviction, she was very upset and said she wanted to kill herself if her son was convicted. And her husband was concerned about her doing that. So he wanted to get her away, to clear her head so that she wouldn't take such a drastic step. That's not a vacation. She's beyond herself. And then he gets convicted. And it's worse. And here's the thing. The state has been saying, since this woman was arrested, that she was going to flee this country to avoid prosecution. Flee. She's going away. She is not coming back. She's going somewhere where we could never get her and bring her back. They took almost nothing with them. They took a few credit cards, some cash, 2 pieces of luggage, and 1 carry-on.
You're arguing the wrong point.
147. When the search warrant was executed, after Mrs. Adelson was taken into custody, here's the luggage in plain view
like, keep going,
with the tags on it to go to one stop and then to Vietnam. And that's terrible. I'm sorry, I'm not criticizing.
Yeah, don't
You
criticize.
gotta hold it. In any event, there's the luggage.
Like the luggage
It's there
somehow
when the search warrant is
exonerates her.
executed. And the gentleman from Miami, what did he tell you about that when they executed the search warrant? They didn't even look in the luggage to see what they had.
They
Not
open it up
even
and there's
look
like
in the
50
luggage.
dildos in there.
More important than that is they conducted, according to him, a thorough search. And this is State's Exhibit 160. And it's not real easy to see, and I might just have to pass it along to you because this is really blurry. You see that? You see that little light down there underneath the white shirt? See that? That's the size of Mrs. Adelson's safe, sitting there on that little shelf. They never even bothered to open it and look in it to see if there's any stapled cash. that little bitty safe on that shelf, is that where she allegedly got $138,000 in cash and washed it and stapled it after she got this phone call and took it up to Charlie? Never happened. Couldn't happen. Wasn't going to happen. And the investigator was so concerned about it, he never even touched it. But here's what the state presented. And just like so much other evidence that they presented in their case, this is a state witness. And on cross-examination, when asked, Sergeant Chris Corbett testified there was no proof that they were actually going to flee. When confronted with the 90-day visa, his testimony was, well, they were going to be gone a long time. That's not fleeing. That's not avoiding prosecution. She got arrested almost 2 years ago under that claim. And it took them almost 2 years to come in here and have a jury seated on these serious charges. And they finally admit there was no evidence that she was going to flee. Danny Markell was killed on July the 18th of 2014, and Mrs. Adelson, according to Agent Sanford, was a person of interest, but she was not arrested in 2014. They immediately started, according to him, gathering bank account information, emails, phone records of Donna Adelson. 2015, she was not arrested. In 2016, they conducted the bump operation against Donna Adelson, and we've just gone through that entire bump operation. And still, even though others were arrested, Donna Adelson was not arrested. She was not arrested in 2017. She was not arrested in 2018. She was not arrested in 2019 or 20 or 21 or 22. Not arrested. And what did Agent Sanford tell you? That they had listened in on this call or heard the recorded call where Mrs. Adelson thinks she's gotten cut off from her son, and she's talking about going away, getting airline tickets, and she wants to kill herself. She talks about it on there. She wants her and Harvey to do it together. And he wants to get her out of town and away from the media and clear her head. And Agent Sanford said, here's how invested he is. They think they might get a warrant for her on the day that she's arrested. They're not sure if they're going to try or not, but maybe they're going to. So he's up here in Tallahassee, and what does he do? He hops in his car and he starts driving towards Miami, not even knowing whether they're going to try to get a warrant. When Mrs. Adelson got her visa, there was not a warrant. She was doing nothing wrong. When she booked the ticket, or Rick Sugarin helped book the ticket, there was no warrant. She was not doing anything wrong. She got advice of her legal counsel that there was no warrant. There was no promise with Mrs. Kappelman, but her lawyer told her of the possibility if they got a warrant, she could self-surrender and turn herself in. She packed her bags, no warrant. She gets in her car to drive to the airport, no warrant. She gets to the airport, and sometime therein, they actually get a warrant, and she knows nothing about it. They go to where she is seated with her husband, waiting for the flight to board, sitting down amongst the crowd, and they watch her and wait, even though they've got a warrant. They don't arrest her. And he gives some, oh, well, you know, there was a crowd of people. There's no more crowd than when you enter the jetway and everybody's trying to get on the airplane. They waited until she presented her ticket.
Yeah, because she had to do that legally to arrest her.
So they could say that she was actually fleeing.
Yes, they couldn't just get her. Otherwise,
they knew exactly what was going on. They set her up so they could claim, oh, we captured the matriarch murderer. She was fleeing the country to flee prosecution.
You can't arrest a drunk driver when they're in a bar.
Got a lot of headlines.
They have to get behind the vehicle. That's what they were doing essentially.
But we're in trial almost 2 years later, and they know she wasn't fleeing this country.
She was getting on a plane to Vietnam. Of course she was fleeing the country.
And this is from the state's evidence. TPD, FDLE, the FBI, and one agency in Miami-Dade are all involved. They have people listening to phone calls around the clock, 24 hours a day during this 2-month bump period. In their investigation, in their words, they have collected hundreds of thousands of emails, over 2,000 phone calls during that 2-month period, recorded text messages, bank records. They got experts analyzing all of this stuff. They got cell tower records, and I don't even understand all that stuff, but it supposedly can place you in places. They've been working on this case, according to Agent Sanford, right up until the time he was sitting on the stand, still investigating Donna Adelson. If you were going to have proof that Donna Adelson committed a crime, you should have had it beyond a reasonable doubt before you put handcuffs on her in the Miami International Airport. They still didn't even know that day if they were going to arrest her. In all the evidence they have collected, she can't help but run her mouth. Not a single email, no phone calls that are recorded, no written documents, no emails, not one single thing that said anything about wanting Danny Markell killed. The most aggressive thing they have are her foul words and wanting to aggravate him. This is not, could she possibly have done it? Could she probably have done it? Might she have done it? You have been sitting here hearing testimony for almost 2 weeks, and there's not a single piece of evidence that connects my client to that murder.
Really?
Charlie Adelson? Yeah.
Okay. She's not good at math.
She's the one who said she hated him.
She is not mathing well.
He's the one fighting with him in court.
They're even backing over
Donna
Wendy
Adelson,
again.
Nothing. Not a single piece of evidence. You have to find her not guilty because they have failed to do their job on all 3 counts. They cannot prove she had him killed. At the time that he was killed, she had paid anybody or asked anybody to do it. Please take this case seriously. Please go back and review the evidence. Please discuss what's been presented. Don't get talked into something that you don't agree with. The verdict has to be unanimous. If you don't reach an agreement, if you can't be unanimous, there's another procedure we go through. But please don't buy into what the state is about to do, telling me how wrong I am or telling you how wrong I am about everything and how they have this mountain of evidence, because they admitted it. Agent Sanford admitted it. There is no direct evidence linking Donna to anything. And all this circumstantial evidence isn't really circumstantial evidence. It's argument about what it could mean, what it possibly mean. Could it have been? That's not beyond a reasonable doubt.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda, baby.
Ms. Fulford, State, you may give your rebuttal.
Boom.
Oh, here we go. We're going right into
Woo, get your popcorn, Todd.
I'll get it.
We might need to crack open a couple of beers too.
Let's pause this just for a second and just talk about what we just saw there. This is Jackie Fulford, the one time I'm going to call her by her name, talking about cell tower data after she just went through and said how inaccurate the information was about where phones are.
Thank you for that.
I don't understand all that stuff, but apparently it can put you at places. I think that's a pretty close quote to what she said. I tried to write it down. It's very, very close.
Yeah.
Right after she just tells us how all of the cell tower data doesn't mean anything, she tells us how she doesn't understand you, but apparently it can put you at places.
Well, she's cherry picking. She's, this is like a buffet for her. She's just picking out what she needs.
Is it cherry picking or delusion?
Well,
and let's talk about circumstantial evidence just for a quick second before we get to the finisher round of all of this with Jackie or with Georgia. Circumstantial evidence. You get this term thrown around in a lot of trials, especially in closing arguments. It's circumstantial. It's circumstantial. Here's the best explanation you can ever make about circumstantial evidence. It's supposed to snow tonight. It's in the forecast. Okay, great. I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to shut my shades. I'm not going to look out the window. You get up in the morning and there's snow on the ground. Okay. Did you see the snow actually falling? No, you were asleep. You heard it was going to snow. You saw the radar prior. It was coming in, but you didn't see it actually falling from the sky. So yes, there is there a possibility that a snow cone truck exploded nearby and then covered your home? Is it possible a rogue ski attendant took one of the snowmakers and decided that they were just going to blanket your house in snow that day? Possible? Probable? No.
It's happened to me on occasion.
Circumstantial? That's what circumstantial evidence is. It's very strong. It just means you're connecting dots. You're using the ingenuity that you have as a human being to reason and think and put together dots. Now, could there be those odd chances? Yes. Is it a reasonable doubt that a snow cone truck exploded in front of your house? No, that is not reasonable. Could it be a possible doubt? Sure, it's not reasonable. Is it beyond a reasonable doubt? Yeah, it is, because the snow cone truck didn't blow up in front of your house. There's no records of snow cone trucks blowing up. There's nothing to point out unless you can find a snow cone truck that blew up in front of your house. That's pretty damning evidence. So that's what I got to say going into this. Stacey, you got anything else, Todd?
I think you summed it up. I'm excited for this part.
Me too.
Finish her.
Lego.
Round 3. Fight.
Ding. I do like her suit. Georgia. It's powerful.
She's just waiting till the dunce gets off the floor.
Yeah. You done there, buddy?
A little annoyed.
You done, Skippy? Thank you. Okay, bye-bye. Well, that's the attorney. He's a guy. He's Dennis' assistant.
Yeah, he's not the audio-visual guy, but he's acting like one.
Y'all tired of hearing lawyers talk yet? Down for another hour or two?
Oh, God.
I think I've got 7 minutes. He hasn't started the timer yet.
She's got 7 minutes. They're all giving 2 hours total.
It does not matter what Miss Fulford thinks, if she's right, if she's wrong, if I'm right, if I'm wrong. What the lawyers say is not evidence. You have the evidence before you. They say it means one thing. I say it means something else. Only you guys decide, right? I think outside your house means outside your house. But apparently outside your house means something else. I think a very contentious divorce means a very contentious divorce. They think it means an amicable divorce. You guys decide, right? Look at the evidence and you guys decide. Is everything not what it seems and actually something else? You guys decide. A TV repair appointment is not an alibi because she could have changed it to earlier, but she didn't change it to earlier. That's where she was when he was getting killed. That's an alibi. This TV, that doesn't mean, that's not code, that's a hint. A hint for what? It's code. What does it involve? The two of us. Oh, well, that actually means it doesn't involve the two of us because we're being extorted. We're victims. It doesn't involve us. So what does it involve? The two of us actually means it does not involve the two of us. That's what we've heard. A one-way non-extradition ticket to Vietnam? It's not fleeing. It's a setup. How did I set her up? I didn't make her do that. I didn't get her the fast-track visa. I didn't get her a one-way ticket. She did that. She made those choices. Wendy didn't bother to tell her mom she was ready to give up on the relocation. Yes, she did. Look in the emails. She was giving up and Donna wasn't having it. That's when she gets the totally unhinged email from her mother suggesting, you're not going to give up. You want to move on with a sense of peace? Hell no, we're going to fight this guy. We're going to dress your kids up as Nazis. That's what happened when when Wendy suggested giving up. Never, never, never give up, right? This murder charge is not based on the fact that she said some bad words. I mean, I'd be facing murder just in this courtroom. Obviously, people. That is not what this case is about. You've got to look at all the evidence. I mean, it is death by 1,000 cuts. It is powdered sugar. You've got to look at the whole thing and make a decision. And I'm sorry that there's not a smoking gun, but she was too smart for that. She thought about it. She planned it. She made sure we could never get her, right? She took precautions, but she did make mistakes. And that's what all those exhibits are. Mistakes. My spin and the spin I'm putting on all the evidence, that's not, it doesn't matter what my spin is. It's your spin. You look at the evidence, you decide. I tell you what I think it shows. They tell you what they think it shows. Here's the other side. And what do they think it shows? They don't have to prove anything. I have to prove the case. Yes. But what are they saying? Wendy. Oh no. Charlie, definitely. Wendy, maybe. Not Donna. But also, not Charlie. We were getting extorted. Not Charlie. I mean, you can't have it both ways, right? It's like hard to get your head around it, but we can't be getting extorted by the killers who killed Dan Markell on their own. And also, Charlie's pretty guilty and Wendy looks a little guilty too. It's got it like, there's no lane that's been picked. And they don't have to prove anything, but they're throwing all that out, right? And it's like, you were getting extorted, or Charlie and Wendy did it behind your back and they don't tell mom what they're doing. Can't charge Donna because Charlie already went down for this. No, that's not true. Everyone that's responsible for this murder should be held accountable for their role. Not just Charlie, not just the two killers that came here and shot him. Everyone that played a part in it should be held accountable. They said some things in their closing that doesn't comport with my recollection of the evidence. For example, Corbett said that the defendant did not send the Evite. My recollection is the complete opposite. You guys took notes, you have remembrances, you guys rely on your own memory. I don't want to go through every single thing, but there were a few of those. The only complaint from a 3- and 4-year-old was, Grandma says you're stupid. Oh, that's dumb. Well, no, I remember that the kid also said, Grandma hates you. Rob has an axe to grind. Mary Hull said that the Adelson Institute was Charlie's until 2022. Not my recollection, but hopefully you remember that it changed hands in 2015. No SunPass records. Do you need SunPass records to know that Donna Adelson was outside Charlie's house on the night of the murder? We didn't know that. Catherine Magbanoa told us when I got to Charlie's, he told me his parents had just come, right? And brought the money. But when we looked in the records, there's a text outside your house corroborating what she said. That's important. She was outside his house. Oh, well, she had the garage code. Why didn't she go in? I don't know if she went in. Maybe she did. She told him, I'm outside your house. He said 10 minutes. It's going to be there in 10 minutes. Maybe she did go in. I don't know. But she was there. That I do know. I don't know why she's denying that. Grandma motion. We disagree with what the words say. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I say the words say, I don't want the kids around grandma because she's disparaging me. Somebody needs to be there to monitor. They say, no, that's not what it means. It means something else. Charlie's extortion story. She wrote the checks because she had to save her son's life. Well, right. So if that's the case, we're picking lane 2 here, down below. And that's where all that evidence comes up about that pushes back on that. Like, that couldn't happen. They're not going to be spitballing the drug dealer defense years after they've been extorted. Like, that didn't happen. That was a lie, right? That Charlie came up with in his testimony, and that she then kind of got stuck with after saying all the truth is out, truth is out, truth is out. Plus, she's got to come up with something for writing those checks. She paid for the murder.
Oh, sidebar.
Uh-oh. Did she just say, can you give me 5 more? Is that what she said?
I couldn't make it
I
out.
couldn't make it out either.
But that's there's a sidebar now. I don't know what they're objecting to. She paid for the murder. As you were saying, Stacy, earlier, what about the checks? Because she's going, well, the money's Charlie. Donna wrote 44 checks and signed them.
It reminds me of the excuse of, the battered woman with the 2 black eyes saying, oh, I fell down the stairs.
Todd, pause it for a second. Really quick.
Boom.
Look at this. Look at this shit show. This, I think one of them, I mean, if you're watching this, like if you're listening to this on the podcast platform, God bless you. But this is such a visual show today. You need to be checking this out on YouTube and just search Hidden Killers with Tony Bruschi to do that. But oh my God, what the hell is that woman wearing behind the Jeff Dunham puppet named
In
Harvey
Florida,
Adelson?
no less. I mean, it looks like it's a cape. It's like a shawl. It's almost like it's backwards.
She's a little cold in the courtroom. That's what that is. It's like a blanket or something.
It's so chilly. She's one of those. She's the angry boomer mom that, I always just, it's so chilly in here. Can you turn the heat up? It's just so chilly. Everybody else is like dying and they're just like, thank God it's air. I'm going to turn the heat up because I'm uncomfortable. Is that okay? I just did it. I just didn't tell anybody I was going to do it, but I did it. I'm speaking from experience.
They are back, just so you know.
Okay, let's continue. But look at that. I mean, yeah.
I'm going to get one for Christmas from you.
It looks like she's wearing a Snuggie.
It'll have the Hidden Killers logo on it, though, Stacy.
Ooh,
Stanford
merch
City
idea
never
for
made
Christmas.
A mistake. Not my recollection. What's the pushback on extortion? Her behavior on the wire. She doesn't say, oh my gosh, it's happening again. She doesn't say anything about the prior extortion. If the prior extortion had occurred, she would immediately tell him it's happening again, or some reference to the fact that this is something that's been ongoing. She doesn't do that. Instead, she talks in code. It's a TV. What the heck? Why are you talking in code? Her Googling extortion versus blackmail 7 days before Charlie's trial. That wouldn't happen if the extortion was real. She wasn't extorted. Charlie didn't tell her there was an extortion because there never was an extortion. She was paying for a murder. She knew it was going to be a murder. She's the one that wanted it done. Her discussion of Charlie's lawyers meeting with Garcia's lawyers. What? If she was being extorted by Garcia and Charlie was being extorted and his life being threatened by Garcia, their lawyers aren't going to be meeting up. Look at those text messages. She said, bring cash. They say, oh, that's not code. She said, bring cash. She literally said, bring cash for dinner on that call. It's not a hint. It's a code word. They say the bump failed. I say the bump succeeded. She said it involved the two of us. That was before we got made, before that Matt Surrey operation where they literally see the camera in the bag and know the camera's in the bag. Yeah, she called and put on a great show when she called the undercover. But what did she say in the first call? the second call and the third call before we got made, before she knew it was law enforcement. She said it involves the two of us, both of us. To these, okay, I want to hit one more thing. Don't call time on me. 2 years after the murder, we've got two emails, 64T and 64I. The defense told you in opening that this defendant cares about others more than she cares about herself. The problem is that she decides what other people need, what's necessary for other people in their lives, and she is willing to justify whatever ends she thinks are needed, right? Any means to get to those ends are justified in her mind. The problem is she doesn't care about the collateral damage to get to her ends. The evidence has shown that this defendant, I think, did believe that Wendy and those boys were better off in South Florida. She thought that's what they needed. They would be better off with her. And she was angry that that couldn't happen. Dan Markell is the thing standing in the way. What was the cost of that to not only Dan Markell, but to those little boys? Those little boys lost their father. Look what she says in 64T. Children are 2 and 3. Children do not even have a memory of life before age 5 or 6.
Jesus Christ.
Look what she says in 64II when Wendy is concerned. This is 2 years after the murder. Her child is having trouble at school, crying because he misses his father. And this woman, this nice grandmother, innocent woman, says, quote, "I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father." Quotations on the sad. 64II. "I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father. I spend a minimum of 25 hours a week with him, and oftentimes more than that, including weekend times and sleepover days, and have never experienced a time when he was sad. I think it's just another phase of the many, many phases that kids go through. The problem is they have a highly intelligent and sensitive mom. She doesn't believe that this kid is sad because she can't take accountability for her own actions and the catastrophic consequences that this had on everyone's life in her family. Not just her son, not just her daughter, not just Rob, not just Dan Markell, but those boys who lost their father. It wasn't better for them to be in South Florida. It was better for them to have their father. You must not base your verdict on the feelings of sympathy, prejudice, bias. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and the law. Yes, she's a grandmother. Most murderers don't look like that. But the evidence has revealed what she is. Please don't let her appearance influence your verdict in any way. It involves the two of us. What about the script? They didn't even talk about the script. She wrote a script for a witness that was perjured testimony based on a lie, an extortion lie that's been proven in court to you to be false. This defendant tried to erase Dan Markell, thinking there would be no harm to those little boys. They don't have a memory of their father. They feel the absence of their father. This defendant decided they didn't need their dad. She doesn't get to decide that. She wanted it done. She brought the money. She stroked the check. She didn't have to do that. Charlie was a signator, had signing power on that account. He could have written the checks. She wrote the checks. Why? Because she was neck deep in this thing. She wrote the checks. She said it involved the two of us. She wrote that script. May you have the strength and the common sense to see this evidence for what it is. It's only one thing. There's only one truth. It can't all be right. It's only one truth. Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
That got me a little. That got me a little emotional.
Did it?
Yeah.
Needed tissue.
Georgia Campbellman wins. Fatality.
The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form.
All right,
when all of you have agreed
let's
on a verdict.
jump out of the audio of this now. He's going to go over the jury instructions now, which, if you care to watch, it will exist. We'll have all the unedited testimony up there for you shortly. But my God, she came in with some stuff that we hadn't heard before at the very end. And I thought
saving those nuggets.
That was genius. I was pissed with that last little bit. Children do not even have memory before 5. So this is the cunt sitting there and
did you just say that?
I did, because she is.
Okay.
And reasoning out to herself and others around her that these children will have they don't have any memory before 5. So if I killed their father before then, they don't know anything. Or if he died before then, there's no memory. And I do not believe that Ben is sad about his father. Really, bitch? Really? So you're telling me you have this little kid and you have a parent that exited their life at a very young age.
Yeah.
And he's not going to be sad about it? I mean, and he exited in a way that dad had no choice. Dad was taken out. I've seen this on a personal level where the parent chose to exit.
Right.
And let me fucking tell you, it has an impact.
Yep.
It has a fucking impact. You ignorant cunt. I don't use that word lightly, and I never really use that word, but I think it's appropriate in this moment because I don't know any other way to describe this monster. I mean, it shows just how much she's trying to justify this stuff to her mind as she sits there. You can just see her seething and the wheels turning in her mind, trying to justify all the shit she's being called out on. And it's just, well, I did it for that. I did it for this. This reason is that. This reason is this. And they don't understand. It's ultimately, they don't get me. They don't understand me. And the fact that she's the age she is now, and this is how, just ingrained this shit is into her, it's never going to change. I mean, she's going to go to her grave thinking she's in the right. You're never going to see her when she's found guilty, you're not going to see a moment in sentencing where she's going to apologize. If anything, you're going to see some sort of grandiose narcissistic statement of how she did this all for her kids. And she'll probably throw them under the bus even more. And Wendy will be watching it from a cell, because by that time I'm guessing she's not going to be free. But just the disturbing nature of her narcissism on display. This is what this is about, kids. I mean, if you don't get it, this is the perfect lesson in unhealthy narcissistic parenting and the damage that it can do. And I know I overuse that word all the frickin' time on this show, but all roads lead back to it. With the folks that we talk about, so many, this is the reason.
They do. And a lot of, I was going to say, a lot of our clients, if you will, they are narcissists. That's how they get on this show.
Yeah.
So it's almost like it's a prerequisite. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is what I mean, most people who aren't of that pathway don't end up killing people. Maybe
if you have healthy brains don't do this.
No, and believe me, I've had reason in the last 2 months that I could have offed somebody and I didn't. Okay.
It's good.
Never crossed my mind. But that is the difference between a narcissist and a normal person who goes, oh, some really bad shit just happened to me. Okay, I'm going to figure out my life and move on.
No, yeah. I mean, they're trying to justify all these horrible things Donna was saying. At least, Tom Petty was arguing that Donna was saying, like, she had carte blanche to say whatever she wanted.
Yeah.
Because Wendy didn't basically include her enough in her divorce proceedings, didn't clue her in enough on what she wanted to do. It couldn't be that maybe Wendy wants some separation from mom, that maybe mom shouldn't be in the courtroom because mom, by the own admission of the attorney, can't keep her yapper shut. So she said, you're just going to be more of a hindrance to me in my life in this situation. So I got to keep you at arm's length. No, it's hate. It's she doesn't love mom, but that's how mom's going to spin this as this child that's not grateful for all the things that she's done for her, that it's that. And we're going to take it out in our closing arguments with your doppelganger, Tom Petty. I mean, what is going? Oh my God, this is just a train wreck.
Sad that Wendy couldn't divorce her mom. She could divorce her husband, but not her mom.
I think Rob did.
Rob absolutely did. And believe me, he's got scars from it. That man is damaged from that family.
But he's a better person for it. He's surviving. He's living a life. He's paving his own road. And his kids are probably not going to repeat the path of Donna.
Right? It's a beautiful way to break the cycle. And that's what's really important in healing, is break the fucking cycle. And that's exactly what he did. Wendy, not so much.
No, Wendy chose the easier road. And this is why so much of this stuff happens, is because the easy road is stick with it. It is what it is. It's how my family is. It's just who they are.
Gotta deal with
you only get one set of parents. You only get one mom. You only get one dad.
Still your mom.
Mentally abused the shit out of me throughout my whole life. Now they killed this and they did all this other shit, but it's just, but you get, it's the lobster in the pot. You don't realize how bad it is until somebody on the outside says, that's your family? Really? That's your family? And I think Wendy is still, sitting in, somewhat lukewarm water going, I kind of like this hot tub. This feels, I don't know if I want to get out to the cold.
I don't know if she is. I at this point, if she doesn't realize what the hell's going on.
Oh, now she does.
We had one of our viewers had a great comment earlier about a lot of them probably overlooked some of the bullshit because maybe somewhere down the road, there was some money involved and an inheritance or something like that. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, money always does talk. And if you're in a family where you may end up with something at the end, you appease mom and dad a little bit.
Yeah, you hold it. You hold toe the line long enough. If that's worth it to you,
Right.
Sometimes the money just isn't worth it.
Not in this case.
No. I mean, you're by the time you get the money, your life is so destroyed and ruined, and you are so damaged yourself. Even if you want to get a grip on life and live a healthy life, you already got the scars that are so damning that they're just not going to go away, no matter how much therapy you get, no matter how much you mask it with this or that. I mean, this is so damaging. It's never going to go away. I feel like the amount of stuff that they threw out there about Wendy today and Harvey.
It's coming.
They laid them out. They took the truck and they went forward.
Yeah.
And they reversed.
They did.
And then they went forward again. And then they moved the bodies a little bit more to make sure that the head was going to get crushed by the 18 wheels. And then the 18 wheels went over that again.
Yeah.
And then Donna said, hang on a second. Let's get him from this angle too. And she backs the semi up and just, Jackie, hit the gas. And I'd be booking that flight right now, Wendy. You may want to go private because you might get arrested pretty quick at a commercial airport. I don't know. Yeah. Cuba, is that not extradition?
Yeah.
Where could she get like a domestic flight that's like that can get somewhere? Cuba, maybe, where you don't have a non-extradition treaty. But oh my God, is there? Okay, I mean, we'll wrap this up here. We've been going on for almost 5.5 hours, and thank you guys. I mean, obviously, welcome to the program, everyone, that we do this live, and welcome you guys to when this is life when we have a closing case like this, and it's kind of fun. It's like doing the Christmas program in hell.
What program is this?
You're excited. It's a big day. We're going to be spending a lot of time on the air. We got to, but my God, this is. Yeah, any chance did Jackie make any sort of dent in that jury that you're going to have one juror on that end going, I don't know. I mean, this is a trial. It's taking place in Florida with people who wear those maroon Snuggie outfits that they got at Dayton's in 1987 on the sale, and they got some of those Frangelico chocolates too that they only
Oh my
sold at
gosh.
Dayton's as well.
You and I'll have to talk off air about your second Dayton's reference here. Anybody who's listening and watching from the Midwest is like, wait a minute, Dayton's? Whoa, dude.
It's all was original. Yeah, it was, and Target was Dayton's in the basement. But
Correct.
anyway,
So realistically, how soon do you think we'll hear something? I mean, are you thinking maybe tomorrow morning, midday? What do you think?
I don't know what they're doing right now. If they're going to give them time today,
It's
they may.
4:30 in Florida right now.
Right.
So, I mean,
And they may say, because sometimes when it goes to a jury, they're like, they'll go beyond the workday.
True.
They may give him an hour or two just to see, you got something? And if after like an hour or two, they're like, no, I mean, they may go back to that jury room and kind of get a feel. In theory, it's not a crazy thought. They might go back there for about an hour. And if you got something, they may just come right back. If they don't, then, and it's like, well, we need to talk this through, then they'll probably say, all right, let's call it a night and go home. My money's on probably tomorrow. But we'll have to find out here shortly what the judge decides, because I think that's being decided right as we're speaking, what the plan is going to be. So how about hours? Let's not pick today or tomorrow. Let's pick how many hours will it take of deliberation to come back?
I'm going 3.
Todd?
I'm going to go a little higher than that. I'm going to say 5, because you might have a couple of people that go, well, what about this though? And blah, blah, blah. But I don't think it's going to be all frickin' day tomorrow. I just don't.
No, I don't either. I'd like to say like $1, Bob, but
How about 301? Just to screw me.
Just to screw you between 3 and 5, because I was thinking 5, but I kind of feel like it's gonna be between 3 and 5. I'm gonna go 301.
And then the bell rings, ding, 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 ding. You're right on. You win the $100 in Bob's pocket.
I'm gonna go between both of you, and I'm gonna say that it's somewhere between 3 and 5 hours.
All right.
And really only because they really want to get the Subway sandwiches. They already put the order in.
Yeah.
They've checked the box for toasted. They're excited. I mean, come on. Who
wouldn't be?
Who wouldn't be at this point? So they're gonna go enjoy those subs and damn Donna to death. or to prison for the rest of her natural existence.
Yeah, that's not very long, I'm guessing.
I can't imagine it will.
God, I hope it is, though.
I do
hope
too.
It is.
You know, that's the interesting thing about narcissists and thing. There is a thing called narcissistic collapse,
Mm-hmm.
and that it's rare. But I would say Donna's probably in a position where that may hit. Narcissists don't typically end it themselves. They don't. They tend to keep going. They tend to. I mean, yeah.
That's all they know.
It's all they know, and they have too high of an opinion of themselves. Ultimately, no matter what they're going to tell the world out there. I mean, they oftentimes will. I won't say fake, but they will. They'll feign. Some sort of thing that they're going to do to themselves. They're going to harm themselves. They're going to hurt themselves. And not that you should always take that seriously if someone says that, but that's the problem with them. They'll say it a lot to the point where you don't take it seriously because it gets them attention. It gets them help. The first thing she's probably going to do is she's going to be ill tomorrow.
Yeah.
And that's what it's, because you go down to like, I got nothing. I'm sick. Not that it's going to stop a jury from rendering a verdict, but I've seen verdicts rendered where the client isn't in the courtroom.
Yeah.
They're sick. They're too ill. And then they just render it. I mean, there was one. Who was it? Was it Daybell?
Yeah,
no, was it Chad? Might have been Chad. I don't know that Chad was in the courtroom. There was someone recently in the last year or two that was like a big deal, and they didn't come to court. I think it was Chad was there. I think it was the mom that had the son that was autistic, and there was a murder involved. Like they killed the son. They killed the autistic son.
Yeah. Oh God.
And the other kid that clearly also had some autism going on. And I felt bad for that kid because he was just reeled in by mom and had no clue what the hell was going on. They found him guilty of the murder too. But I think she didn't show up. And she was recently in court she's appealing it, I believe. Was that in Wisconsin? That might have been a Wisconsin case. I don't remember. I could be wrong.
You can fuck all the way off. I hope we never cover that case again.
Yeah, that was a really messed up one. But I don't know. I don't see any way where this is not going to come out guilty for Donna. I'd be shocked, but again, who knows? There is no such thing as a slam dunk case. There really is not. You could get, like I said, one of those Snuggie wearers on that jury that just totally relates to Donna, that has done the same shit to their own family their whole life and has gotten away with it, not necessarily to murder, but they're sitting there going, yeah, well, that's just like me. She's disrespected. Her kids are disrespecting her.
Right.
They're adults. They're trying to, but it's not disrespect. They're just living a life. They're being their own human beings. But to that person, that's outrageous. That's disrespect. To a narcissist, that's like the ultimate disrespect thing. And I noticed Jackie was bringing up that term quite a bit today too.
Quite a bit.
Outrageous and disrespectful. Really? Is it? So there you go. We'll keep watching this. As soon as we are aware that there is a verdict coming in, we will jump back on the air and we will bring that to you live as it happens, providing we can get to the studio in time. But we will certainly, let you know as soon as it happens and get your reactions as well. Like I said, I'm guessing it's not going to happen tonight, tomorrow morning. You can join us at 10 a.m. Central. They may have a verdict by then. I don't know. And we'll be discussing the case. Eric Faddis also going to be joining us, defense attorney and former prosecutor, to kind of give us both sides of the aisle on his assessment of how everything went down. So we got a lot coming to you in the next 24 hours of breaking down this case. All right. Anybody else got anything?
No, I need to go pop some more popcorn though. It's going to be necessary.
Yeah, it's going to be time. I need a beverage. Yeah, I do. All right, everybody. Thank you guys for watching. Let us know your thoughts in the comment section. If you're watching us live right now, thank you. Press subscribe wherever you're watching us, whether it's on YouTube, Facebook, whatever, and subscribe to the podcast. Wherever you get podcasts, just search Hidden Killers with Tony Bruschi. You'll find us there. And on YouTube, Hidden Killers with Tony Bruschi as well. And that's, of course, where you can comment on YouTube. All right. For Todd, for Stacy, I'm Tony Bruschi. We will talk again real soon.
Want more on this case and others? Then press subscribe now and don't miss a moment of true crime coverage from Tony Bruschi and the Hidden Killers podcast.